So this is our space station. It looks a bit crappy because it is a bit crappy. It was built in the early days of the space program when we just didn't have the resources to launch bigger things. Hi. I heard a blub blub. Blub blub. An EVA report, you say? Sure. Kerbal. EVA report. Grab. There we go. Board. Okay, so a couple of mods I put on board this game. One is a reaction wheel nerfing mod. So if I hit the button to rotate the craft around, it won't rotate. This unless I put RCS on. So there's a lot of wobbling from the Kerbal getting out of the craft as well just now. Right, so what the mod does, it means if I press buttons to turn the craft, it won't turn. See, I'm on full yaw right now and nothing. The SAS is trying to stop the wobble though. The SAS can still count as a wobble out, but it can't point me at my prograde and retrograde. It needs RCS for that. The other mod I've got in place is Kerbal construction time, which tracking station means if we need to send an emergency rescue craft up there, we have to plan ahead. So that's up here when it loads. Up here. So we have to, when we say build me a probe to go somewhere, it actually has to build the probe, build the rocket. That takes time. So we have to plan ahead. So rather than just launching and launching and launching and launching like we've been doing, now we've got to plan ahead. What missions do we have in progress? Launch the Mun space station. I mean, I'd like a Mun space station, but is it of any real benefit? Where's the music one? There you go. I don't like moving satellites, especially now with the mod got in place now. The satellites can't be moved because most of my satellites don't have RCS on them. So they're kind of permanent there, unless their engine can gimbal. Super location for a new base. Yeah. It's an orbital resource. I hate orbital resource surveys. It basically is get to this location in orbit and then press a button. I hate those missions so much. From a temperature scan while docked. I mean, we can literally do that. We have temperature probes on the stations, right? Does it need new craft? Dock? Oh, we need two dock with something. We'll ignore that one. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Relay satellite in orbit around Mimas. We already have relay satellites up there. Don't think we need to send any more up just now. Although sending some new ones up with the new system so we're not losing Kerbals. Actually, we should practice with some of these. Okay. I think we got a couple of relay satellites in. A relay satellite in Mimas, a relay satellite in Mun. And we definitely need a relay satellite around Duna, but we don't know when the actual orbit time is. And that is actually where the Kerbal alarm clock, which we've now finally got installed, comes up. Yes, test is complete. Can I add? Are there any like planetary transfer windows? There we are. Transfer window. I would like you to give me a transfer. The parent will be Kerbin. The origin is going to be Duna, Sun, Kerbin, Jewel. Okay, I'm looking for a way to get to things. So we want the Sun as the parent, and then the origin will be Kerbin, and the target is going to be Duna. Okay, there we go, Duna. Yep. You'll create an alarm for all of them actually, because we get. Just let me know when the transfer windows are coming up. Right. So there we go. So a Duna launch window is approaching in 68 days. That's actually not that far away, especially if we have to build the craft for it as well. So that would be good. We also have to launch like a bunch of crafts there. We're going to need to launch a couple of science crafts, a couple of orbital relay crafts, a whole bunch of craft we're going to have to put out that way. So that's actually really good for us to have that coming up so soon. Jewels in 37 days. We're not going to get anything out to Jewel in time though, so I think we can focus on getting some Duna stuff up and running. But if we get plans, what do we have for anything here for Duna? We have a way to search this lot. We have a lot of contracts. Don't want any of these just now. Detect 2 comments with Sentinel. Ooh, we could do with Sentinel at some point. Map 10 asteroids, no. Complex scan, no. Do a complex scan. Looking for anything to do with Duna. Any Duna based missions we can grab. Dres, Lay, Bop. Place a relay satellite in orbit around the sun ahead or behind Kerbin. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, actually. To have a relay satellite. Failure is expensive, though. Damn. Space for 3 days, and how long do we have to do it once we accept it? It doesn't actually have a failure. We can take it as long as we never, ever, ever, ever cancel it. Okay, we'll take that. Okay, just confirming that I don't have to go and screw myself over now. Accepted on that time, but there's no failure rate. Perfect. Okay. Ooh, that was I was worried about that one actually. Let's go down. Let's see what do we have here. Climate study, flags, scientific perform experiment on the poles. Looking for Duna stuff. Back to these ones. Duna, okay. Place a relay satellite in orbit of Duna. We'll do that. That's something we will grab. We'll grab the one for the Mun. And these two are more practice ones. They're going to be short-term practice missions. There we go. And I think that's it for now. We got a few contracts we're working on here. This one, bring the person back with us. I believe they were up on. Where were they? Found one of these. Bring a green sandstorm and have a Kerbal pick it up and return it to Kerbin. Yes, that one is annoying. I have a mod installed that gives me other fake rocks. I need to remove that mod. I can't remember which one it is. That one also goes with that one, but we'll ignore those for now. There's a deadline of 12 years, but you know we're fine on that on both of those. Mimus is good. These are all no expiry, so we're good. All right, let's look at getting a relay satellite up and running in Mun or Minmus orbits, so that we can practice our thing. All right, minimize that. Gives me the next one. That's good. Okay. Can I move that out of the way there, though? I'd like to keep it up there when I'm in this screen. Also, I'd like to keep construction time up there when I'm in this screen, but not when I'm in every other screen. What do our Kerbals look like, though? We've lost 3 Kerbals in total. Sorry, you 3. I don't remember what happened to you 3. We do have these assigned right now. They're doing different things. We have people up in orbit that need to come down and rotation soon. And we have a bunch of new people here. Okay. Ooh, you're a pretty fair progress scientist there. Alright, well, we're going to leave you alone for now. Get building our new rocket. See, all of our current designs, they just won't work. Construction time can go there out of the way. Okay, so our current design won't work. For example, if we go and grab our latest craft, the Eve probe. Ooh, the Eve probe. I feel sorry for the Eve probe. The problem with the Eve probe right now is it just doesn't have any RCS, does it? These are goo containers. So it's not going to be able to actually turn in space unless those engines have gimbal. Do the engines have gimbal? I actually don't know. The Kodiak, liquid engines. Kodiak. Gimbal. Engine stops in 10%. I don't think it has a gimbal capability. If it doesn't, then the actual ship can't turn in space. So that'll be an interesting one for that ship. And that's why we're gonna have a few ships up there that are gonna be pretty much dead. We can't do. We can't work with. We have to send new crafters up to deal with them. And that's what this is about. It's a little extra challenge to the game. All right. So, and if you then look at what the hell is that one? Starship Mark 1. It wouldn't have a name. What were you? Okay, I don't know why do you exist as a thing? Oh, we were trying to build the starship, weren't we, for part of the challenge before I moved into a dedicated save for it. Yes, and again, that would also have the same problem because there's no reaction wheels. There's no thing. Anyway, new craft, and the version number around right now is 26. So 026. And we'll call it local relay sat. So I'm amazing with names. Right, so it's going to be relay satellite, so it's going to definitely want a probe on top. What probe should we give it? I always forget which one's the best probe out of these ones here. That's the can, that's can, that's a probe. That one there and that one there are the two probes that you really want to use. One of these has a reaction wheel, one doesn't. We want the one with the reaction wheel to act as a stabilizer, but it doesn't really affect us on the rest of the thing now. Thanks to the thing. So you weigh 100. You weigh 100 to 200 liters and 1.8 liters of packed volume, which means you're smaller. Electric charge 1.2 per minute, 1.5 per minute. So you draw more power. You can do terrain scanning, and you have a reaction wheel. And you have no reaction wheel. You have a reaction wheel, but you do stability assist, and you can do prograde and retrograde hold. That is what we're going to want. Prograde and retrograde hold. Boom. That's important because although we're going to need reaction wheel added manually, we're going to need RCS to run them. It's going to be important that the craft itself can point in the direction we want it to point in. Now look at our missions. Close that one off. Close that one off. Okay, so this one here, the notes information. So destination Minmus orbit, anything below 1.1 million, uncrewed, and it has to have a combined rating of at least 5 million. And don't forget to extend the antennas first. Yeah, fine. And this one here. Most of the orbital details are intentionally left open, but inclined and elliptical orbits will give the best uptime with the shortest periods of being eclipsed by the Minmus. That is also true. Your next needs though, you just need to be above 5 million. And the other mission, that one requires 900G. And where's the other one? There we go. Doing it? No, not doing it. The one. There we go. So we need two satellites, identical, with a 5 million range on them, because both of those are 5 million, right? Mon and so you two. Yeah, both of those are 5 million. So we need a special probe for this one. Local relay sat, 5 million range minimum. Right, so let's start with the antennas and see what we actually need on this. So these ones here will give us a range of 500k antenna rating combinable. This one will give us about, these two are 500k each, but these ones aren't combinable. These ones are 2G, these ones are 5M, and these ones are 2G. G's are bigger than M's, right? They're gigas instead of megas. So basically, we want to relay satellite with at least one of these on board. But we'd be better off actually applying a 2G connection to it. We could definitely put a 2G connection on here. Alright. So pretty much any antenna will do apart from these two. This is what he's saying. And if we did that, we'd do multiples of that one. Okay, so that's all good. Let's get ourselves a rocket then. So we're going to start, we're going to need fuel tanks. This is going to need an RCS fuel tank. That's probably a little bit on the big side. Maybe a little bit on the big side too. Maybe we go with pods. RCS pods. Go with pods. Let's get the actual fuel tank for this thing up and running. We're gonna need to see how much. We're gonna need to push this thing out into space. So in order to push a craft up to me, I don't have to remember my Delta V chart. 1 second. Is it just DV or DV map? Oh, just DV. But over there, you don't need to see that. I need to see that one. Right, to get out to the Mun, we need to be in a low Mun orbit, or we need to get to Minmus in a low Minmus orbit. So we're looking for the actual craft itself. It's 930 plus 160. Me being me, I used to go up sort of calculator. So to Minmus, it's 930 plus 160 to get to there, and then probably another 200 spare. Try again. 930 plus 160 plus 200 spare Gives us a 1300-ish thing, and then the other one is 860 plus 310 plus another 200 for safety. So looking around 1400, which will be enough to get us into a good position on the upper stage only. All right. We can probably do it with a fairly small craft though. Can we have one that's not like ridiculous? I mean, that's not ridiculous, but put an engine we put onto it. We could put the big engines on there, we can be ridiculous. Main sailor, that'd be fine, right? It's a little bro. So you can put those on there. Those are nice engines, but I don't think we need that many engines for a little probe like this. We want something small, something probably. We can do it with an ant. The Terrier liquid fuel engine. I do like the Terrier. The Terrier is a nice engine. And that gives us immediately 1000. So we need 1400. The Terrier would give us 1000 meters per second. But if we didn't add the Terrier, if we went with that one, 2200 with that one. Oh, I do like the idea of having a smaller craft, and the Terrier would make me need a bigger craft. What do we have on smaller? Oh, no, that's not smaller. That's also not smaller. What do we have on engines that are... What about the swivel? 1700 for the swivel, which is a standard issue engine. Liquid fuel engine, that's jet engine. These we'd need multiples of. They give so much for us, and these would make more sense for a probe, really, wouldn't they? Put them up at the top like that. Oh, oh. The Verna engine. I love the Verna engines. The style of them, they're just a bit crappy overall. Okay, you're solid foot, so you are not going to be needed. I think we're going to have to go over this, one of these two, or the top mouse. So let's have what's the weight on these. This one, this one weighs in at liquid fuel. Wait. Where's the weight? Where's the mass? Right there, 1.25 ton for that engine. The Verna uses the same engines anyway. There's a cargo part that can be placed inside images. Okay, that's cool. You can use it for construction purposes. That one or you 1.2, 1.5. Or we'd have to take. I haven't tried these. They would take absolutely ages to get the craft into orbit, though. Where's the one I was looking at earlier? Where are they? Wasn't the Verna? It was you. No, it wasn't the Puff. I haven't used these in a while. They're not going to go for this sort of stuff. Where are they? There they are. Kerbal control tank, get out of the way. 0.8, so they're very, very small. And drains evenly with respective cost feed per priority. Okay. You got there. So we could go with these and build side mounted thrusters. And have a smaller fuel tank. Which I do like the idea of the probe being smaller. We'd be able to do that then with a half tank of that, wouldn't we? Which would mean we'd be able to get away with maybe that tank. And 4 of those. Oh, that's still 2,000. Alright, let's get building the actual craft up, because this tank is getting to a point where it's ridiculous, and we could go potentially with that tank with these engines, I'm guessing. Yeah, those tanks will get us there. And honestly, if we can do that, that'd be kind of cool. I'm going to aim for using these tanks if we can, and these engines if we can for the probe. I don't think we're going to be doing it. I think we're going to throw these away at some point very soon, because we're going to put monoprop on there. What's the difference between that one? That one's just smaller. Yeah, and that one's a bigger. Yep. Okay. We're going to want monoprop. Definitely need monoprop. I would like the monoprop, a small round monoprop tank would be nice. Too big. Maybe. Would have preferred something that half the type would go there, but it's getting a bit tall now for those engines, but we can live. Although I think we probably want to get rid of that a bit, being down to proper monoprop levels. Anyway, We don't want to become there. We want to bring up the command and control. We're going to need RCS thrusters. What is the difference between these? Stacking capacity. Oh, they're mountable. Okay. What's the difference though? They're lighter. Tiny. Bigger. Ah, okay. Tiny and bigger. Tiny and bigger. Well, since it's going to be our primary rotation capabilities, we're going to want these to be probably near center of mass and just one set of them. So probably decent sized ones will do the job nicely. And these engines really should be mounted off at the angles like that. Okay. Now we need the antenna to go fit on here. Antenna! And we just want one antenna in reality, but we don't want to have it offset mass-wise, so we'll go down to 2 in order to keep the mass of the craft correct. Keep that there. Being down a little bit. Down a little bit. See, I didn't want you to put it inside the craft though, right? Which is the one that flips the control around. I don't know what the button is for that. Keep them out of there. Yeah, that'll work because then when they're extended they look like that, so they push up against the engines and they point that way. That'll work really nicely actually. Right, retract them in. There we go. Right, that's the antenna. That's way more power than the craft needs. And now look at our way down. So we'll probably need a bigger fuel tank. But we'll keep building it and then we'll expand the fuel capacity afterwards. We'll also need a short-term antenna on here to talk to the ground during launch. I think I should put that on the bigger craft, actually, on the launch stage, because this will be in orbit. Then it'll have access to the craft anyway. I do like having extra one of these on board though, just as a safeguard. It would go to the very top though, wouldn't it? Hey Joyce, how you doing? Right, that gives that. Then down here we're going to want a module to separate, but power generation and power supply, and then we're good on the probe. Then we just need to figure out if it's got enough fuel for it itself. Fuel tanks, no, power generation and power will all be in here. I would like a round battery that we can put on top, but square ones also look kind of cool. What type of craft is this? If I put a 4 on, it will look wrong. Put 3 on, it will look 3. 3 makes it look right. There we go. 3 batteries. Antennas on the side. It's a little oil drum of ships. Also supposed to be working, but I mean, too much pain to care. As long as you're good, Toad. As long as you're looking after yourself. Panel-wise, I want the longer panels. I do prefer the longer panels, so I'll put 2 of those, and they'll be opposite the the trackers, and they will go. Yep, that's entirely the way they rotate. There we go. Put them there. 2 of those, and if they extend out, will they clip the engines? No, that'll be fine. Maybe be a little bit higher though. Alright, that'll do. Track those in. Because then what will happen with them is, you see, they'll end up roughly with these. So these will expand out, and these will expand out, and that's what the craft will look like in space. Like a proper craft. Retract those, and now fuel. Because with those engines, which I wouldn't want to put on, we only go for 840 meters per second, and we know we need around 1400. So you're going to need a bigger fuel tank. sadly, they take the solar panels with them, so they need to go up here. Right, it goes away. Bigger fuel tank. So we went with the smallest. That's not going to be an option, so we have to go for the medium now. Well, 4 of these engines. We might have a bit higher this time around if we wanted to, but I think we'll go there. It's 1430. It's borderline enough to do the job. And currently this will take us 3 days to build this craft. Currently, and that's without the booster stage, by the way. Right, that wants to be down here. That wants to also be way down there now. And these need to be in line with the center of mass. Where's my center of mass button? There. Going a little bit higher than center of mass, because as we burn fuel, through the fuel, center of mass will rise up, and you guys have to operate. Put it there. There we go. That will mean you are center of mass-ish most of the time. All right. That's a lot of RCS fuel.
I wonder if Mater will miss any of your launches, Peter? Thoughtful face.
Entirely possible, Adi. Entirely possible. It is a Mater situation, isn't it? Where am I? There we are. Go away. Alright, that's the craft itself. That's what we want to be bringing into space. I think that will do us really well. And it's got 1400 meters per second of delta V, so we need to push this into a low Earth orbit before we separate it. Which means the craft that launches it up will need its own deorbiting ability. So let's get a separator on here.
Also, bought a new game at pub earlier and just completed it 100% so fun. Sad nice. I finished it.
It's nice though. Nice that you did manage to finish a game. It's always fun when you get a game you finish though. What game was it, RJ? Too big. Perfect size. Okay, these decouplers versus stack separators. Which one leaves a part behind? Actually, it doesn't matter because the part that's coming off will be good anyway. Right, so that does that. Then we need below that is the big booster version. So this is going to be. This is the part that's going to be taking it to space. So we might actually have to make a 3-stage engine. We've not done a 3-stage yet. That's going to be interesting.
Alba, a wildlife adventure. You would like it.
Cool. Sounds interesting. Wildlife adventures. That one was going here. Now I would love to have the larger robotic drone. If I save this, I'm going to look and see if we have the science to buy the large flat computer core. That would be awesome. 139 science. I don't think we have, but where would it be in the list? Down here? No. No. That's a small one, and that would do us perfectly fine. It's 300 science, so we don't have the science for it yet. I'm guessing these give it the bigger version. Yeah, they do. And then these will give it the bigger versions. The airplane one. Okay. We have quite far. I forgot how far in Tech Tree we were. Field science is rover stuff. We have special control back here, which are advanced reaction wheel. Don't need it. We have the aerodynamics back there. We have these ones which are airplane related, and these ones which are heavy aerodynamics. Again, airplane related. Rovers and the wheels up here. Docking ports, which are gravitrons.
Peter, why am I sticky?
I stopped asking that question a long time ago, RJ. Yeah, so we don't want those. Those are big. The nuclear propulsion is that one. We've got the large volume container, which are just big decouplers and stuff like that. We don't need those yet. Girders, shielded docking ports, quadcopter Putting in inflatable airlock, that's new. Composites. Stack separators. Clampetron in lines.
I half a foot to
Flag.
finish off the RB.
Structural panels I never use in game. Hyperelectronics would give us a wraparound battery. Yeah, so we're not in these situations yet, but we are looking at buying the unmanned tech one at some point.
Foot long sub. Bloody autocorrect.
Are you a barbecue feet? I know, Toad, right? It does sound like that, doesn't it? Right, for this one, we have to put that there. And this will be a re-entry point. So you are going to have a decent sized fuel tank attached to you. Now, if we take that off, put the fuel tank straight on here. We should go with widening it almost immediately if we can. We're going to want a fairing around the rocket as well. And this would have to have the fairing go straight up, wouldn't it? So where's the fairing? Couplings should have the fairings up here, right? Decoupler, decoupler, radio decoupler. They're all D-type ones. Payloads. Here we go. The slightly bigger fairing. So that can go pretty much straight up here then. And then we can do it there. Okay, so if we bring it up to here, can I snap it to the height so it doesn't go weird? Toggle snap C. There. Can you do that? That you'll do, but that you want. Okay, game. You wanted it to be perfectly aligned with that. So do that, bring it in stages. There we go. We have a nice new fairing. Okay, then down here we have the big craft itself. So that's part of the top part of the craft. That'll pop off. And then we've got the craft itself now. And the craft itself is going to be a medium build. And it needs to be brought up to level. Fuel tank. We should try and get the probe in here, but I'll go with the fuel tank first. We want the larger fuel tank. There. Then I'm going to put the probe on top. On the bottom, technically. There we go. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to push that right inside. So that it's just out of the way. And we can put a bigger fuel tank in place. We need the bigger one. That's the wrong one. Need. Do we not have the big tank? Is that the big tank we have? Yeah, I thought we could use a node there, but apparently we can't use a node. Okay. Okay. Control Z. So apparently the probe's going to be awkward about it. Can you side mount the probe? No, sadly. Okay, take the fuel tank away for a moment. Do I have any engine plates? Engine plates won't do the job here, though, will they? Yeah, okay. You go there. You go there. We have to space tape this into place. Space tape. Just make sure it doesn't wobble too much on the decoupler. 4 pieces of space tape, please. I hate the fact that the angle. Four pieces of space tape. Turn off the snapping. And does that. See what these angles? These angles might be able to tell better, right? Well, it should, but apparently not. Put you there. Put you down here. This far down? Ha! Just going to space it in the right position. Okay, that works if we put it on the bottom of the thing. Okay. In that case, we could probably get away with putting you here then, couldn't we? No. Okay, try this angle. It's just these are just being very picky, basically. There, and then if you use the rotation ring, just to hide them a little bit. There we go. And that looks okay, right? They look fine, right? That's good. No problem with that, right? And that's the largest fuel tank we've got, sadly. Oh, we have the bigger ones, do we? Is that the bigger one? What do we do? We have the bigger one, okay. In that case, that can go away. That can go on there. And we can do space taping again. Oh no, I didn't realize that was that big. Cancel, abort, run away. There we go. Alright. That gives us that. That's a bigger tank then, much bigger than I thought we were going to be. That is our biggest mid-sized tank then. And on the bottom of that then, we're going to put some engines. And I'm going to go with something bigger this time around. A skipper on the bottom of this is too big. The mainsail is also going to be too big because that's a step up more. The skipper's size up. The Bobcat would be fine, but I don't think we have the lifting ability with the Bobcat. What are you set to right now? Atmo. And you should be set to Kerbin. So you're saying if I burnt that engine, I would have 2.2 Delta V off the pad. Okay, that's almost enough to get us into space. But it won't be enough to get to our destination. Because we need the stage 3 would have to get us all the way there. It would be nice to do all this in one quick thing. That probe is somewhere else. Maybe then we need still do RCS on here as well. We haven't done that yet. An RCS tank on here. Be best off with the bubble one, I think. Ooh, they're too big. With the bubble ones, pop them inside the fairing. Because then there won't be a problem for us. And they can go here. And then just need to push into the craft a little bit. There, bring them down a bit. They're a bit too far north there. Here we go. In all my years running the chapter of Spirit Scouting, I have only had 4 scouts that went missing. Most days at 5 AM, I get up and try to write each a short note. One for Brownie when the mist rolls up the lake. One for Little Stibble after the crypt was sealed. One for Marianne, who was always the slowest, and thinking of you, Scoutmaster Blake. Okay. There's someone missing. RCS. Oop, doing the small ones. This isn't definitely be bigger ones. Right, so these need to be more positioned down because we need to make sure these has full-on gimbal support. So they're going to be there. These could be up here. We can say the craft level, but when it comes to deorbiting, you'll need these two to be able to turn around. Go the fourth. I know. That gives us that. And then we can go for a new decoupler. The idea is going to be my first 3-stage rocket. I don't need to be 3-stage, but I'm kind of wanting to do it at 3-stage now. Stack separator there. It's too big. Too small. Even smaller. Even smaller. Too big. There we go. Alright, that gives us that stage. And then the next stage, we won't need RCS on it. This stage is going to be Atmo only, and it will be attempting to land. These two will be attempting to land via parachutes, so I haven't put those on yet either. So these will need fuel tanks. And we can widen out again. This one can get wider and use a bigger fuel tank, can't it? That would be that tank there. And we're going to guess at 2 of them, but I probably need only 1. Engines, this needs a big engine. And we'll probably end up using an engine I don't like using much, since the mainsail. Now that would give me more than enough to get to orbit with. 2,200 there, 2,700 there. That's the 4,000 required, or 3,300, but that's the 4,000 required to get us to orbit. Guaranteed, if we use the mainsail. Right? If we didn't use the mainsail, if we were to use my my fun version I like to do, which is aerodynamics, get the tail spike. Put the tail spike. There it is. Flip them around, pop them on the bottom of the rocket in quadrants. And instead of that, then use 4. I use a reliant in the middle and 4 swivels. That would give us. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, that's that one there. That would give us a lot less power, actually. I would have thought we'd have more Delta V with doing that, actually, but apparently not. But I am a fan of that layout, the cluster layout. I kind of like that more. That would give us 4,600, 4,700. That would give us just shy of 4,700, and that is way more fuel than we'd need. If I were to take that out of the equation and put it there, make this into a stubby rocket, that would give us 2, 3, 4,000. We gain so little with that extra one. I think we go with that as a test flight. Right, so you're going to need. This will need parachutes for the survival. So where's my parachutes? They'll be under utility, I think. No, yeah, there they are. Side-mounted parachutes on here to attempt to recover this. I'm going to put them down at the bottom. 4 parachutes at the bottom. 4 parachutes at the top. And then the next one will also have parachutes, but they will be up here. Again, it'll also have 4. It shouldn't need more than that. I think the 4 will be enough for that stage. But what I'll do is I'll give that one some drogue chutes to help out. It's going to be coming in from a much higher speed. Put them there. Ooh, actually, right there on the little pad. So he'll have drogue chutes, then it'll have main chutes. The main one here will only have the main chutes because it's going to be in much lower atmosphere, so it shouldn't need the drogue chutes. And then the one at the top doesn't get anything because it's a satellite going to places. To build this will take 8 days, 4 hours, 26 minutes, 50 seconds in our current configuration. I think it's good. I think it'll do its job. It's going to be pushing it with that at top. So we need to make sure the parachutes are all set to deploy on the same stage. Let's see. We don't want the parachute deploying too early. Oh, actually, this one has a probe core in there now, and that needs to make sure we've got some power generation. Just a couple of these side-mounted panels. Ooh, God, maybe not those ones. A couple of these side-mounted panels just to help out with power generation. Can we rotate it in the worst possible direction possible? Yeah, sure we can. And they can go inside the fairing, and we'll just shove those inwards with a number 2. There we go. All right. That gives this stage power generation so it can keep itself powered while we do the flip maneuver and burn. I don't think we need that much monoprop, but hey, we've got it. Make sure that tank's topped up before we go. I don't think we need that much monoprop, but hey, we've got it. I could do with a much smaller radial tank, basically. Do I actually have a smaller radial tank? That's the smaller. So that's the smallest I've got, I think. Oh no, there's a smaller one. We could potentially put that on top of it. I kind of like the look of it as it is. Right, we're going to want 1400. We've got 1430. If I took that away. And we put the smallest one on top instead. We get 1800. It's actually really potentially worth it. Okay. Oops. You come off. You go there. You go in the bin. You go on the bottom because I want you. I don't want the probe on the top. You would go there. You see, that's where that tank did a good job. It made it look like it was supposed to be there. That means that's going to have to go on top. Might just shove it inside a little bit so it doesn't look so much stuck out. Like that. That'll be fine. That can go on there. And then the solar panels, they were supposed to be down here. Put them there for now. Take that off. Give me a COM. What is the button for COM? Right, so these need to be now moved into roughly where the COM is, so about there. A little bit higher for when the fuel drains, the craft weight will shift. Well, saying that, it barely shifts now because that is the heavy thing. Okay, so you can go there, which means this solar panel needs to go somewhere else. We'll rotate it around that way. These engines can go lower. Solar panels could also go lower. I just like how close they are to the RCS ports. Do we want 4 of those? I'm sure we said 2 of those, didn't we? We definitely said 2 of those. And they extend like that. That's good. In real life, they wouldn't work with the RCS there, but yeah, get what you get, right? Antenna near the engine. Go a bit lower on the antenna. Don't want to clip the engine too much, you see. There we go. COM can come in. That craft now has 1700 meters per second of delivery and much less monoprop. Ooh, it's only 20 though. Is it too much less? Could be too much less. That's the problem. A couple of mini tanks on top probably wouldn't hurt. How much do they hold? 7.5 each. 20 each. I feel these would be the better option. Where you just squeeze them in there. Like that. We need 3 of them because of the batteries. Okay. Not 100% sure I'm liking the way they stick then because of this. But we'll give them a try. Halfway in. Down a bit so they don't show on the outside too much. Ooh. Actually, no, they didn't connect the way I wanted them to. They would go there, then they would push in, and then down in a bit more, and they go there. That I'm happy with. That's 1478, and then we can get rid of that one because we won't need it because we have these now. All right, that gives us 1556. The COM is roughly unchanged. And everything else is in places where I'm happy with. Okay. That's increased our COM to 1556, and our monoprop is now 2460. And it was 100 and something before. We're not going to need. We shouldn't need that much. It's for stability and maneuvering, so shouldn't need that much more. So this will burn with delta V of 1300 on the first stage. And then a delta V of 2600 on the next stage. So that's definitely going to get us our 3,300, 4,000 foot orbit. So as long as you don't burn too bad, that should do it. Okay, let's make sure the station's correct. They're all there. That separates off and goes in its own way. That engine ignites at the same time as the separation. I would like to do them exactly the same if we can. Yes, for that stage we should just do immediate burn. Parachute wise, those parachutes and those parachutes want to be activated. And I don't know how high will be, so I'm going to activate them at the exact same point. And so they'll activate as soon as we jettison the engine. In real life, they would deploy moments later. Then we'll fly on. That's separated. And I go to activate that engine. Then we fly on for a bit, and then we deploy that. And then we'll, at some point in the future, we will get ready to do that. So these, that separation and that activation of that engine, that gets done, and then the parachutes get done in different stages here. That parachute gets done at the top, and then the drogue chutes get done above that. If we decide to ride the craft down, we have control over those. Save that. Okay. All looking good so far. Question now applies. Do we have 9 days? Okay, 9 days isn't too bad. And I'm going to want 2 of these crafts on the pad. Do we want fins on the bottom to help with stability? We always want fins on the bottom to help with stability, don't we? Basic fins, we'll do it. We could try and fly it without the fins, but that would. But the thing is, the 9 days wait for rebuild it if we need it. You know what? It's not a big problem. This is more of a test of our test facility. So let's give this a. Let's build one of these and get it ready to go. Launch. Add it to build thing, and then I want the second one. If it works, we're going to want a second one building pretty much straight away. There we go. So if I have build list, we got the build list for the VAB has 2 craft building. One will take 9 days, one will take 17 days. Launchpad 3. Why 3? Current launchpad rename. Why 3? Oh, we have 3. I have 3 building pads, so we can build a 4th craft pretty quickly. All right, so we can get that running now. So leave the VAB, and we have a craft coming down to land we need to pay attention to. I would like that to remember to stay open. That's got 9 days away, but the craft coming down to land, that hasn't got 9 days available. So let's bring that craft down safely, shall we? Where is our crewed craft? There it is. Sample return mission. Let's fly that and give it get an ETA on its approach. Hi guys. See, now these guys have a problem. First of all, apparently it's nighttime. They have no RCS on this craft. So because they have no RCS on the craft, they have no way to actually turn the craft. See? Turn, 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 unless they burn the engine. So they're going to be relying on an engine burn to turn them as well. We can't turn ahead of time unless we ignite the engines, which we will do. So I want to be in control here. In 4 days' time, I'm going to add a maneuver node just so I can see it. God, I hate when you this far away. Can I refocus on the there we go. Refocus it, make life a little bit easier. Delete that maneuver node. Craft is there. On this side it's 4 days, 3 hours. This side it's 6 days. So that's definitely the side we want to be on. I want to see this craft and take control of it around here. 4 days. Far as I'm aware, nothing's happening within 4 days. So I'm going to say warp to here. There we go. Alright, so now we've got to there. We need to get this craft turned around and ready for its insertion burn. Hi. So on, and we want to continue retrograde. Now, again, we have no... Currently, we have no way of doing this. So we're not going to do it yet. We have to do it just before we hit Atmo, because we... One thing the mod also is I can't use the cheat of time warp start and stop. I could go into difficult settings and change it, but I'm not going to. It's just going to be a risky thing for Karloff Kerman here to attempt. So, let's time us down, keep an eye on it. We're at 300,000 and going. And when we're ready, I'm going to put the engine on a very low throttle to turn it into a retrograde position. I'll do that around... I think we'll do it around 90 kilometers, because that will give us the... What's your actual entry point, by the way? Your lowest point right now? 44. It's going to be a hair-raising re-entry with your heat shield. What's your heat shield like, anyway? I think you have 500 blades. It should be fine. Now we get to the hat part where it's dark as hell in here. Alright, here we go. Bum, 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 bum. We'll start the engine on a very slow thrust at around 90. Whether that was, we went past it. I'm guessing it was EVA. We're not touching EVA. Alright, I'm going to put RCS on, but I don't think we have RCS to do it with. Here we go. Small engine burn now. Okay, the engine wasn't started at IPS stage, and apparently the engine was pseudo started, so now we're in a bit of trouble. Yes. Well, we're gonna hope our system will do the job now. So this is Science Junior. Open the door. Close the door. With that was supposed to be inside that piece there. I'm guessing the game just hates me. So the hope is that we are not going to come down like this, because we are in a bit of a pickle right now. There we go. Okay, we're separated, and hopefully it goes heat shield first in, or we've just been killed by a bug. Right, we're in Atmo. We are traveling sideways, and it's looking fortunate like we're going to go nose first. Oh, do not want to go nose first. Turn it off. Let's hope we can pivot around naturally. Not nose first. Don't go nose first. Oh, we're going nose first. Can that blow up, please? Please blow up. Please blow up. Science student, I don't need you. Yes, that's first. Okay. We lost the science from Science Junior. Okay. That was... We died there because of a stage separation bug. Which was really irritating, actually. We lost a kill because of a bug. Alright, well, that Kerbal's dead. I'm not going to do a load reload unless we have a one really clip out. I don't think we do. Quick save is from, yeah, quick save is a long while ago. I'm not going to reload. Tracking station, we lost a Kerbal due to a bug. Bugs are bugs. We can still get the science from the dust, right? It'd be nice if we could, yeah. Sadly, that was a mission as well, so I think we've lost that mission as well. Go check on the mission. Missions. We have a failure mission here got cancelled. No fails. And the actives, I think the active was gather surface deployed mystery goo from the science surface of that one I think was what we did. And yeah, I think that's the only one we did. Alright. So we have lost the Kerbal thanks to a bug, but yeah, I wish we could put a note on there saying killed due to bug, so we know it wasn't our fault. But hey, we're good. We got 3 Kerbals upstairs, up in space right now. We got ready to go. They should be okay now, and we just need to make sure when we load into a craft that's already there, we don't trust that the staging's correct. Get me to the next craft, please. Da, 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 da. Right, craft is almost ready to be built and put on the pad. Alright, VAB. We have a craft in storage. We're going to roll it out to the pad. It'll take an hour and 58 to put it onto the pad to launch. Do that. We'll warp to the completion of that one so it's ready to launch. And then we'll get it going. And this is where we find out if our new satellites can actually be launched. We've never launched this craft before. It's the first time trying, and thanks to construction time, we have to be extra especially careful with launching stuff. So, we'll go to the launch pad. See, if we had the craft under control, we could have used the engine to slow it down. That would have brought us into a reasonable speed. It wouldn't have been up in the atmosphere. Alright, there it is, and it's... We'll quick save right now because bugs. We've been caught already. Okay. This craft wants SAS on. We're not going to do RCS on from the beginning, but we're going to SAS on. Get this up into space, and then deliver from there. Okay, so engines are prepped. Staging is good. Right, we are good. I like to have my fuel grid up there, though. I love how we're still generating electricity, even though the solar panels are underneath the fairing. Engine to full throttle, and let's go. Hang on, mate. What's this? Deployed science report. Surface deployed mystery observations for Mimas. So we got some science. Nice. We did suddenly lose the craft, and then we lost that craft, and we built the thing. Okay, craft ready to fly, and let's go. Keeping the speed under control here. I know we're going to burn through some fuel pretty quickly. Start a little bit of a turn already, because this craft is quite powerful on launch. Quite a stubby little craft as well, so be careful with that. I'm going to over to 5 degrees just to make sure we're going. Throttle back a little bit as we're accelerating quite dramatically. Degrees is all I want. That'll do me. Keeping the speed, trying to keep the speed below 300 meters per second if we can. Just until we pass into the next stage of that well. There we go. Accelerate up a bit more, and we can actually start rolling her over. I need to switch over to that one so I can see better. .5 degrees is our target now. Flame out and go. Don't know what exploded there, let's look at that later. But we're now pushing maximum throttle all the way up. We're aiming for 70k. And then we'll do an engine shut off and coast phase, and then we'll do that. We're not quite out of the atmosphere yet to get rid of the fairing, so we'll keep going for that. We are at 48k, 49k, 50. I have to move some stuff out of my overlay, I think, maybe. 58, 59, 60 kilometers, apoaps. 70, we give it 5. There we go. And we can almost ready to deploy off the thing. Put that on prograde. We won't do anything just yet, but we're on. We can do RCS in a moment. We are tilting slowly. That's good to know. But we're almost out of the atmo. And out of atmo, fairing separation. I still wish we could do that much slower. I always forget to change the setting on it. Alright. So we're going to travel up to around 75. And we're going to want to be on the ball, which we are doing now. We're tracking the ball. And then we'll do a stage set once we've made orbit with this stage. And then this stage here is what's going to take us up to our actual designated orbit, hopefully. I say hopefully because the other craft is almost half built, and I like to use both of them. We're at 68 right now, we're heading for 75. I am going to switch back to manual as soon as we get the engines online. I'm not doing it just yet because I can't do. I won't have authority to do it. But the 10 degrees is pretty good. 28 seconds. Let's just speed it up a little bit. 10 seconds. Okay, let's turn on to stability assist mode and start our engines up in 3, 2, 1. Nose up. Ooh, the nose was a bit fast, isn't it? Want to make sure we keep our apparatus above 2 seconds. That's near perfect there. As close to the horizon as we can get it. We're holding 3 seconds at T minus 3 seconds of apparatus. Push us up a bit close to the horizon. T minus 2 seconds on the apparatus. Perhaps he's about to come up. Ooh, we're getting away from us. Point it a little bit there. Slow down the throttle here. We're technically in space. I don't want to push our apparatus up too much higher though, if we can help it. Yep, our apparatus is accelerating away from us. There we go. We have 78 and 76. If we bring it up here, we can see we have an orbit. We have 76 and 78. We have very, very nice on the orbit here. So what I'm going to do is we have a lot of excess fuel here, so I'm going to take that and actually push us up to 80. Probably push us up to 90 actually to help the craft out a little bit. There you go, 90 on the apparatus. And if we do a quick flight round to say here, oop, not a maneuver node. Don't need maneuver. Go away. Warp me to there. We can come around the far side of here and circulate it at 90, and that'll give the craft a little bit of an extra boost to where it needs to be. Can't see a damn thing though. There we go. Finally got it back down. RCS on. We need RCS, like I said, to do the maneuvers now, so. Right, turn that off. Alright, we'll make sure our fuel tanks are all topped off before we do anything else, but we're aiming for 90 and we're almost there. We're going to be 90.4. So we start accelerating now, which will bring that one up to 90 quite happily. There we go. We're at 90 to 100. We're fairly good. Fuel tanks have loads of fuel left in them, so this is a good craft for what we need to do. I still haven't put lights on it. I keep forgetting about the lights. RCS tanks. The ones up here actually are full, which is nice that the game models that. I wasn't expecting that. And those ones have drained. Fuel tank is good. Alright, this craft here needs to prepare for its flight, which is basically I need to look to see if it has a solar panel on board, basically. Batteries are fully charged. Ooh, they're not fully charged because it's night time. I'm going to turn off one battery as a safeguard. And I do believe I put a solar panel on here, a standard one, but I don't see it, so we may need to expend the solar panel earlier than expected. I may get removed when I remove the overcraft. Anyway, that's not a problem. We'll take this around and see. This is going to go to Mimas or the Mun. So let's zoom out and see where Mimas' orbit is first. And the one is there, but Mimas is the furthest away. So Mimas is the one that will take the most fuel. So I said as a target, we have an apparatus coming up soon. And if we were to target that as a burn, descending node, would we be able to get on there? Add a maneuver. Come on, get out of the way. We know you'd like to be in. We know you'd like to get in the way of things, but stop it. All right. Oh, no! Ah, come back down. Okay, we're gonna be. At that point, we would be 92 kilometers away. We could probably do a correction burn up that way and alter if we needed to. But if we were to do a small correction burn, say up here, where would it be on the orbit? It's a question. Where would we be on the orbit when that it goes to the approach? 90 million kilometers. Right now we are. It'd be about there then, I would guess. Add a maneuver node there, and if we were to accelerate it, we're going to be late to the party. That's what I'm gathering there. Look, if we put that there, target cost approach. I'm just gonna get can I maneuver node onto that spot? Damn it! Stop it. Focus view. We already focused on Minibus. New node there. Yeah, so we are going to be missing it by quite a bit. So we're not in a good place to catch Minibus right now, unless we don't do that. Unless we just push harder where we are now. Kerbal focus, please. Ah, come on. God, I hate this game. I pressed a button, a random button, and it time warped me. I just want to focus back on Kerbal. Anyone know how to focus back on your own craft? I have never had to do it. And there's a button for it, quickly. Alright. Let's try it again, now that we're no longer up on the right side. We were going to be too late before, now we're definitely going to be too late. So, let's try it again. New maneuver node. Goes up there. Ignore the moon interactions. Yeah, look at that. How far are we going to be away constantly? So when we're here, it's going to be there, right? Yeah. So we're coming in behind it. So we need to leave a little bit later. So if we were to leave a bit later, can you stop being lit up? Thank you. If we were to leave a little bit later, see there, we'd have to do an angular alteration, but that would get us a bit closer. Oop, that would do it. 900 meters per second. We have like 1400 meters per second, so that's good. That's a pretty decent inclination as well. Nice high inclination. I don't necessarily want to burn that hard, but that's not bad. But we burn it a little less. So that would give us a pass in here that would bring us within 200,000 meters. We have to be below 1 million, so we're good there. We could probably throttle back a little bit more. Can I have that periapse tagged? Thank you. That would give us 1.9 million. Just need to see. There we go. That's near perfect. We need to do some adjustments on the day. I think that would do us better. 937 to get us there, which actually is really damn on. It's only 37. It's only 7 above the KSP requirement list, so that's good. Okay, take us to that maneuver, and then we will we'll do it. It's a 16-minute burn. Ooh. These engines are weak, I forgot about that. Alright, take us there. Burn time is 21 seconds. Oh, it's in 60 minutes. Never mind, I misread it. 21 seconds, burn. Take us there. We're going to need to come into the sunlight. Perfect. Sunlight is in. Right, burn starts in 57 seconds. We are near where we need to be, but I need RCS on. Point up here. Disengage the stage because I realised we screwed up the staging. Alright. Solar panels. Deploy that one. So we need a solar panel. I'm going to make sure we just do this with this engine we've got, basically. I don't think we can even do it with this thing anymore. We'll find out. Hey, wifey, how you doing? Doing well. Right, so this craft needs a burn in 14 seconds. Let's begin that burn. It's going to be a bit different to the calculated burn. Two, one. Engines are burning. Sorry for the loudness. Alright, cancel the maneuver. And we are gonna pass. But we're not gonna pass. Can I have prograde, please? Thank you. There we go. That's gonna put us closer. We're gonna be intercepting. Here we go to you, Minmus. We're gonna zoom in and we're gonna be 800k. That is near perfect. Okay. I would like a maneuver node here. Okay. RCS off. Switch back to the craft. There's the craft. It's all in flight configuration. We're going to bring out the antenna and deploy the other antenna and solar panel. And we will bring out the other antenna just because it looks stupid not having both out there. But the craft is in flight. Alright, this craft doesn't need to worry about anything else for quite a while now. We've got a fair bit of fuel left and we are good. Engines are in standby. I would like a Kerbal alarm clock at this point here. Can I get a Kerbal alarm clock from this warp here? No. It's the blue line I want to be on. Add a maneuver there. It's in 2 days' time. And alarm clock. That's construction time. Where's the alarm clock? Kerbal alarm clock. Launchpad reconditioning. That's not that one. Add a new quick add. The maneuver alarm. SOI change actually. Okay, okay. So that's in 4 days. We can get rid of the maneuver. So we will change frequency 4 days, 5 hours. So we don't need to be in this craft for now. That craft is prepped and ready to go. We just need to switch back to our other craft, which is just out of range. So we need to go back to our tracking station and get ready. Why your space looks so good? Mods make this game amazing. You really need them. 1 second. Oh, what columns? Let me get rid of some of this debris off my list. I have what are these? These are my communicators. You can get rid of my relays. I'll show you in a moment the mods and stuff. Get rid of the relays for a minute. Where is that one's going out there? So that one's there. That's the one I want to grab. That's my one I'm deorbiting. So I'm running several mods. Give me a second, and I will bring up the mod list for the ones that are actually good. Because I really recommend some of these mods for visuals. Library, Steam apps, Common, Kerbal, CCAN. Save. Yeah, I will do a quick save. Hey Daniel, how are you doing, by the way? How are things? So yes, mods wise, I highly recommend graphical mods for this game. They make the game look so pretty, clouds and stuff like that, and the background. So the mods I'm running for it are Astronomer's Visual Pack. That gives us this nice starry background and new like galactic clouds and stuff that look really pretty. Textures, I'm using 2K textures, which are fine. If you've got a 4K monitor, go for 4K textures. Let's see. I'm also running environmental visual enhancements. That basically means that the atmospheres of the planet look much nicer. There you go. Improves performance and the replacement of regular Eve, which is clouds, lights, etc. Yes, it puts like city lights on the ground at night as well. Really cool. Planet Shine I'm running, which is a mod that means that on the dark side of a planet, when you're in daylight and you look up the bottom of a craft towards the planet, it's inside like a silhouette. Planet Shine means that some of the light reflects off of the planet onto the craft and makes the craft visible in the thing. And Scatterer is basically what does the clouds here. Makes them look really, really like you get like some sunsets and sunrises. Really nice. I would definitely highly recommend Scatterer as well, and the Sunflare to go with it. But yeah, mods make it great. Save. F5. Quick save. Now this is our craft here that needs to go home. So retrograde on you. RCS on. Let's go. Deorbit burn. Be down to, what, I think 50k should do it. There we go, 56k. RCS off for now, and we'll try and bring it in engine first and use. And we'll just ride it down. We have nothing else to do right now other than ride it down to the ground, right? Now it may burn up, but hey, we'll figure that out when we get there. Look at the clouds, it's so pretty. Right, sadly it looks like it's going to be a nighttime landing. I would have really hoped for a daytime one. Right, we have the main chutes and then the drogue chutes. They are the wrong way around. Switch to sequencing. Drogue chutes first, then main chutes. Wrong one. That one. Thank you, Wifey, for the retweet of the going live tweet. It's much appreciated. Yep, it's the original tweet from TP. Oh. Before plays well. What's this? Another string of 2-point counter. What? I don't know what 2-point is. Is it 2-point hospital? It's a fun game as well. Alright, we are coming in. 67k. Pete, make sure you tell RJ you saw the info on the new 2-point campus for makers of 2-point hospital. Will do. Dive bomb the HQ. Actually, where is the HQ? Is it anywhere near our path? Sadly, Joyce, it's nowhere near our current path. We can't hit it if we tried. Oh, there goes the sunset. This is where Planet Shine comes in and Scatterer play together to make a nice red hull as we're getting the sunset. And then it gets very, very dark because I keep forgetting to put lights on my crafts. Right, now we're in the electric charge issue. So we have no power generation, and we've got only a small amount of batteries. So hopefully we have enough to do this. I might use the engines. They generate power. I don't. Yes, they do. Alternator. Right, we'll use the engines on a very slow thrust at some point to to do this. Try harder. I will, Joyce. I'll try harder. I think I set up as non-destructible buildings as well, though. Minimize that a little bit, please. Hey, B, you think I would like my weather? It's 38C right now. Well, it's currently 24C right now, and I know Adji will be very unhappy with that. So, yes, I think you'll love it. Alright, 55k in. Let's bring it in a little bit faster. Okay, we are deep in the atmosphere now. We are definitely going down. We're at 27k. Oh, there we go. I hate it when the camera changes angle like that, though. Ooh, pretty background. Oop, re-entry heat. There we go. I'm going to give it engines a little bit of a burst now, just for power generation. I don't want to use all my fuel right now, but I just want to make sure our batteries are charged for when we might need them. There we go, and there we go. Now we've got a visual craft. We can see 17C here. Damn southerners in the ocean, keeping them cool. Alright, let's ride it down a bit faster. We will start getting some thermal effects soon, most likely. This craft is at orbital speeds with no heat shielding. Alright, back to normal speeds. We are definitely coming down pretty quick now, though. On single digits again. Single digits were nice, weren't they? These definitely melt within a few seconds at this sort of speeds. Oh, here we go, 38k coming in. Ooh, so much fire. So much fire. 37k. I wish it was a daytime landing so I could see what mountains are not. Let's put it over terrain. Because I don't know if it's water or mountain blowing. I can't even tell on the map. So no thermal warnings, I'm really surprised about it. I'll send them to Adio when he's not expecting them. That is how you do it. Goes up to the digits. That's how you do it. You see, you store them for RJ later on, then you give them to him when he's least expecting them. Right, give a quick engine burn to drop up some speed here. That will help a fair bit. We're below 1,000. We can shut the engine down again. We will gain some speed back, but we're in high up. We're back into high atmosphere. Drogue chutes are prepped and ready for deployment. I can't see them and I don't trust the staging system anymore, so deploy drogue chutes. Deploy drogue chutes. Deploy drogue chutes. And deploy drogue chutes. There we go, drogue chutes are deployed. Again, the small engine burn here just for power generation. We can turn off the SAS for now. We're entering the cloud layer at 9,000 meters. Deploy normal chutes. All chutes deployed. See, normally this happened automatically, but I wanted to apply this one down. Now, it's a high probability it's going to fall over and explode because of the two engines, but we'll let that be a thing that we don't worry about. 5,000 meters, and I'm hoping it's not on rock. If it's water, but it's great. Because water I can splash down in. Hey, Chatsucker, how you doing? Bye, Chatsucker, enjoy your lurk. Are you playing Stardew still? How are you getting on with that? Chutes are fully open. Waiting for the drogue chutes to fully open, apparently. Is that the same value on both? It is not the same value on both, which means we are definitely above land. good. Now we're down to 5.5 meters per second. That's entirely survivable. Question is, are we going to stay upright? Maximum time warp, by the way. RCS and small engine burn for power generation. I think we're on a mountain range, so we're going to probably explode, but hey, we proved we could do it. $50 meters, engine burn on, RCS and S on. Rocket's going to go over, parachute's holding. SAS off. We made it! Woohoo! I honestly thought we were going to hit the hill and break the engine and anything else. Recover the vessel. Recover it a normal. Where do you want to recover the case? Where do you want to recover the KCT? Do the recovery. Oh, construction time. Recover it to the VAB. And we might be able to get the parts for later, right? I have no idea what that does. I'm going to try that one. I mean, can we like refurbish? That'd be kind of cool if we can refurbish. Hey, Milos, how you doing? We still have an hour 25 on the how to recover. Vessel recovery is in place. Ooh. We are recovering. We still have 23 minutes on vessel recovery. We got 4 days on the satellite, and that one worked really well. So we can launch the other one as soon as we're ready to fire it. Really, 3 days to launch to the ready to launch the second one. We can upgrade. How many upgrades do we have available? No upgrades currently. We can buy more upgrades though. We have 4 million in the bank. We can buy some upgrades. There we go. Upgrades are about speeding up the process itself, the construction process. Alright, let's see what's on our list of things. We have doing it in 58 days. If these probes prove themselves, which they so far appear to be doing, then we're just down to the next stage, which is we're down to the next stage itself, which is basically prepping the Duna mission after this one. What is that? Scatter, okay. I don't recognize all the buttons, so. Alarm clock is good. That's on. Eve's there. I wonder if that works yet, though. Let's give it a try. Let's try grabbing ourselves a pilot. Do a viewer drawing. Ooh. So users can request it, can they? How does that work? Graphic viewer. Are you graphic key, hotkey? No. I don't know if I don't accidentally do it, but I think. Preflight only. Add drafted Kerbals to craft. Preflight only. Add Kerman to name. No. How do you do it? It says drawn news list is empty. Is there a command people can run? Like join or something? Let's press the button and find out. It's working, but it should be much faster than that, shouldn't it? I don't think it works. I think it's broken. Alright, we'll get it off the screen anyway. We'll see if that leave that there to see if it can fix itself. And that one is too like a view. Okay. We'll close that for now. We'll let it do its thing. Right, we got a craft recovery in in 19 minutes. So that will go into storage, and hopefully it means we can build the next one faster. because it's the mid stage for this probe. Oh, I don't plan on using it right now, but if we have it in storage ready to go, that'd be useful. Ooh, I didn't check out my notifications regarding the things. Recovery. Right, science deployed. Kerbal service and Mimma service are given some science. That's nice. That's actually quite nice. And the craft that got had a bit of an explosion on top. It recovery percentage was 90.5%. It landed very close to the KSC. It had 93% of the speed recovery. Its velocity was 7.53, needed to be below 12. Okay. And we got all these parts back with some cash. Nice. Alright, so we've got this vehicle coming in. Now, we know this vehicle, the craft up there works. So the question now is, can we build one to go to Duna? And that's a big question. And I want to do multiple crafts today. I want to do at least one relay sat out to Duna. I want to have a science craft out there to do science, obviously. And maybe some multiple science crafts to spread the load of the weight for the science. So we're going to want to be doing that. And we got 2 million to do it. 2 million was given to us by the contract missions to do that. Let's warp to the. No, that's not what we're warping. Let's get to the VGAB. Right, we know the craft itself was good. The craft itself, it went. It did its job. It's a good satellite for its mission. Problem is, it's too small for the mission of Duna. Duna one needs to be much bigger. So the Duna mission. We have this one as well, actually. This is a. We have this orbit one as well, and we can probably build the same-ish craft for the Duna and for the orbit for the Sun one. Probably the same craft. Be a bit overpowered, but it's a relay satellite, so it should be okay. Right, so it needs, that one needs 900G though. I think that's where it's a bit different because our Duna one only requires 15G. Hiya, Smudgy. Is it time for cat cam and treats already? Hi. Oh. Camera there. There we go. Camera down a bit. You and that tail of yours. Oh. Hi. I'm going for your treats. Treat. Okay. Any bumps in the way? Move the wheels away from you. There we go. All good. He's a happy boy now. Alright. A Duna base craft. Now, that requires a lot more planning than we had before the other one. So my Delta V map. Let's get to Duna. Required a lot more stuff, so we're going to probably have to go with a launch stage, intercept stage, transfer stage. So a launch stage, a transfer stage, and an actual probe itself. The plan would then be that the transfer stage would have to crash into the planet or into a moon or something, because we don't really leaving debris up there if we can help it. So the craft itself doesn't actually require much. it only has to be able to circulate its orbit, and that's all it needs to do. I mean, even that, we don't even need to do that. We could circulate with the transfer stage if we really wanted to. But it needs to be able to get up there and circulate its orbit, and so we'll give it a bit of delta V for the circularization. And the question is, how we going to slow it down? Because normally you slow down using the atmosphere of doing it, but I don't really like doing that with probes too much because no heat shielding. An option there is to have the engines on the bottom with a heat shield, and then when you pop that off and the heat shield takes the heat, and then you pop that off and there's opposite engines behind it. That's just overkill. So this one is, we can go that one first, but this one really wants doing first because we have a timeline on this one. So let's build the probe itself. We have science. We got some science back, didn't we, for that? For some of those things. Did it push us over to the limit of 300? Is the question. Don't think it did, but we can have a look. 177. Probably not quite over the limit, right? I just want this flat command probe. Aerodynamics are just not useful to us right now. Composites are all the flooring stuff and flags and stuff. Nose cones and separators, bigger crafts. Yeah, they're not stuff we're needing right now. Then there's a tank between the theater and the larger rocket mass tanks. They would be nice to have, but most of our science we're kind of saving up for the probe cores. But we might need to go for them anyway. You know what? Let's buy it. The better fuel tanks are always better, right? We need to start focusing on some science stuff next time around because we could really do with these. But we need the science for it. So let's get some stuff out there and get some stuff being science in. All right, doing a craft. Thank you, wifey. PR's gone now. Where is it gone? All right. So the probe itself will be the same probe top as we've been using pretty much all the time. The probe itself will need RCS, it'll need fuel tanks over that, so we could probably use the same probe we've got now. We use the same probe top. Open, don't save. Find me the newest craft. Probably take that. We can into a sub-assembly. Where was the sub-assemblies done? Naming, hibernation. No. I would like to lock one of the batteries off though. It's nice to have like an emergency battery. Cargo. There was a thing about doing this. Was it like click? Not there, that would delete it. I may be lagging quite a bit, a little bit. To get yourself still. Load it up later. Pods. Where do you do they've moved it? Where is it? Anyone know where sub-assemblies are now? New, open, save, launch, leave. There was a thing for that. That would need to be sub-assembly. In that one menu. I don't think it was in that one menu. Cargo, no. Crew, no. Actions, no. Build. Actions, actually I would like to set some actions up. When I hit the abort button, I would like all of the... You have 4 of these things? Oh. They will toggle out, and also at the same time, some panels will extend. There we go. Right, now does this have the 15G required for the mission? First of all, before we start messing with too much. For the Luna one, we need 15G. These give us 2Gs, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's nowhere near enough. I love this craft. How do I get this craft though? Advanced mode. Free variant. Sub-assemblies. Alright. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. 8G relay set. Right. New craft, don't save. So the key is going to be having a relay, and now this one's not powerful enough, and we won't need that antenna on top because we're going to be. This will be on the main craft for a lot longer. I don't know if my last cheer went through. I can see it, RJ. I haven't seen anything for a while.
I don't know if my last cheer went through. Can you see this?
The last cheer I saw was a foot-long sub. Bloody autocorrect. Which means, RJ, thank you for this by the way, that you probably sent that cheer to somebody else. Okay. Okay, what about antennas? What do we need on the antenna side?
Sheet.
These ones would give us 2G. They give us 2G. Why would you ever use that one? So it has to be these. It has to be a bunch of these. We haven't got the more powerful ones yet. So we want 15G. So okay. What's the next name of the craft? Open. I feel like 28 or something, wasn't it? Save it as unnamed for now. Next craft in the list is 27 would be the next. So 027 Tuna relay. There we go. All right. No. Yep. Sure. Hydrate lightly and do as little moving as possible. Best thing you can do. It is indeed the best thing you can do. Alright, this craft is ready to go. I wish I'd like to go red when it was locked off though. This craft is ready, we just need to increase the number of dishes on it. So we're going to see, we need 15. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8 already, so we need number 4. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Okay, George and C called over, wanted to drag me out clubbing again. I declined because of me knee. As soon as George saw me he said, "Jeebus crisp mate, warn us when you're eating a postman." I forgot I was eating strawberry and raspberry ice cream.
Nice one, Adi. Your friends are great, by the way. I don't know how you met them, but I enjoy the fact you did. Alright, this craft is now 16G when I put the thing back on it. 4. And 4. Right, this craft is now a 16G capable, and if we open this up, and we open this up, they won't clash because I put them in different directions. That'll totally work as a relay satellite, I'm telling you. We may need more solar panels though. I think we might need all 4 this time around.
C responded, either the postman or it's one of his lady's friends. Time of the month. George and C laughed so hard they turned red.
See, that looks entirely like a mess, doesn't it? I like that. It's a right mess as a craft. Alright. Retract. 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 Actions.
I honestly don't know why I'm friends with them. Ah.
Right, 0 is 0 for me is always solar panels. The first set of these will be on 1, and the second set will be on 2. So we deploy them in stages if we need to.
Also, too late, Toad. I will show them embroidery tomorrow. I know C likes a good prick smile.
Make sure you can see the DM I sent you with the embroidery. Ooh, what's the embroidery? I don't know what I'm thinking. You do. They're great people to be around. They are fun and they care about you. That's what matters. Okay, I did. That one was a little over the top. Also, too late to show them embroidery tomorrow. I not see like a good break. Alrighty. So this is our probe. It's gonna go to Duna. It'll have 4 power generators. It'll have 8 satellite dishes. It's got RCS, it's got fuel, it's got monoprop. It should have everything it needs to get where it's going. Although I am concerned that it says 0 meters per second over here. There we go. Just a graphical glitch, okay. Can you go away? Thank you. Alright, that's the probe itself. That's the probe. Advanced mode, sub-assemblies. $16G.
Beware leads, C is manhunting tonight. If you see a 4 feet 3 inch peacock strutting towards you, run.
You know, we issue so many warnings to leads and very few of them are about peacocks. Alright, so let's get the craft built for this thing. First one's going to be the transfer stage. Now we're going to do some calculations. So calculator back up again. Right. Did you know it's 38 Celsius there? It's now 24 in here. Alright, so to get from low Kerbal orbit,
he is dressed
we need
as
950.
a peacock again.
You know, bring that over here so you can see what I'm doing. 950 to get from Kerbal orbit to Kerbal SOI. Then to get to Duna, we need an additional 130. The 950 plus 130. Then we need to enter an orbit. So that we're going for a low Duna orbit, aren't we? No, not. We're going for a high Duna orbit. It's like it's like 6 million. 6.4 million. So a Duna high orbit. We can go for a high orbit. We'll aim for a low orbit. That way we can crash the craft afterwards. Let's see. You go away. Can we calculate back up again? So then we've got the there. Then we need another 250 for intercept. We need another 250 for elliptical orbit. Another 350 for a low orbit. 2,930 is enough to get a craft into low Duna orbit, right? From Kerbal SOI. Low Kerbal orbit. So, that being said, this craft is by itself is almost able to do that entire flight by itself, right? So that's interesting. We could probably do it with just this craft. I would like a push stage, and this craft should be having the fuel and everything else to do its job by itself. I mean, this craft was designed to go from Kerbin to to we're curving all the way up to yeah, that thing. We're supposed to go from Kerbin all the way up to Minmus and the Mun, so it's supposed to have a lot of fuel to get there. So this craft is actually a bit more powerful than it needs to be, really. The 26-ish there. I mean, guess that's safer than the Mankini. That is also true, and with the temperatures, Mankini is definitely a danger that could definitely happen. Put that over there, actually a bit more over so I don't cover my chat up whenever the calculator, so keep a number there for safety. We need around 2,000 meters per second delta V to put the craft into its orbit and then deorbit the main craft, if that's what we're going to be doing, which we are going to be doing. Right. This craft is almost there by itself. I don't want this craft to do the whole rotation, but I can't put a small fuel tank in because I need these long pole. So we're going to put in a transfer stage. I wish I could ever figure out the size of these things. Okay, that's the right size. Yay! Finally. Now this craft doesn't have any passive power generation. We won't need them because it's got 4 of these on board. So, right. So that's that piece there first. And then we need to go and have the pusher stage. Now the pusher stage is not going to have like the other one had, but it had a bulge out and then stuff. This is going to be an inline. So the inline version would be the same size fuel tank, like that, on top, and then we'll have an engine under that. Now the engine itself, we can go straight for a swivel if we wanted to, which would give us 940, which is nowhere near enough to do the job. In fact, it wouldn't even get us to Kerbal SOI with that. So what we want an engine that's got a nice, powerful, good specific impulse for vacuum. This one is 215. This one is 240. The ants are 2. These ones we're using here, these are actually only 16 kilonewtons. But I'm not even looking at the right thing, am I? I'm looking at the thrust. Where's this specific impulse? Anyway, there we are. Okay, let's do it again with the right values. This one is a 320. This is a 310. The ants are at 315. These ones are at 290. Terrier is at 345. The Terrier would be a good engine to use for this. It does not give us good meters per second though. Oh, we're calculating wrong ammo. There we go. That's based on Atmo on Kerbal. This will be in space entirely. So yeah, 1600 there. That was back to 0 again, just to be annoying. Okay, so you're at 1600 with that engine. Terrier, that's at 345. How big is that? That's quite big. That's also a big one. Don't want to skip. I don't want to do. These are all big engines. See, good all. That one, that fit. That one would fit. What's this speed impulse? It's got a 300 versus the 345. And we are caring about the speed impulse quite a lot on this one. And they're at 310. Okay. This particular craft, I feel that the actual the Terrier is actually the best one for the job. 60 kilonewtons versus 260, so it's going to be a long burn. But that's the one that's going to have the best chance of getting us there with a decent amount of fuel. We're going to want 2,000 meters per second, so that even that won't be enough. It's only 1,600. Although saying that, it won't be a circular, but it would get us then. It could dump into the atmosphere, couldn't it? We need a probe core for this. So we need a probe core. Take the Terrier engine, but we probably need a bigger fuel tank. It's a 1500. We also need monoprop and maneuvering and power generations and a whole bunch of stuff this part will need just to run. So let's get its basics up and running first, then we'll start looking at how much fuel we need. It will need a small solar panel, it'll need 2 of them, mostly for balance reasons. and they will be placed right up at the top here because there's no other reason not to put them there. And we'll just make sure they're in the right depth. There we go. Right, so those will generate power to keep the probe core running, and if it runs out of power we just have to wait until dayrise, so it's not an issue there. It needs monoprop for the actually will be used entirely just for the flip around if it needs to maneuver in space. We'll draw from these tanks if we absolutely need to, but we'll take 2 of these rounded tanks with us. Where's the doors there? So we'll put them here. They can go near the bottom. 2 of those. Push them in a bit. There we go. Right, that gives us monoprop. Then we need the monoprop itself. For the most part, it will just need a few monoprop engines. Does it need those bigger ones? Or it's just a small. It just needs a small one. These are not going to be used for normal navigation. These are going to be used just for the flip maneuver, and these are much lighter. So we need one set up here, right in the middle of that solar panel. I am aware. So put one set there. Bring the solar panel down. There we go. And we'll put another set down here. Right, and then these monoprop tanks can be offset. Oop, not before. They can be offset here, so they're not in the way of that. Sadly, I would like them to be on the where they were, but they're less of a problem than you'd usually imagine. Right. So that would give us that flight. It's more important those are on the right directions rather than those. Okay. That gives us a pro control. It gives us power generation. It gives us maneuvering capability. This gives us the full thing. These. Again, they don't need to be the big ones. They could be the small ones as well. There we go. Save that. So this will get us 1500 meters per second. So that'll get us, let's see, 950 there. Then the 130 is that's 1090, 1080, 80, 1250, 1003, 1320. We nearly get into an elliptical orbit with this craft. This craft could, if the burn is done well, this would get us into doing an orbit and hopefully have enough to deorbit itself. And to do Kerbal Space and deorbit itself, where this craft takes over and then inserts itself into the orbit. This will be its orbital insertion craft. May need to worry about that later though, because it's going to be quite a lot of velocity to burn off. Because I'm not planning on doing a atmosphere run, atmo entry burn. Mostly I don't really know the calculation for it, so I'm not going to not aiming for it, but we will try and skim a little bit of the atmo, just a little bit if we need to. Okay, next up, should we put a reaction wheel in here? I don't feel we need one. We could shove one in here and have that. That would actually allow us to put these in here then. And if we're going to go through Duna's atmo potentially, it would make sense to have that as an option to help with stability. Save that. Alright, so that's the craft that's going to go to Duna, and it may potentially have enough Delta V to get us there. I would love to do a test run, but that's not really a viable thing. So next up is the craft that's going to push this into space. And the more we can push into space with the craft, the better. So we're going to maybe even do a bit of an elliptical orbit with it if we need to. But we're going to want coupling, and we're going to want to separate this out with that one. Okay, is there a variant of that? Not really, no. Okay. Then we're going to want to go to a bigger fuel tank immediately. Wrong one. That one. That gives us a bit to speed rocket out to a bigger rocket, and then we'll want some fuel tanks and some separators and stuff. But before we do that, we're going to want to have a payload fairing. And it always insists on having a little bump out just at the beginning. Ah, got it. Right. And then this will come up here, and this big fairing comes all the way up here and does that. And what we're going to do is this fairing here, I'm going to actually turn around and say the ejection force will be 30. Don't know what it just says nodes there. Delete the fairing, edit fairing. Okay, that's all good. So that's the fairing section. Now I'm going to lift this into space. So, fuel's widened out. We can get the. We can go for a bigger fuel tank. We should put some science on this, really, shouldn't we? As well. We really should consider it. Mod apes. How it goes? It goes well. It's going well. We're trying some new mods out, and they've gone so far so good. We killed one Kerbal due to a staging bug, and was that because of the new mods and then not mods, and someone died. But so far, everything we've been done so far has been good. How are you doing? How are things with yourself? So we need this. This is our transfer stage here. Transfer stage, payload. So this is going to be our lifter. So our lifter, and this, again, this is going to be one of those lifters that again I want to have. I want to have it. Actually, I would have to rebuild it. I'll rebuild it. The lifter can have the probe core up there. Probe core there. With the fairing there. And then that would go there. And I bet I'm going to need to redo the fairing, right? Oh, no, actually the fairing looks like it's intact. But I want to redo it anyway because I don't trust the fairing. Delete the fairing and build a new fairing. Very good, thanks. Did a similar mission to this yesterday. Oh, excellent. Any advice? You're maybe just a little bit too close. There we go, and then lock on there. And then nose in. There we go. Not really, everyone has their own ideas. They do indeed. Alright, so just for reference, we're running a mod that stops us, stops our reaction wheels from actually turning the crafts. Thank you so much. We're running so if you want to do maneuvers in space, we have to either use the engine on gimbal or we have to use the monoprop. With that in mind, our crafts are set to have monoprop on them. So we've got, for example, our top craft, our actual payload itself, has these mini RCS ports and 3 tanks of monoprop. Doesn't need 3 tanks of monoprop, but it's got 3 tanks of monoprop. Down the middle, the main build, that's also 8 of them small ones. These are going to be mostly used just for the flip around maneuver. And there's 2 tanks of monoprop to help with that. Down at the bottom here, I was just putting in the probe core there. There's a probe core in here or here. There it is, hiding away there. And there'll be a probe core down here so we can deorbit the parts. So we're trying to leave as little debris as possible in the process. Hi. The tram is inactive because it's the wrong game. You can't eat the spacecraft. I mean, we'd like to, but you can try. Taste magic. Also, we get regularly interrupted by our channel mascot. Hi. I like it back there. Thanks for eating. No? Don't want the stick? Alright. Well, I'll be there for when you do want it. I'm sure somebody else will turn up for it in a minute. Alright. The camera one wouldn't work because we were in the full camera screen. Okay, so with the probe there, now we've got a probe core in here. There it is. And its job is going to be just to give us that. So build the fairing. There, and then it will go up there. There, into there, and then into there. There's our fairing. Right. Your offer was rejected, said the human. It was indeed. He's like, you think me to eat that thing? Alright. So we have some fuel. We're going to need more fuel. So we put two of those in. The big engine. Now the engine we went before, which worked out really well for us, was the Bobcat. The Bobcat worked really well. And that would give us a nice chunk to space. That's going to be an Atmo. That's going to be 2,200. But we know we're going to need a lot more, and we could go this in one big push with a single stage 2 orbit and then the pusher stage. I think we go for the same thing before. We go with we go with another stage. We go with a 4-stage rocket basically, because it worked and it was really nice. And it was actually quite powerful. All right. In fact, I might go and grab the other craft from there. No, we can set it up the same way. So this craft is going to need monoprop. It's going to need RTS thrusters. So fuel tanks. A couple of monoprops on here. I'm going to give it quite a few because it did burn through quite a lot of the monoprop earlier. 3 should do it. If I give it 2 and it burned through most of it, and I didn't want to risk lose that. Push those in. Like there, and they're still inside the fairing. That's good. I think they might be a bit close to the edge of the fairing though. Let's push them in a little bit more. Maybe take them a bit higher. There we go. I don't like to push things in the craft, but I do like to have them so they can still see them and get access to them. And also because in real life they do put these sort of tanks inside, but I like to see them so I can click on them. Right, so we'll need these will need the bigger ones because it's a much bigger craft. So put these at the very bottom. Another set. This should be a 4, not a 3. And the other set up at the top. Out there. There we go. And that will give the craft its ability to maneuver once we're ready to do the flip maneuver to bring it back down again. Let's give it its parachutes for recovery. It'll have drogue chutes, and drogue chutes work really well down here. So drogue chutes there, and main chutes there. And that worked really well as a way of recovering the stage. That actually worked quite well. So they're good. Then we go to the next piece of the rocket. So we want coupling. We're going to want the stack separator type 2 again. Oh, no, type 2, that one. Oh, no, we scaled it, didn't we? Yeah, we got type 3 there. Then we're going to expand out the fuel tanks, the bigger tanks. And then we go to the biggest tank we've got available right now, which is that one. And what we did before, we put 2 of these down, we put an engine on it, and went, hang on a minute, that engine actually isn't the best engine for this job. What engine did we use? Did we use the main cell? I don't think we used the main cell, did we? No, we didn't. We went with it's less power. It's less efficient, but I like the design better, wasn't it? That was that one. So it was aerodynamics, tail spike. Flip it over. Place 4 of them there. Then go to engines and grab a reliant for the middle and 4 swivels for the outside. Then just make sure that's a bit lower because you want to make sure. Come on, you. Bit lower. That, because what you want to do is make sure that the 4 engines are on the ground and not the 1 engine. Right, that gives us that. Quickly change the staging, just make sure it's all good. They go there, that separates, that engine activates. Put that there just to similar, make it similar. Okay, so that goes there, and that will give us 1,700 in the first stage, 3,800 in the second stage. More than enough fuel to get this thing into orbit. Way more than enough fuel. We might have to do it before and get rid of one of these tanks. Because we did that before as well, we got rid of one of these tanks. Right, let's make sure the staging's all correct though. Okay, so all engines ignite, and then we separate the engine and ignite the next one. That'll fly for a bit longer. Then we get rid of the fairing. As soon as we get rid of the fairing, now we're in space. These parachutes deploy with that disconnection. No, we will put those all up here on the top stage because they won't be relevant, but the mod will trigger them when it needs to. Because we will be orbiting it, but I'm not going to ride this one down. So because it's a slow process and we don't need to ride them down. The mod will do its job for us. Right, so we'll come in, deploy fairing, then later on we'll disconnect and activate the engine on the pusher stage. That will then later on separate that and activate those engines, and that'll be good. Okay, and that's all what we need. Will it do it or not? Will this craft get us where we need to go? I actually don't know. It's a bit iffy on the build. I'm not actually happy with this bulking out so much at the bottom, but yeah. Right, so the first stage pushes up to 1,200 meters per second. That will get us about 10 kilometers in space into the air. Then it'll drop off and give us this next stage to kick off. And it has enough fuel and enough power to get us the rest of the way into space. And it can get us, definitely get us a 70. We can definitely get a 90. We're pushing it for a 100-kilometer orbit, but we're going to give it as best as we can on a elliptical if we need to. But we're going to give it a push up, and then we get into we're moving for like a 90-kilometer orbit with this. From there, we activate switch out of Atmo mode. From there, we activate the transfer stage. Transfer stage has 1,498 meters per second of delta V. That will get us into Duna sphere of influence. Which stage we're going to disconnect that and do a quick mini course correction and deorbit that piece into Duna at full speed. That's the plan anyway. And our main probe will take over, and it's got 1,576 meters per second to circularize its orbit. More than enough, I hope, to do that. But we might not be using the Atmo for circularization. That's the plan. That's the plan. Make sure this has got parachutes for landing. This needs parachutes for landing. So this one, parachutes, utility. It will have parachutes on the bottom here. There we go, and another set of parachutes up on the top here, and that should bring that part down smoothly. That one is going to be going at higher velocities, so he will be using these, and definitely have fuel left in its tanks for engine assist. So, from a recovery point of view, this engine is going to fully burn out. As soon as it burns out, we'll drop it. The mod that triggers the parachutes will grab the parachutes, and we'll normally deploy parachutes automatically, but we may still be in load distance, so we can't rely on that. So we're going to actually have the parachutes immediately deploy as soon as we disconnect, and that will save it regardless. It does say on the mod, if you're dropping the stage below 10 kilometers, make sure you activate the parachutes yourself, just in case. So we're doing that, and that will travel on. this stage, its parachutes will be the right up here out of the way, so we don't accidentally activate them ourselves. The mod will activate them automatically as and when needed. And then the set to that. Okay, I think this craft is all prepped and ready. Alright, what's Kerbal construction time tell me we've got? This will take 10 days to build. We've got 60-ish days available before we need to launch. So I think we're good. Alright. We've got 3 days on that craft there. Let's get this craft in production. There we go. The Lunar relay is now in production. It takes 16 days to build currently, but it will speed up once the local relay sat is done. And this craft is just a relay satellite. It has no science on it. That's its job, is to be the relay. We're going to put another craft right behind it in the production queue that will be launching pretty much within a day or two of the launch, I would hope. That will follow it to the launch site. And yeah, it will definitely... the plan is to have them launch pretty quickly and get it out there, and the other one will follow it with science. I may send up 2 science crafts behind it. It's possible. I'll think about sending the relay sat by itself to guarantee its success, and then possibly sending another rocket behind it with 2 satellites on board for science. One with a Science Junior and some basic science stuff, and another one with another Science Junior and some other science stuff to enter into different places, different orbits. You know, the science stuff that can't be redone easily. So the plan was to send 2 crafts with ones that can't be redone, the consumable sciences. Send 2 of those up. Maybe even more, because we'll have low Duna orbit, high over Duna. We'll have space, deep space as well, which we haven't done. So we've got at least 2, possibly 3 sets of goo and other ones to do. So I think the plan really is launch this. I mean, it's only 40,000. It's actually really cheap. The mission itself is like 2 million. How much did the mission give us for the Duna one? There was one that's 2 million, which we have to launch as well. That's a different satellite required there. The Duna one. Duna. Yeah, they're paying us 300,000 now and 150,000 upon completion, and the craft is going to cost us basically 40k. We have another one that's actually an easier mission. The other part is the 900G of things. We're going to need some more science for that, or we're going to need to just layer the probe, the antennas. But whichever way we do that one, it's paying 3 million in total, so that one's a good mission to do either way. When you got a sec, it doesn't have to be right now. So check Pete. Should check chat mod chat. I will check it now because that sounds important. Otherwise, you want to set it in the thingy chat, would you? Mod chat. I could do that. That could definitely do that. Not for this stream, but that's definitely something that can be done for tomorrow's stream. That's a yes. I can see that face. You know me. Alright, what else is around here? Quickly look at. Okay. Alrighty, so that craft will do the job. that craft, I think we'll launch that craft as is. That's our relay site. So if something goes wrong, at least we have a relay up there. And now I think we send some satellites up there to tomorrow 24-hour B stream. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Thanks to you actually helped. As far as any kind of 12-hour stream or 24-hour stream, if we were going to do a 24-hour stream, I'd want to do a 12-hour beforehand, because we've been doing a lot of like 5s and 7s, but I'd like to do a 12 before we even think about doing a 24. And if we're going to do that, we'd have to aim it for a UK bank holiday when I don't have work within a recovery period of time. And we have them coming up actually. 1 second. Because what we could do is play around with these things. I've never actually played with these things, so give me a second. Community. Not that one. Content, maybe? Try and find these damn things now. They hide them in different places every time. Viewer rewards. Gotta be viewer rewards, right? Alright, if we would try this. When is the next bank holiday anyway? Ah. Thank you, phone, for eventually figuring out you want to unlock. I don't even know when this bank holiday is. Quote, watching Peter ponder a question, you can see his decision made long before he says yes. Oh, I was like yes, as soon as I read the question. Not there. Not there. It better not be that one. No. Okay, we've got the 2nd of August is the next bank holiday in the UK, I think. Oh, that's Scotland only. Ah, how come Scotland get a summer bank holiday and we don't? Anyway, we'll figure it out eventually. But what we could do is we could do this one. There we go. So if we build up the points, and it's only 64,000, it's fine. We've got 31 days to unlock a 12-hour stream. If you want it, unlock it. And if you do unlock it, and you do actually unlock it, I'll set up another one for later for a 24-hour. I also heard a boop sound then. RJ says, can you ensure all manholes are covered properly for your campus, please? For reasons I'm sure Todd and Taylor will in a second. Oh, he knows us too well. Someone suggested making iced tea with yachts and gold. Just asking how long they should. So a message from RJ here that I actually thought was the funny one. That one. On a Discord server I want to get covered. Someone suggested making iced tea with yachts and gold. Just asking how long should this serve in prison? Oh. Toad, you know you need an iced tea meme. I know you've got one, right? Yeah, there's a max limit per day, so it's a way of enforcing that multiple people want it rather than just one person with a load of points. I don't control that max limit, by the way. That's the Twitch max limit. It's 2,000 per stream, not like max. A nice tea meme. Oh, you know you got to do it. I mean, Geek would already reply with never in a meme form. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I think Twitch's idea is if the community unlocks, the plan is to make sure the community wants something, not just one person with a lot of points wants something. Right, anyway, that craft is ready to go. If we put a new one, which would be our doing a science, maybe number 28, doing a science. Ooh, and doing a science, it will hopefully we can go with multiple crafts on top of this doing a science one, because this design here won't need this massive relay, and we can stack these. These are stackable potentially. We just need a retractive probe in. So before we do that, let's disconnect the pusher stage. Put it over there. This is our current craft for doing it. Now what we can do is these can go away. We don't need those. We won't need that much. We won't need 4. 2 should be enough. And we'll push those. Yeah, they go there. When they deploy, 2 will be enough. Damn it, game. 2. If they're there and they get deployed, they're like that. But when they're in flight, they do hang down a little bit. So we have to watch out for that when if we go to stack it. There's nothing on the craft above that could hit them. Right, and also the engines. But we may end up pushing them all up a little bit if it's needed. Right, this is our fuel tank. And the fuel tank can come off for a second because we need to put in there the sciencey stuff. So first sciencey thing is going to be these will have a science junior on them. That's needed because that's kind of the big piece of the science, right? These small monoprops can go away. We're going to need to put more on this because of the size of it. So that's that, and that means these could actually go further up now with no major concerns. And the engines could probably also come up a bit now as well because of that. And they could be mounted about there then, tap this into the fuel tank. So we can stack this much easier if we need to stack them. Now, with that is a fully fledged probe. It wants a short range antenna on board in order to communicate with the relay network. Comms. You can have one of these, and it can. We could just go on the top, but if we're going to stack them, it can't go on the top. So we'll go down to just one comm arm. You should have 2 actually, because we're going to be trying to talk to a relay satellite, and these have a range of range 500k. It's not going to be enough. Might go with high gain antenna. Gives it a 5 million, same as these. These are 2G. Do we go with a standard just 2G, just mount it on the side? There's a single one. Right there. Because it only needs to talk to the relay satellites in the area, right? And we can offset the weight of that, which is 0.05 tons, with some science stuff on the other side. A goo, it weighs exactly the same as the antenna. Just need to push it in a little bit. So that weighs the same as that, so that offsets the weight. And then we want to put all the other stuff in here. Infrared telescope. The Sentinel infrared telescope can use infrared light to detect celestial bodies such as asteroids that may pose a risk to Kerbal. Those, first of all, it's massive, and second of all, we don't really need that on a planetary craft. Surface scanning module. Does it need to be on the planet, or can it like an orbital surface scan? That includes soil, and yeah, that needs to be on the ground. That's not going to happen. Scanning arm is the same. Press bat you can go with. It can go with a little science piece on the side here. Atmospheric reader. Ooh, that's big. How much does it weigh? It's very, very light, even though it's massive. So I'll put that this side, at the bottom there. And the thermometer. How do they weigh the same? Seriously, how does that weigh the same as that?
Well, the entire Geek Cupboard Discord is now a Monty Python sketch.
I saw the tweet about the tea. So is that what you're about? Okay, that's pretty much prepped there, and that's gonna have to move for the monoprop icons. But we go back to command and control. Give me center of mass positioning. If the fuel were to be burnt up on circularization, say to that amount, that puts that there the perfect halfway point. Okay. RCS block. Just need smaller ones. If we put the top ones up here. And the bottom ones down here. That's usually how it go, right? Top ones and bottom ones. That can move up. They can go there. That gives them a nice control authority for the craft. Solar panels, I only want 2 of them. I started to put 4 on when I was doing that. They can go right there then.
Yep. Yorkshire Gold isn't to be made into sweet tea. It's like Toad deciding not to troll again. Just wrong.
Epic Games has Discord Nitro. 3 months free right now. Ooh. That's nice if you can get it. And then give a server a little boost if you can. I'm sure there's many servers out there who are well deserving of a little Discord boost. Get 3 months Discord Nitro, free for Nitro users, free for new Nitro users. Offer ends June 24th. Personal profile, screen share, upgrades. Yeah, so you normally screen share in 720p, 30 frames, but with Nitro you can do 1080 at 60, I believe. And your also your file upload limit is higher. Right, I have to play this video, Toad. It better not be annoying for people. Come on, play. Does your video even play? Do. Ha. 1 second. Copy that link. Copy to a new tab. Because maybe to be. I want to see what you did. If you mean. Oh, there we go. Iced tea dunking. Adi must love that. Good night, Chatliger. Rest well. Have a good weekend if we don't see you on tomorrow. Right, that craft. That's our science craft there. And that craft has 1600 meters per second of delta V. To get into its orbit, it requires.
Did you really record a 14 seconds GIF to discuss me, Toad?
That GIF is an old GIF though, RJ. I remember that GIF from a while ago. Can I copy that? I can't copy that because that's our root part. Okay. I copy everything else though, right? Yes. We have to stick it like that. So, if I were to then reroute this entire thing as make something on this is our root part. You know what? Actually, give me pods. That. Pop that there. We'll reroute as you. What's the reroute button? That one? There we go. That means I can copy that and put it there. And then reroute as that because, oh my god, why would I ever want that pod on top? Okay. Now, I can stack these either vertically or even potentially laterally. Although laterally might be a bit difficult with the sticky out bits. We'll find out in a moment. Structural, I don't have a 2. Oh, I do. There's a 2. Bicoupler. If I put that there, could I put that one on there without them overlapping and crashing into each other?
So, you making a Starlink?
Basically, yes. Oh, actually. Reroute as that part for now. Grab that, put it there. Grab that. Why can't I automatic it that way on? I don't really want that way on, but I'm saying. Basically, yeah, basically Starlink. So they can't go like that because of the ending overlaps. That's the problem, which I was worried about. But I mean, to be fair, that does place them ridiculously close to each other. So I think vertical stacking is going to be the option here. May have forgot about the thing. Reroute as the Pro core. Delete that. Alright, so we need a separator. There. And you should be able to go there with no... Why do you hate me so much? You should go there. Actually, we don't want that though. We don't want that on top. We want the one that explodes. There's the one that explodes, right? Stack separator versus decoupler. Stack separator is the one that actually like disappears by itself. Only decoupler separators jettison everything attached to them. This new technology was very well received by rocket engineers everywhere. Not bad for something that started out as a failure of a controlled explosion fault. And these are the point arrow light fuse and die to a safe distance. Hopefully, small explosive charge will send the control between itself and whatever it's sent to. Painted on the sides are anti-arrows in here. Which side will detach? So yes, so these detach on both sides, as you can tell by the double arrow. Right, that's what I want then. That there. So we need two of these crafts. Fully set up. They have goo. They have science. They've got their own maneuvering systems. They've got their own power supply. They've got their own power generators. These are fully capable probes in their own right, and each one of them has enough fuel to get where they need to go. Right. I'll separate them out into separate stages though, so they. There we go. Can you like pretend that I did that as separating? There. Because it will be separated and then go. So actually, yeah. So we'll set that'll. I think that one will happen to it and pull away, and this will be left behind. So they're gonna be out of sequence, but no one's need to know, right? All right. So that's our two satellites, and they have their own mass right now, which is gonna go on the very heavy part of the list here. So they go there. Now I don't think this craft will lift it, but we can connect it up and find out. We need to redo the fairing though at some point. Right, so with this craft, which is now very long, which I don't like having crafts that are very long, but this craft is very long, and the first stage will give us 1400 meters per second of delta V. The second stage will give us 1900. That's more than enough to get us 2000, 3000 ish, but 3466. So it's potentially enough to get this into orbit if you don't screw up the flight characteristics. I don't want to be that close on the limit, so I'm going to pop another fuel tank in here, but it won't be a big one. It'll just be an interstage tank. Probably that one. That'll give us to stage 4. We care about, isn't it? That to that to that. Yep. Fairing separation. Then that one, yes. So that gives us 3,600, and then we repaint it. Apparently, we know how to repaint it just the grey, so we give that one the paint job of the stripes, which apparently we also can't do. Because game. I hate that so much. Is there a? I really want to put that in there just for that. Why was that not have the same paint job straggling down it? Anyway, that's what the craft's going to look like now. So let's fairing this up. Building a fairing. There we go, we have a nice big fairing going down the craft, and that it's a big fairing, but it's a big payload, so so that's 3,500 meters per second to LEO, and then the pusher stage isn't strong enough anymore. We kind of knew that, so I'm actually going to have to pop that out for minimum this one. Because I'm going to need to upgrade the pusher stage, aren't I? Because this pusher stage here is not powerful enough anymore. In fact, I might swap the pushers out for the larger piece. Which is doable. Because we're bringing one of, not this one, but bring one of them up there. And then we bring them, that push six have a bigger engine then, potentially. What's the impulse on engines for the bigger engines? We weren't looking at before. 300 on that, 320, 330. How is the mainsail 310? Seriously. 350, that's the best engine so far. That's 355. 310. 345. So the Terrier is a contender. These are lovely. These are great engines, but they're not for this build. These are too weak for the pusher stage, and those are too. So it's really between these two engines. This one gives me a 125 versus a 60. I think we have to go with a bigger engine on this one. So that means we disconnect this section. You go over there. This part needs to be deleted and rebuilt, and so does this part here. So pretty much all of that goes away. The whole pusher stage, the orbital transfer stage gets removed. I mean, now we can spread it out. So fuel tank that increases width. Do we do it over a short space time or a big space? Big. I can go over small, can't we? There. And then then we can go straight to the bigger tanks then. With that. And then we can put this engine on. Where is it? There it is. There. The engine can have a better paint job, right? Unless they have stripes on this one, that would look good. See, the problem is that the paint jobs never line up. Right. I would like not have the down pipe if we can help it. Actually, that doesn't look too bad with that. If that piece there can have the same matching paint job, it does. Right, that I can deal with. That I can have. Right, that gives me 2,200. That's enough to get this thing into the right orbit. It just needs its monoprop and its command authority. So fuel tanks, monoprop. We want 3 monoprop tanks on here. 3. Push them in a bit. Maybe the up a little bit. There we go. Okay, that's the monoprop in place. Then we need the actual RCS thrusters. And if it's going to be doing maneuvering space, it's going to want bigger ones because these are. This is going to attempt to turn the craft, right? Bigger ones at the bottom. Put some bigger ones there. Actually, these could just go there. Because with this stage, this will be working with these up here to help turn the craft as a whole craft. But when it comes to the actual decoupling, these can do it without any issue. I can go there. It will need power generation, and it only needs a couple of small solar panels just to help it stay powered in those emergency scenarios. So they can go down here, and then we'll have to push those in a little bit because they really do insist on protruding out way too far. Alright, that's all good there. I don't see any problem with that layout now. Now that means that we can reattach this lot. This does need a small change though, but we won't do that until we get this in. But we need a separator there. We don't have a separator on that piece. Separator. Everyone needs a separator. Decouple of that one. Nope, needs to be the bigger one this time around. Decouple of that one. Maybe not quite that one. That one? Maybe not. That one? Engine, are you okay there? So you put that on, and you're fine. But if I do that, you get a really, really horrible. Can you not? Don't shroud it. We're going to put an engine coupling in place. We have some of these engine couplers, right? Not payload, aerodynamics. Which ones are they going to do? I've never actually used them, but they're in here somewhere. Where's the engine? I need an engine plate. Need an engine plate. Need an engine plate. Engine plates. Structural tubes. Right, I need a engine. Do we not have any engine plates? I can't really call this one. Engine plate, okay. E25 engine plate, too big. There we go. That one will work fine. That engine goes in there. Can that be painted the same colour as the others? Make it not look crap. Okay, nope, the answer is. You would go on the bottom there. Where's your fairing? You have no fairing. You have fairing. Isn't this the point of the whole thing? You have a... That does look stupid. Stop doing that. Not short. Give me long. Right, now let's do it properly. Bring it down to medium. Medium long there. Medium there. The engine is right there. If we were to turn the throttle for a second. I'm not sure that counts as safe. We go medium long, it gives us a bit of spacing there, but that's why I would prefer it. Oop, nope, don't want triples. Just normal one. No, just normal one. Single, there we go. Alright, that will that's the engine one there. The engine one's way down there. Okay, so we definitely want to send this out to a medium then. A medium long, sorry. So that the engine there. Okay, we can grab the one for the thing. Can you go long? And then bring it down to medium. There we go. Alright, that worked out well. Sadly I can't paint that a different colour. That covers that. Then you can go on there now. And do we need to have the fairing separator there? The fairing actually can go much higher up now, can't it? The fairing could be placed right here. I'm going to rebuild the fairing because it's a little bit on the yike side. So we need to come out like that and avoid these monoprop tanks, which may need to be manoeuvred in a bit more then. Ooh, nope, back. Yeah, that'll do. Bring them in and bring them to a point like that. Okay, and you're still set to 30. Yes, you are. Alright. No, I recorded the video. That's also true. We recorded the video, not a GIF. The fairing is different colours as well. I think actually for the launch, that would look okay because of the rocket being that colour. There, that can't be changed, that can't be changed. They're all good. That's a horrible colour right there. Why is that a different colour to everything else? Oh, that's the engine, right? Go with that one. It's just looks nicer to have rather than having that stripe there. Alright. That's there. Now this craft, this stage separates their engines. This will need its... It has... separators there. There's a separator there. I'm missing something. Why do we have a... I'm missing something. I've deleted something I haven't replaced. Yes, this section here is missing its component. It's probe. We have to reevaluate what we've got here. We may have actually overcomplicated the craft now. Double check it in a moment. This will need monoprop then because it doesn't have any. For the maneuver turn, because this part here doesn't need it, but this part here does. And this part doesn't. This doesn't need anything there. Okay, monoprop for you. Do a quick turnaround, taking a moment to make sure we haven't screwed up anything. Just need 2 tanks on this one. They can go down here. What are we using with the engine? Probably sneak these in with the engine. Right, it has monoprop there, and I'll need more monoprop maneuvering thrusters further up. Again, it won't need big ones. Well, it's a big craft. And then for now, we'll go here. But they probably need to be readjusted. Now we can look at the craft, reevaluate it, and see if it's even got the delta V required for the job, and if it needs to be retweaked or not. Alright. First stage, 1.8k delta V, that gets us 10 kilometers minimum. Then the rest of it is 3085. Okay, so this section here isn't big enough to push us into space anymore. So we may need to push this a little bit higher. So yeah, and that part now, that's now at 1900, and we wanted. Well, where's my calculator? What did they say we needed for the trip? 1930 is needed for the trip itself. So it can do the trip, and then these two have got their own. Each one of these has 1600 delta V for their individual part of their trip. So I think the craft is fine. We just need to increase the pushing power here. Now that could be that we scrap this piece and we replace this with a bigger piece all the way up. Or we're just going to put a fuel tank in there. We'll test it with a fuel tank first. If that works out or not, we'll find out. An extra fuel tank in there puts us to 336. And 330 is the minimum to make an orbit. Ooh. Seriously considering widening this piece out, then making it one of these tanks. This craft is very long. I don't like long crafts. Okay, so let's do that. Let's take this off. In fact, all of this to here can go. Widen out to the bigger module. Move that up to there. That's a bit too high. There we go. Move that to there. Stick a big fuel tank on the bottom of that. Try with 2. I don't think we'll need 2. Now we need a big engine, and now we can go for one of these big engines. We can go for Bobcat. Not Bobcat. We can go for the Poodle, which gives us 250 kilonewtons versus the 4. We need the power, so I think we'll go probably with a skiff would be. A skipper would be good there actually. A skipper there. And that would need, let's got a computer core there already, so that's good. It would need monoprop adding. And because this is a thrust-based engine, I can put the monoprop down here. And we'll go with 3. 2 should be fine for this. First thing we'll do is rotate this around because it's clearly in the wrong angle. And then we'll push them in. That's those, and then we need a separator really quickly on the bottom of that, which will be the bigger separator this time round. That will not put that there. That will need a that will then go there. Yep, that's fine. Pusher stage probably needs more now. Actually, it doesn't. We need to reorganize the engines though. Just realised that. Right, so those engines fire, and then separates. The parachutes deploy. At the same time as that engine activates. So this stage now only gives us 990, so that I want to definitely swap that out for the bigger fuel tank. this probably gets shut down in a minute. That pushes up there. That will have parachutes that deploy there and also there. And those parachutes go in that stage as well. Right, so they deploy and they will give us 1,100 meters per second delta V. That's about 10 kilometers if we're lucky. Then we took the next stage, which is now at 3,000. That's way too much power. So now we can look at taking out that fuel tank. That gives us 3,800 meters per second of delta V. That's enough to get us into space. That I'm happy with. Just to double check this section is good, because right now we've got the monoprop there, but we don't have any monoprop engines, which you're going to need for the turnaround. So you're going to need these here. 4 of those there. And because we now have these up here, 4 there. You're going to need parachutes, and because you're going to be at orbital velocities, you're going to need good parachutes. So you're going to want those parachutes there, and the drogue parachutes will go directly above there. Right, and that'll do that job. So all engines fire at the bottom, then parachutes deploy. Those have been messed up right now. That will deploy. So that parachute there. Apparently it's only 2. Should have been a 4. Those would deploy in there, along with those. That engine and that decoupler. So all of this goes off at once. Then, as well, that stage is now running. That stage is now our primary stage running. When that's ready to separate out, we separate that decoupler. Oh, the engine plate has its own decoupler building. I did not know that. Oh, okay. I didn't know the engine plate had its own decoupler. Could you not do that? You need to be medium. You need to be long. Connect that to the long. Bring that back down to medium long. That goes in there. Bring that up. Okay. So that engine, that'll separate there, along with that engine activating. I'm not going to activate it straight away because we have explosions before, so there'll be a slight delay on that. And then this one, well, then we can deploy the fairing any point we wish. And then from that point onwards, we have the engines. And what we'll do here is actually have a new stage for that. And the engines will go into the same stage, because those engines will be done upon separation. So we'll separate both crafts, and then they'll enter into their own paths. All right. So recheck all engine ignition. 1.29 off the pad. That's a bit lower than I'd like it to be. I'd like it to be 1.4. Ooh. But we've got the Delta V for it. We could stop a couple of boosters to it and be done, but that's. 1.2 off the pad. Is 1.2 off the pad good enough? I usually go for 1.4, 1.5, but you do 1.4. There's 1.3. We're a little bit short. I'm just debating whether to strap a couple of SRBs to the side of it. Is that good? Is the question, really. Worst case scenario, the pusher stage is 1800 meters per second, and we can use some of that if we need it. I really hope we don't need it. Alright, good night all, see you later. Good night Milos, rest well, hope to see you tomorrow on the streams. And have a good weekend if we don't. Right, now with this I'm going to put lights on because I keep forgetting to put lights on. So I'm going to put lights. I feel the dome lights are pretty decent, but I'm going to put illuminators here. That lights the old craft up, you see? Yeah. And then some dome lights just because they're going to be in space. We'll put a couple of dome lights on these. These won't do anything other than let us know the craft is there. But, do we want dome lights? Not really going to do anything, are they? No. Spotlights? No. Ah, nav lights. That's what I'm wanting. These can go on the bottom. Don't need 4. Just need 2 on the bottom, pointing down. Will they light the side of the craft up? They do. Ooh, actually, in that case, 4 of those on the top of the rocket, pointing down. That's definitely what I want. That's what I want. And then 4 more here, pointing down. And then those can go away then. Alright, that's going to make the craft look so much nicer. And just because we can. Are they in a different colour? There we go. Just so they blend in a little bit nicer with the craft. What if they were there? What if they were here? Yeah, that would work better. Alright, that is our craft. I don't even know if it'll fly. It's quite big. It's got the thrust to weight. I'm kind of still tempted to stick an SRV on the side and boost that TDYR off the pad. Just 2. Right there. A couple of small SRBs just for the... Maybe not that small. Just for the off the pad boost. Question is that too much? 1.69 off the pad. They're fairly big boosters, and how would they run for? They right now are running for 48 seconds, and then they would run for an additional 48 seconds. I want to run them for there. So they would run for a minute 2. They're too big then. I don't need something that big. Definitely don't need something that big. Don't need that. Nope. I just want a small little boost off the pad. That's all it needs. They're too small. Okay. They will pump a bit before. The shrimps are a bit skinny, but they might do the job. So they would give us they would push us up to 1.33. Actually, TDR is horrible when we got to that moment, damn it. We are 1.2 off the pad on TDR. I was misreading that because we were in that mode. I wasn't in that mode because I was looking at the top stages. Well, we definitely did an SRB then. We were only at 3,100. Alright, in that case, SRB it is. Coupling. 2 SRBs there. Let's give them a full-on thumper. Coupling would go there, and the SRBs would like with them. That would give us a 1.37 off the pad. That's close enough to my 1.4, and would give us a 337. I would like a bit more on the Delta V though. An option would be just give it a teeny tiny bit more fuel. That gives 3.5. I don't know why we didn't get 2 of these SRBs on when I asked for 2. Why does it say 4? It's put 2. Why are there 2 in the middle? What the hell is with that? Did it switch to airplanes mirroring? What's it going to change the mirroring mode? Oop. There we go. Now it's mirroring right. I hit random buttons on the bottom of the keyboard and hopes that one of them would do it. Thank you so much. Hey Maida, how's it going? How did your game go? Okay, I think that's actually going to behave itself now. Right, needs a nose cone. Oh, actually, we could make it liquid. No, let's not do liquid. We could do liquid if we desperately need it, but no. Aerodynamics. Because why the hell not? why would you not put those on there? Space tape. Space tape. Well, that one didn't want to do it. That weird mirroring again. Stop doing the weird mirroring. Make me do this. The hell is with the mirroring today? Oh, it's doing 4 times. Stop doing 4 times. 2 times. Alright, there we go. I had to stop because someone was calling for help. Ooh. Don't you hate when people call for help? Alright. These all detonate at the time that fires off. Right. And the SRBs and the liquid engines, they all fire together. That gives us 1500 meters per second delta V in the first stage, and then another 2000 in the second stage, giving us a total of 3500, more than enough to hit orbit. Hey Smudge! You're doing the adorable thing again. Put that there. Yeah. There he is. Hi, kitty boy. By the way, the stick that you rejected earlier, it's not on the floor anymore. Hey Raven, how you doing? Alrighty, so we have the craft now prepped for flight, he hopes. So the craft is going to be 5 engines on the bottom, plus 2 SRBs. This will lift these will drop off fairly short. How long will they be attached for? They're going to be attached for 42 seconds, and then a minute 11 after they drop off, these engines will run out of fuel. This gives us 1.2 off the pad. It's not a lot of thrust off the pad, is it? I'm not happy with the amount of thrust we're going to get here off the pad. Anyway, I can't boost that anymore, really. I mean, bigger SRB is burning higher rate, but these are already burning at the maximum rate. Then we'll switch over to this stage, which is 1.37. This stage will push us into orbit. Then we switch over to this stage, which will push us to Duna, and then this stage, which are 2 science payloads. We hope this makes it to space. This is 13 days to build. I'm concerned about the TWR. I'm a little concerned with the TWR. Right. The option is to make these bigger boosters or to just live with the 1.24. The thing is, without that, off the pad. What is happening with this thing? I haven't changed anything on it. Why is it now down to... Oh, that's maximum. Okay, we're not 0.93 off the pad. That is way too low. 1.24. These need to be smaller, bigger boosters. Alright, these need to be bigger boosters. Engines. Let's get the thoroughbred involved. What is it? What is your problem today? Coupling. Those ones. 2 of them. There. Engine. Thoroughbred. There. These are big boosters. These are way too big for what we're using them for right now. They're 1.3 off the pad by themselves. Peter, the video is the Beatles help. Okay. I was going to click the video just in case. These are way too skinny for my liking, but they might be what we end up using. 0.84 off the pad, and if they were used in conjunction with the engines, 1.46. Right, they're too long for my liking. And they burn for 1 minute 3. The burn is a little bit longer than I'd like. I just want to give them a quick boost. What if we went for that one? How would that burn off the pad? They give us a 1.81. They burn for a while, and they burn for even longer off the pad, which is still irritating. I want something that has the kick. See, these are too small. 0.46 off the pad. Gives me 1.26. That's not enough. That's too big. That's too big. That's too big. There's nothing between them I have in stock, is there? That's the hammer, even tinier. I just think I'm missing an SRB right now. Yeah, I'm missing an SRB. Might just go with these ones. Okay, game. Play this, are we? They're longer than I'd like them to be, let's put it that way. Break it off there. Go there. Okay. And then at the top we stick a nose cone on because they need a nose cone. Aerodynamics. So they were really well to push up against the hull. They're not, though, sadly. So that'd be these ones there. I would not like the longer ones, but they look really ridiculous on these longer SRVs. Space tape. Space tape. Space tape. And next piece of space tape, we go up here. Space tape. Right, and then I want the Separatrons because the Separatrons make these fun, and also they give us a chance of survival. So up here, notch, there, ooh, there, and there. Copy them from this side. Spacebar, notch. There we go, and these ones are on the center point. They're a little bit lower there. There we go, and these little Separatrons, they fire off with the decoupler. There we go. Alright. Doing a science probe, ready to go. What should be the ponder a question? Hello, Smudgy, welcome back. Hi. Yoink! You're mine now. Ahaha! I know. Yeah. Okay, over here. There you go. Smudge appreciates all the pets. He does. Alright. There he is. Just give him a stick treat to have a not blown. Alright, I think this rocket's going to do its job, and assuming we don't screw up the launch trajectory, it should flag fairly well. We are a little bit short on Delta V, but I mean it's 3,894 to orbit. 3,300 is what you need, so that's enough. That's a nice buffer to have. And then so stage 1 is that. Then stage separates there. Then when Bernard blows that, deploys that engine with those wrong parachutes. So this is why you check your staging. Always check your staging after you do any changes. Them ones yes, and them ones no. Those ones should be those ones should be way up there. Right. Those ones deploy yes. Those ones deploy no. Those ones deploy yes. Those should also be way up here. The engine that deploys that engine. Those parachutes deploy automatically. That's all good. Then later on we deploy that engine and we ignite that engine, but we get a little staging gap just in case there's a problem with it. Then at some point the engine's firing, which is stage 4, which will give us 4,000 meters per second of 4,600. That's enough to get to Duna. We deploy the fairing at some point, and then when at some point randomly we blow both of these couplings off, and our 2 science probes can go their own merry way. Are the science probes missing anything? They've both got a science junior, they've both got a goo, they've both got a temperature reader, they've both got atmo reader, which they won't be able to get any readings from, but they can still say that. They have a press mat. Yeah, they've got all the science stuff there. I think that's all of the stuff. Power generation, monoprop. I did move monoprop engines from anywhere. I moved your engines need to be a bit further up. Now you've been moved there, and your monoprop engines. Oh no, that was fine. I should put them back. Your monoprop there, monoprop there. Don't need monoprop on this stage. Your monoprop is inside your engine bell. Your monoprop's there. Each of you have way more monoprop than you'll ever need. I think the craft's ready to go. Mayday, can you see the community challenge? You should be able to see it. We've got 4K race so far. We need 60,000 in 30 days, so it should be doable. But to answer the other question about OpenTDD, I'm meeting more and more, learning more and more, earning more and more. Started some boat routes, which I then started to work on railway across the map. Apparently, cities don't like it when you terraform in them. Yes, they hate it when you terraform around them, and that makes them less willing to let you build stuff or bulldoze stuff. But you can get that PR back by running trade routes with them, and also by buying those PR campaigns to boost their reputation in the area. No, what is it? 12-hour stream for 61,000 points. 4K already acquired. Click on it. Never mind. No, wait. 2K a day. It's 2K per day maximum. 30 days to do it in. It should be doable, right? I can't control the amount per day maximum, but I can control the actual goal. I think 64,000 is doable if people want it. Alright. Alright. So. Let's check something. So. Right, so. So I'm doing some stuff very quickly. Basically, if 3 people do the maximum on every stream, then you've got it. So yeah, it's doable. Posture checks, thank you. And a hydrate. I already did a posture check when it pushed them to me answer for my wife because it was like the right timing. It's like twisting at the same time. Alright. I think we give this a try. Why do I have ridiculous Delta V at the bottom? Because all of those are in the wrong place. Got it. They need moving there. Once again, always check your staging, people. How much do they cost, those SRVs? The kickbacks. They cost 2,700 each. And a parachute would cost me how much? 400. That might have a chance of recovering those for a few extra bits of money. All right. Wait, I learned the hard way, but I will quickly fix it with starting trade routes there. Yeah, so you can either buy PR campaigns with them by going to the city and saying buy a PR campaign, or you can do trading and actually trade your build reputation slowly. The will be a very nice route. Goes from one side of the other through several 1K populations. It's nice. Make sure you set your signals up. The way I would do it is either have 2 tracks, a north and a southbound track, so the trains never meet, or have every so often have a side track that pops out that trains can pull into and stop and wait for train to pass the other direction so they can move on. And then make sure that with that you've got the signals going up at regular intervals, so a train doesn't have to wait for like a 15-mile section of track to be clear before it moves. It can move in like a 5-mile gap. Did you know years old English for y'all? Yes. You'll also hear people say ye all as well. So there's y'all, which is more Americanized version of it. There's ye, which is you, basically. And there's ye all, which is you all. So you'll hear it occasionally in my speech patterns. Occasionally I'll say ye or ye all. It's not common for me, but you'll hear it occasionally. This craft, however, is so big it's going to need ground support. No, 3 is what I wanted. Because 3 should miss the SRBs. Iffy. I have 1 north and 1 southbound. Okay, yep. Internet land, ye means yes. Internet land, ye means yes. It's just a shortened phrase. It's also ye is yes in several languages as well. But yeah, in Old English it means you. Ye, come here. Right, that should work. I mean, in real life these couplings will be much higher up and holding the rocket there, but I'm not going to risk that travelling past the boosters. Alright, let's get one of these built. Let's double check this one more time. They release. They fire. They fire. They fire. Everything's good. After 1 minute 3 seconds, the coupling blows the SRBs away. The Separatrons pull the SRBs away from us. The parachutes deploy. 2 that side. 2 that side. Yep. So it did 1 and 2, which is kind of weird. We have those 2 don't show up in the list. Oh, it's because they're separate there. That's fine. Okay. And they all deploy. Then, after 50 seconds of flight, that coupling breaks, that engine activates, and these parachutes all deploy as well. Ooh. See that? They've moved down. They were supposed to be way up. Right. Those parachutes go, these 2 need moving. They should be way up there. That one should be up there, and that one should also be up there. So that deploys, that engine ignites, those parachutes at the bottom deploy, those parachutes at the middle deploy. All is good. The engine flies for another 1 minute 46. That one detonates. There, we're in orbit by this point. That engine starts up. Fairing deployment is done there. Fairing deployment's done too late. We should be doing fairing deployment down here. Ooh, so we do that engine goes, that goes, that goes, that goes. We're now flying up to space. We get to space. Sometime in the flight we deploy the fairing. Then we separate the engine, ignite engine, then separate the, yeah, okay, that does it. Okay. Save. We're basically prepped right now. Let's just do some action groups. Group 0. Get rid of those. Group 0 is solar panels, always is. Extend solar panel and extend solar panels. Right, group 1 is extend the comms. And extend the comms. So those comms will be extended upon pressing 1. The antennas is extended on pressing 0. That's more than enough. Right there. So lately, I've started to say "I" as yes. "I." Now, "I" is a very much a Yorkshire term in English. You'll hear RJ say it quite a bit. You'll hear me say it sometimes, especially if we're just if we're talking like on a stream, I'll say yes and stuff like that. Occasionally, I'll slip an "I" in there. But if we're talking just me and you on on a Discord voice chat, you might hear me say "I" occasionally, and that does happen because it's a local vernacular in my area. Yorkshire and Newcastle. Northern, basically. Yeah. But yeah, most of the north say "I." I think Scottish also say it to some degree. I'm not 100% sure though. Aye, Captain. Dad also. Alright, this craft is ready to go. I've just checked over its staging one more time because we've messed it up a few times already, so let's double check. They release, they ignite, they ignite, they ignite. Go. 1.4 foot off the pad. Next stage, parachute deployer there, parachute deployers there. SIB, Septron's fire, Septron's fire, Septron's fire, Septron's fire. Separates it. All good. Next up. Separate, ignite, parachutes deploy, all good. Sometime during the flight, fairing deploys. Then we have the engine separates and we ignite with a small delay between the two. And then we've got the other we've got a gap here. We should put a Septron here just to help with the gap. So when we separate this engine, we should flip that around, have a couple of Septrons. We only need 2 for this job, and they can go there, and they can be pushed in a little bit because they are way too sticky outy. And we can actually, you know what, give them a slight rotation as well. Those 2 can fire off at the same time that that triggers there, the engine bell. There, so these 2 go up here, and what they will do is they'll help pull this away from this before the engine ignites. Yeah, and then the engine ignites later. Okay, there we go. This is going to be a 13-day, 5-hour, 58-minute build, so it's going to take a few minutes, you know. So add that to the build pad. So our build pad now looks like this. We're going to finish building our local relay sat, which is for the month, in 3 days. Then 16 days later we'll complete the Duna relay. 40 days we'll complete the Duna satellite, and our mission target is to be in Duna launch for Duna within 58 days. So we are within the launch range, which is good. I've heard Scott say it. I've heard some, but I'm not sure if it's widespread or not. Okay, vehicle recovery in 17 minutes. Let's just complete that. 17 hours, sorry. That was minutes. Let's see what we get for vessel recovery. Alright, that's in storage. It's not going to do anything for us because it's that vehicle is not useful to us in any way because it's just a pro piece. But I'm hoping we can do it. What's this rename? Launchpad. Launchpad Alpha. New launchpad name. Launchpad Beta. Pad level 1, max 18 tons. Level 2, 140 tons. Level 3, unlimited. Go unlimited. It'll cost 400,000 to build it. It's worth it. Fun to build launchpad. Estimated construction time is 8 days. Would you like to build it? Yes, I would like a second launchpad ready to go. Because right now we have the reconditioning event that's happening right now, and that's not a problem for us. Tech. Advanced fuel system is building right now. Launchpad beta is 8 days away. Plans. Available building plans. Crap. Should remove the vessel from the planet. Yes, it's only called tests and it doesn't need to be there. But yeah, so that's building now. Okay. We can rename the launchpads, by the way. If you have any recommendations, right now they're called Alpha and Beta. We are very much open to launchpads names. Right, so that one there, that probe there, that should really be scrapped because it's just a probe second stage. We did get money back for it, so I don't think we need to worry about recovering unless it's an airplane, really. One elope. Oh, okay. Any reason for one elope? Nice rocket load something. Ah, okay. I thought you were the try to name it after a Nordic one, or if you want to name it after a one of the cats or something. Right. So we've got 3 days, 3 hours, from the relay sat already. And we've got 4 days there, so we should warp to that one. Alright, let's warp to completion. Don't trust this game sometimes, so quick save there. 3 days, 3 hours to that one. 4 days, 4 hours to the next one, so quick time warp to the completion. Alright, that one's prepped. Local sat would take a day. We've got 7 days from that, 2 days after that. We're going to start rolling out the rocket to the pad so that we can launch basically. SOI rollout will be in 1 hour. 1 hour? Yeah, wait a 1 day. 1 hour. I would like the extra ones on here. Add a new alarm. Transfer window. Contract. Alarm. No. Quick add. Earth alarm 1 hour. Raw alarm to everything. No. What was the name of the UK pad they launched one rocket from? It wasn't a UK one, it was out in Australia somewhere. I have no idea what they called it. It's in Wikipedia, I believe. Right, you've got 1 hour to go, so let's spin that one up. Roll out, warp to completion. Ooh, dark. Dark launch night. Four hours, 34 minutes until SOI change. Launchpad be complete in 4 days. And that thing is, that's 7 days. Why? I wonder why it wasn't showing these films. That's because the other thing is ready to go. Alright. Save game because it went well. We can get ready to launch our new local relay sat. We have to do it within 4 hours because in 4 hours we have to deal with the other satellite launch. So let's get this one launched. Launch. I would have preferred to do this in daytime, but it's not the end of the world if we do it at night. Moving some cameras around because hoodie cats are everywhere. There we go. Alright. We are on the pad. If we would hit lights, we have nothing because there must be all lights must be under the fairing. I was hoping there'd be some fairing light down here, but not. I thought I had some lights down here, but there must have been up on that piece there. I've sworn I put them down here though. Alright, rocket is ready to launch. Throttle to max, SAS on. We have deployed science report. They brought back 1.8, 2.2 and 2.7. Nice. The full vessel complete. Yes, we have got that one. Alright. We are prepped and ready to go. Engines at max. SAS is on. Remember, we cannot maneuver without the engine or the RCS firing, so let's get going. Space Hub Sutherland. Okay. Talking about that Space Program UK one was the one in Australia. It wasn't in the UK. It was down in. I can look at this thinking this is an entirely different rocket, but no, this is an entirely different rocket. It's not the one we just built. That one's still in production for 7 days. I was being a complete idiot on that one. All right, ready to launch. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Beginning an immediate roll-up maneuver. Roll it to 10 degrees and hold. Off the pad. There we go. So everything a bit too fast, so we're going to throttle back at 200 and begin to roll over to 20 degrees. Trying to keep the speed below 300 before we pass the atmosphere mark here. Passing above the cloud. Throttling up. Beginning to roll over to a higher inclination, but not by much. Slowing down a little bit. I'm just worried about going to go a bit too fast when we're too low down. Oh, cloud's gone. Now we can't see a damn thing. Heading up to 45 degrees. Holding there. Prepare for engine cut and throttle. And throttle. It always explodes, that one. Ignore that one, it's fine. We're at 38k and climbing on our apoaps. Full throttle at 45 degrees until we reach. We're going to aim for 75k and then engine cut and begin coast phase. We're almost out of the atmosphere. We'll be drop the fairing when we leave the atmosphere as well. That will help our process. We are approaching 70k, however. 70k, 75 engine cut. There we go. And with the camera that way, we can see the fairing deploy in a moment once we pass outside the atmosphere. God, did Microsoft fuck up the years again? Wouldn't put it past them, my friend. Wouldn't put it past them. Now, if I haven't adjusted these are going to eject at a very high speed. So, ready for deploy. There they go. That was a very high speed deploy. I haven't altered them yet. See my 3 batteries on the roof there, look. Alright, so we are now travelling up towards 75k. When we hit 75k, we will we'll begin our latest manoeuvre. We are going to, however, have to switch on RCS for a moment because we are painting very, very high on our altitudes. RCS off, and we're now just drifting our way the rest of the way. We're aiming for 75k before we start the engines again. And we're climbing there very, very steeply. It's quite a steep launch, actually. Well, steeper than I'd like it to have been. Indeed, it always does. It does do all that. This craft, I think I merged 2 parts a little bit too close together. But I think yeah, it does that all the time. We are approaching the horizon. We're almost at the. Perhaps I'm going to switch back to stability assist. We're 12 seconds away from the apoaps, so preparing to fire engines at around 2 seconds ish. 3, 2, engine on. Engine a little bit higher. We're still -1 and holding. We want to be aiming for around -2 on the apoaps. The closer to C0 you get, the better, but I find holding -2 gives you that little bit more leeway of in case something goes wrong. T-1, a little bit more. T-2, good. T-3, okay, we can head to the horizon now. T-2, T-1, nose up a little bit now. There we go, T-1 again. Oh, the apoaps is getting away from us. Slow down the throttle. And we are in orbit. 82 and 70. 82 and 74. We are definitely in orbit now. Guaranteed, 100%. There it is. And we can choose now whether we want to increase this orbit up to 90 like we did with the other one. And you know what? I'm going to do that. Let's put this orbit up to 90 on both sides if we can. Give me a pro-grade angle. Small amount of throttle to help with that. Just push it up to 90. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll follow this around to the other side and do a 90 that side as well. Give me a warp maneuver there. Okay, we're approaching, we're at the 90 basically. So let's push the other side up a little bit. 90 and 90. Well, it's 1992. Close enough with government work. Alright. So the craft is ready for its deorbit and separation. So first thing we're going to do is make sure everything is set for separation. So first of all, craft engines are at 0. Separates. Switch back to the first craft. Switch over to retrograde. Begin a deorbit burn. There we go. Deorbit burn complete. And switch back to this craft because that craft is doing its job now. And it's on a free fall trajectory and it will deal with itself. I don't know where it is anyway in the sky anymore. Oh, there it is. Just about to make out its thing. There it is. It's on a low orbit. It's going to go down to about 30k. The mod will kick in and do that job for us. This craft, on the other hand, is ready to go. So before we go anywhere, because this craft right now has just a crappy little antenna, which is only K for 500k, let's deploy an antenna and a solar panel. So I don't think this craft actually has a full-on, like a normal solar panel for backup power. So that gives us a little bit of electric charge, so we can do our mission. Right. Next thing is our mission. We're going to the moon. There's the moon. We unfortunately have passed the best time to launch. We would have been best time would have been here. But for those that don't know, when you do a launch to the moon, there it is. There, just about visible. You want to actually be launching a firing engine when it's just coming across the horizon. So we're just a little bit early on a little bit late on the burn here. So we have to do a full orbit round. And what we'll do is, just for those that want to see it, I'm going to put up a maneuver node here. Add a maneuver. Zoom out, and we'll show it. So we can burn that out to the. Oh, maybe not that far out. And then we'll just set that periaps. Now we have a target on our mission. Our mission to get to the moon. Doing a moon below 1.1 million. So we're going to want to alter that. We're 1.3 right now. I'm going to lower that down to a 1.1 million or more, or lower better. Bring that down to about there. And we just alter the angle of launch. There you go. That takes us to about 700k. That'll be in 28 minutes. We've got 4 hours until we have to do the relay one, so it's good. We can warp to that one and done. Let's have a look. Where were we, chat? It's super hot today because a lot of updrafts, so expecting some nasty storms. I can hear thunder now. But if you stay safe. Yes, because enough thunderstorms in Florida can be pretty nasty. I love thunderstorms, but I wouldn't want to be near those thunderstorms. Make that a heavy T-storm. Self-landing plus. No, I'm running stage recovery. So as long as it's got when the craft gets below a certain altitude in the game and you're not controlling it and it's out of range, the game despawns it automatically. The mod stage recovery says, okay, when it despawns, check how much fuel's in the tank, what the thrust to weight ratio is on the engines at ground level, and how much parachutes it's got. If the parachutes were to deploy at their appropriate correct altitudes, what would the overall speed be? And then using whatever fuel's left, what could we bring down the speed to? And if it gets its speed below a certain value, then it recovers the rocket for you, and you get the money for that. So when I mentioned storm, I always include lightning. Yeah. Storm is wind, rain, sun, skies. Right now for us, it's warm and it's calm and it's horrible because why would you want warm? Just look more like just north, just south thing. Okay, let's hope it stays that way. It helps to have remote harper controls. What is harp? Anyway, it's not something I've actually heard of. 4 hours for that. This is 27 minutes away. Keep us in prograde and go for it. Warp us around. Alaskan LiDAR array. But people think it's for controlling the weather. People think a lot of things are stupid. It's control the weather. How about we, I don't know, just not do crap like that? How about we just do the things we're actually capable of doing? We are prepped and ready for the launch. 45 seconds. On my rotor. People will think of a lot of things. Bring that out here so we can see the progress of the burn when we're ready, and put it in here so we don't have to. Do high frequency active oral research program, or HAP, scientific endeavor aimed at studying the properties and behavior of the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Right, the moon should be. We've got a timer. We've got 11 seconds to launch. I bet when that hits near zero, the moon will be just coming over this horizon. Because I set the orbit a little bit early, but the moon should be there very shortly. Sorry for the loudness. Okay, we overshot the orbit a little bit. Our Pyrex is now 240k, so our Pyrex is a little bit high. Switch to retrograde. Just want that orbit to be a little bit higher if we can. 220, 300, 400. I'd like to be as close to the million as we can get it. 800k is what I'm actually targeting here. There we go. And we are actually going in at equatorial. I would like it to be inclined actually. Can I boost the inclination just a teeny tiny bit here? That'd be awesome. That'll cost me 200 meters per second there. Or I can do it out here.
Playing Fallout 4. Decided to see whether settlers are getting all the bones from I keep finding in workshop. I have a mod that gives custom salvage stations. Well, I followed the junk settler for 35 minutes, until eventually we arrived at a graveyard and watched as he produced a shovel and began digging. My settlers are corpse thieves.
Corpse thieves, eh? Can't see this angle properly. Can I focus on the one, please? Where's my maneuver node? Go away. Alright, that's where it's targeted right now, and if we were to try to alter it before we get here...
Now I need to figure where they are getting all the mystery meat from.
Oh, we know where it's coming from. We know where it's coming from. If I aim that up, it goes up. If I aim it back, that way. Ooh. That was not a fun angle. If we do it up here. Ah! Just before the send there.
Corpse pie, anyone? Anyone?
Alright, so it needs to bring this down as low as we can. So let's bring that inclination change down. Like that. That's what I'm looking at. So I'm just moving an orbit actually. I'll be with you in a moment. I want to be this. I want to have a nice. That inclination is nice. It's a bit low. I'm willing to spend about 600. That'll do. That's nice. That'll do. 600k. I can alter the height later on.
Orbit. The one thing I can never get up.
Add me a maneuver alarm for 3 hours. Maneuver alarm 3 minutes. What? It's not in 3 minutes. I can guarantee you that. It's there. It's 4 hours 7 minutes away. Quick add maneuver alarm 3 minutes. Oh, that's that one. Yeah, that one I need to deal with. That one's separate though. That one there, I would love to get an alarm on. Can I focus back on my craft, please? Anyone, what's the button to go back to your craft? Does anyone know it? Okay. Wasn't that button? Right, delete the maneuver node and try it again. Because now I cocked up my orbit. Maneuver node about here was a good place for it. We did an inclination up. Focus view. And then we maneuver node, we did that and we did some speed adjustments. And then we did a bit more height. That's good. It's 74 meters a second, but that I can deal with. The maneuver node itself is in within 2 hours. Ah. Oh, escape. Escape just takes you back to the pause screen. It's distance in 3 minutes, but okay, a quick add that in 3 minutes. That is not in 3 minutes. That's 2 hours. Definitely 2 hours. But look at that now. We got one in 2 hours 40, one in 3 hours 38. So we've got a bit of time between them to do the maneuvers. I don't trust the game, so I'm going to quick save and ask it to walk me up to the first one, which would be this one, and then the second one, which is my overcraft. Right. So where is Kerbin? There it is, all pretty and like. So let's begin warp sequence. Look at the planet go away. Back quote. Oh, which one back quote is actually? When your map mod does it actually do it? Nope. 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 There is a button. I'd have to look at the settings. I can't be bothered, basically. And then I forget it with next stream anyway. Okay, then I don't know. I know it's not C. Well, I don't think it's C. I think I pressed it earlier. Yeah, it's not C. I know it's not Z. I hit that one by accident when I was pressing random keys. I know tab sends you around all the planets and eventually back to your craft, but that's just irritating to do that. It's probably something like control tab or something, but I don't want to waste time doing it right now. Alright, let's just take this out to do the maneuver. Bye, Kerbin. We'll see you later. Right, where's the Mun? There it is. Hi, Mun. See you soon. Check key bindings. Yes, that's what I'll have to go and do that. I haven't changed it, so whatever the default key binding is. 20 minutes to encounter or to burn. It's auto slowing me down at time warp. So this is a mod called the Kerbal alarm clock. When you set the alarm up, the game automatically pops up a message on screen and takes you out of time warp. It's great. Okay, we are prepped for time warp. Maneuver. Doing it hike. Dres, Jewel, Live, Val, Tyler, Bot, Paul, Elu, the satellite itself. So you can go a long way around, is what I'm saying. That's just not really what you want to do, is it? Alright, set that there so we can see it on screen. 2 minutes for the burn. So I'm going to time warp it a little bit, but I'm going to, first of all, yeah, I'm going to time warp it a bit closer. It's a 1 second burn. Right, here we go. RCS on. Just quick maneuver over to the position. Stop fighting me, you idiot. When I press a button, you should let me do it. And now I got a problem, because of that. Alright, that's all off. Close the maneuver node, check the map. We are now going to be 900k from the target. We're going to be at an inclination. Looks actually quite decent. Okay. I'm going to want a maneuver node around here. Add a maneuver. I don't really want a maneuver though. What I want to do is have that maneuver as an alarm, you see. I don't actually want the maneuver node itself, I just want the maneuver alarm set. Right, so that's one done. So that's in 3 hours 44 minutes. So that's that craft ready to go. Hi. While we're waiting for that to do, we're going to switch back to the tracking station and jump onto the other craft and get that one into its orbit. 2 craft having manoeuvred a very short space apart, like 35 minutes apart, I think it is. We want the relay sat to you, and you're about to cross into sphere in front of Minmus. Your inclination is nice. We need to do a burn there, so set to flight control. We'll set up a maneuver node there for alarms as well. Don't really care about the sphere of influence change that much. It's more about the actual maneuver. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is the exact same craft. It's just it's going to Minmus instead. This one, I want a maneuver node about there, and add that as a alarm. Yeah, they're going to be about an hour apart. Right, you're going to be 2 hours 27, and I need to rename you because I have no idea which one of those 2 crafts I'm looking at. Rename the vessel. Minmus relay set. Also, rename vessel is also a relay. All right, can you have that? Do you have CurbNet access? I don't think you do you? I don't have a placenta for it, so no, you won't have access to it anyway. Right. So, your maneuver will occur in 2 hours 26, 2 hours... Yeah, that's the next one coming up, so let's time warp through that. Get an auto slowdown because of the relay. I wasn't cancel it, but let's let it do its job. Boop, boop, boop. And then we've got 1 hour 30 to the actual one we care about. There's a little friend over there, look. 1 hour 28. This clock's a little bit slower than that one by the look of it. Okay, 18 minutes away. Just gonna turn off the stability assist, switch RCS and maneuver around. So we're pointing. Ah! It's such a small burn. Because it's not a burn, we want retrograde. It's not a maneuver, that's the thing. Remember, it's not actually a maneuver I wanted, I just wanted to be ready to do the burn. That's right. That cost me a small amount of RCS, but not much. We have 34 minutes until we get there. So let's bring this up. You see right now on our maneuver mode here, our periapps, which you probably can't read because there's so much crap in the way from the bit cup. Give me a second. Look, we said a maneuver node. Delete that one. Right, that one's still got an hour away. If I pause for a second, if I get the bit cup out of the way, do people even like the bit cup? I don't even know if people like the bit cup. I can't move it just yet. It's on another layer, but I can turn the layer off for a second. You can find the damn layer now. It's a... that one? Nope. But they can turn back on again. It is alerts. That one. There you go. These, the thing here, we have infinity on the Apple apps down the bottom left here. That's because our orbit takes us back out of Mrs. orbit. So as soon as we start burning our engines, that'll start giving us a number to work with. And that's our goal, is to bring these two to around the same. Right, put that back on again, because that screen that has the bit in there, and the thing that has the bits down, bit down here, and has the stats over here. Those are from Stream Elements. They are one single layer, so I can't remove the entire. I can just move the cup, sadly. Not easily, anyway. Right. But do people like the cup or not? I've never really actually asked the question. Okay, passing over Minmus. Going to begin the burn in a second. We have less than an hour before we have to do the burn on the Mun, so that's interesting. Alright, so switch back out of map. We'll watch it from this screen because we don't need the map to see with the numbers down the bottom corner. We are 1 minute 6 away from the periaps, so we're going to do the burn around 10 seconds. I think we're going to take about 10 seconds to circle around. It may take longer, but it won't hurt if we do it too late. Okay, here we go. Full throttle. Cutting the throttle because we started pushing our orbit back a little bit. It's now 36 seconds behind us, so we actually pushed it a bit too powerfully. So we're going to wait a little bit here, and we'll maybe use a lot slower thrust if we have to. Okay. Map mode shows what we've done so far. We used a teeny amount of thrust. We are at 400k that side, 800k this side. We need to switch to pro grade and to push that back up there to around 1 million if we can. 900k is what I'm going to aim for on this one. Take 930k and 877 on this side. I'm happy with that mixture. What I'm going to do very quickly now is to make sure we don't screw up. I'm going to shut down the engines, which I'd like to do on probe so I don't accidentally fire them. There we go. Probe is prepped. RCS is off. Right. For the mission, we have 52 minutes to play around with, so we've got loads of time. Right, we're at the Minmus. The Minmus one is relay antenna combined at least 5. So, deploy that one. And deploy that one. And that should be around 5 megapascal. The mega thingy is combined, right? All 4 of these is 2, 4, 6, 8. So combined at least 5M. And these are 2M each. These are 2G each, sorry. These are the more powerful versions. Why do we not get... why did they not give me that then? These are more powerful. Each one of these should be able to do the mission as a whole, right? Giga is bigger than Mega, so why are we being not given the mission? Don't forget to extend the antennas that need expanding. They're all extended. Retract. 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 Don't want to retract the last one because it's my signal. Then extend. 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 I'm not sure why I'm not giving that. Why I'm not getting that. Antenna combined at least 5M. These are 2E and these are 2G, so each one of these is way above the requirement. The game's going to be irritating, isn't it? Take me to the tracking station. And take me to the other craft where we have to prep for a burn anyway, and then we'll come back and we'll figure out what's happening with the crafts here. the local relay sat, which is the one going to the moon right now. That needs my attention very shortly. Alright, kill the maneuver node. Let's actually set it up with a proper maneuver node. We don't usually do over with this sort of stuff, but let's do it. Pull back, and then I want that to be below 1 million. So that will do fine. It's nice inclined orbit as well. Right, and the mission for this one is that one. So I'm going to set your retrograde, because that's really where the thing's going to be. RCS off. Alright, let's take this in, shall we? One hour to the probe, so right into the maneuver. The alarm's going to go for a little bit early. Took me out of warp early, sadly. Delete on close, close the alarm, and then continue taking me down to the maneuver node. There it is. Hi, man! Right, 50 seconds to burn, 4-second burn in total. We broke over 400k in profit this game. Nice! Ready to fire. Firing. We all good? Yep, maneuver is correct. We are now in the correct orbit. Because we are now in the correct orbit, let's kill the engines. Let's deploy the second solar panel. Deploy all of the antennas. There we go. And the Mun orbit probe is down here, and that's not the one, that's the Mun's here. They're all deployed, and again, we're not getting the relay antenna combined at least 5 mm. Why not? These are giga units. Okay, these crafts have been launched for this particular mission, and I don't get why they're being weird about it. Why are they being weird about it? Don't forget to extend the antennas. They're extending. They're extended. There's no timer on them, which is not. If we do have some, we should have timers on them. These are all combinable. They're 2G each, which means they're way above the 5M. Right, give this craft a name. Rename the vessel. Mon relay sat. It's a relay. Right, place a relay satellite in orbit around the Mun, which we've got a relay satellite. All this information is good. Why will you give me the thing? Right, tracking station. It thinks to be teaching me now. It thanks to be teaching me now. I just taught him how to read the locations for better profits on OpenTTD. I played the game for years, so I kind of know them off the top of my head anyway. I'm already at that game. We should play a multiplayer game of that. We get as many people in the community in and have a big multiplayer session on the stream, or even off stream if people want to be off, prefer off stream. But we should have a big multiplayer session. Everybody who's got Steam, grab the game. It's free to play. It's an open source free game, and we should have a big multiplayer session of it. All right, science. Why are you not giving me my complete missions? Orbit below 1.1 million complete. Destination to the Mun complete. That is complete. Situation orbit complete. Below 1.1 complete. That's all complete. That's all done. This part here though. Yeah, OpenTTD, definitely a good game. Grab it. Loads of mods available. AIs for the AI players, new graphics, new vehicles, new ways of playing, all sorts of stuff on there as well. Hey, anybody understand why it's not letting me have this contract completion? See, the Mimus one, it says it's the new vessel's complete. The orbit is incomplete, although we know that's complete. It's just because we're not in the vehicle, I think. But anyone have any idea at all why these 2G antennas combined aren't give me the thing? Turn off the probes. 3 probes. Yep. Turn off the station for a minute. Turn off the weird things on the ground. I have 3 work lamps. What are they classed as? Unknown objects. Right. Now give me my relay satellites. Minmus relay set. Load. Should I put the COVID vaccine on it instead? See, the problem is this needs to complete its mission, which is recovery. 90% on that one, nice, and 61% on that one, nice. That one was 61% because of the distance away from the Kerbal Space Center, but the actual speed was 100%. That's good. Contract though. Any Kerbal Space Program fans that know why this antenna's not giving me a thing? The reason it's important to know the answer now is the Mars one. The Mars one. They're doing a one that's going to launch, has a 15k. I've given it 16k worth of antennas and a 16G. It's supposed to be 16G, 15G, and I give it 16Gs of antennas, and I'm worried that it gets out there and it won't work. Unless it has to be really badly, unless it's saying that value, the rating combinable, to it has to be. I don't know. Well, that partial. Can't read what that says. What does it say? Warning transmissions are partial. So, yeah, it's partial and everything. There's no science on this craft anyway. Unless hibernation's off, operational, we'll configure naming, control for me, control part, rename Kerbal access. No, I'll say is there a button to say like do science or complete mission or something. Just more solar power. Okay, I have no idea what is happening here. This should work. Quick save. We'll retract all the antennas and then redeploy them. Can I have a maneuver? An action group for this? I have an action group mod, don't I? That one? No. That one, action group. Edit action groups. Alarm clock, can you just move out the way a little bit, please? Right, group 1. Antenna. Toggle antenna. If this works, it'll let me toggle the antennas in. I won't lose access because I'm going to be amazing, right? Curving, create a rim. We are bouncing a satellite already off somewhere. There we go. So we have a signal going back to some satellites over there that are talking to us right now. And if I press number 1, this should go direct connection to the Space Center, right? In a moment. maybe not 100%. Yeah, so antennas are off, it's 80% because we've got a signal, weak signal going back to the base. But if I then deploy the antennas, I get 100% signal because we have these amazing antennas. And we're even able to talk to that one up there, which normally when we turn the big antennas off, we can't talk to that one. The Mimus relay, which is way up there at 1.9, we can't even see unless we turn on the big antennas. Oh, that is that on the planet. It's all looped up. But our mission is really weird. Should have made a DSN. There is a DSN already on the Kerbals on the planet. There's a DSN. We can't talk to Kerbal Space Center right now directly because it's on the night side. But that's not what it says. It says an antenna rating of at least 5M, and we've got 4 6G antennas, the 2G antennas. So we've got way above what it requires. Because I figured if we're going to do we're going to do a relay, let's go bigger, right? Where's the mon? Focus the view. There's your relay satellite. Switch to that one. For those who don't understand, DSN is Deep Space Network. Yeah. Hi, Smudgy. Where's the sun? Sun's over there. The solar panels are aimed fairly optimal. Again, same scenario. In this craft, is the mod version again. Where are we? Everything's ticked apart from the relay. No, that's a dream job. That's a dream networking job until DNS problems. Oh, if you work on the DSN and something screws up on there, that suddenly becomes that dream job. Suddenly becomes a dream nightmare, right? That definitely will happen. What are you press on naming anyway? Oh, it's just setting the default, isn't it? Kerbnet access. Hey, look, we got a thing down there. What's that do? Oh, we can change the numbers. Okay. Well, I have no idea. We've got probes here. They're all prepped and ready to go. They're all working. The science is bugging out. My real worry is when we launch this Duna one, my 15G satellite is going to be problematic. Because my craft is 16G, and I'm worried that one's going to be problematic at best. I'm going to fly anyway, and if it works, then it's more these crafts having way too much power and the game not able to figure it out, which would be really stupid if that's the case. Alright, so that being said, let's go back to the Space Center and prep for our next mission. There we go. Little bits of debris of treats just there from the tree I had earlier. Alrighty. you can have a little bit more trees. But then we have to cut you off a little bit because there's quite a few. Right. Back to the Space Center, please. Come on, frames, come back to me. There we go. Alright, next up on our list then. In 3 days we have a launchpad beta set up and running. So we can launch 2 crafts without having to worry about the downtime if that ever gets to a situation. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but we had the money to spare. In 6 days, the Duna Relay satellite will be ready to launch, and then a few days after that, it says 18 days, but actually that'll speed up once that one completes. That'll be ready to go as well. Alright, so I think it's going to just be a matter of we skip forward until they're ready to launch, right? I would love to have more crafts in queue, but we don't really have any missions to go, especially with this Duna one being a bit weird, so... Right, that's that complete. We now have 2 launch pads. We have Alpha and Beta. And we can just at any point switch between them and launch to the appropriate pad. I'm not sure what number 3 stands for though. What should we name it? Alright, let's go 2 days after that one, so let's fast forward to that one, get ready to launch that big ass craft and see how bad that gets for us. Sadly, it's early morning, and it will probably be nighttime when the rollout to the pad is complete. Begin rollout. That will take 2 hours. Although in that, we might not be too dark. Quick save. Save. There we go. Right, so we're ready to launch the Duna Relay satellite. For 7 days, the Duna Science will be ready, and we need to do the actual burn to Duna in 46 days. But these crafts can sit in orbit of Kerbin, ready to go until then. So we get this one launched into orbit. Butterbean says hello. I want to say, ah, hello, hello. All right, let's give this a test. I mean, I'm not even sure if this thing will fly, so I'm really hoping it'll fly. What's it called? I know Butterbean's name. I can't remember what the other dog's called. But they're both cute. Especially when Toad sends you pictures of them both sleeping on his bed so he can't get in there himself. Alright. This one also does not have lights on it, I don't think. You're not inside either. Right. Vessel complete, yep. And a bunch of sightings came back. Nice. Alright, ready to launch. Throttle max, SAS on. Same orbit. The idea of this one is to get it into low Kerbin orbit in a parking orbit and leave it there until we're ready to do the burn off to Duna. So, let's hope this thing flies. It should do. It's pretty much the same rocket we've been flying already, just with a much more powerful relay satellite inside. Pitching over to 10 degrees. I just love the engines of the 5 engine stack. It looks so cool. When we go to 20 degrees. Throttling back to stop from hitting 300 before we hit the second marker in the atmosphere. Perfect. Throttle to max. Switching to maneuver mode here. Heading up to 45 degrees. Now we're hitting 10k atmo. Throttle to 0. Deploy. Let the path fall away. Bye. And throttle up. Parachutes are deployed. I can hear them deploy. The first time it didn't explode, that was a rebuild as well, so that's more of a screw you DJ scenario. Our engines are at full throttle. Holding 45 degrees. We are starting to slip a little bit down the ball, which I don't particularly want to be doing. But I'm going to hold that. We're at 49 and climbing. 63, 64. Aiming for around. With this one, I'm going to aim for a straight 80. We have the fuel for it, so why not? 80, hold. Almost out of the atmosphere as well. I'm going to stick this on a pro grade maneuver. RCS to line it. SCS to hold it. I don't know what the deploy looks like, but hopefully it's a slow deploy. Yep, nice and slow deploy there. Bye! I'll turn the deployment speed right down to 30 on them so that we can actually see them fall away. Peter's been streaming for 4 hours! Woo! TV, Twitch chat. Thanks for letting me know. Just live streaming. Good to know. I was wondering if we were going to be streaming today. Okay, we are climbing up to our 80 and then we'll be burning at a perhaps of T minus 2 seconds for circularization burn, and then holding a parking orbit of 80 kilometers where the craft will hold as a whole until we are ready for moving off to Duna. At that point we'll decide if we're going to be using any of the extra fuel in here for a kick or whether we won't bother. We won't know that until the time though. Hey Toby. Toby. Oh, how is my Toby Obi anyway? He's on camera 1, by the way, if you want him. Being adorable. 20 seconds. Hello, Toby. T-minus 14 seconds. I will give you a full camera, Toby, in a moment. I'm just got a 14-second burn to begin. Switching away from Pro Grade 2. Stability assist and 3, 2, burn. Pull the nose up a little bit. Ooh, that's a wiggly craft. There we go. That's a bit nose high because we were losing altitude. Bring it back down. It's wiggly, isn't it? Switch to fine controls. There we go. That's much nicer to control. Hold the pro grid now. There we go. 79 and 83. That is a perfectly good orbit. And for safety, we will disengage the engine. There we go. Engine is disengaged. And now the question is, will we use this fuel? And there's so little fuel here. There really isn't anything to use. So I think we will actually deorbit this now. I was planning on keeping it and to see if we're going to do a boost up, but it's so low. We're going to do cut, and I'm going to actually add an extra stage here for this engine so it doesn't get activated, because I don't want to. There's no reason to deactivate the engine if it doesn't activate in the first place, right? separated. And the key part here is RCS on retrograde maneuver. And then a quick burn just to deorbit ourselves. I want to get a 40 kilometer periaps. There we go. And the excess fuel in the tank can be used for maintaining it. The craft itself over here is very happy it's sat there. It's got its engine prepped ready to go. It's got all of its monoprop. It's got all of its fuel. It's got all the stuff it needs. And apparently we're not generating fuel energy. We're not generating energy. But that's why we're not generating energy. The sun's right behind us. But our solar panel is here, so we'll give it a quick roll. There we go. So that when we do turn around the corner of the planet, we will pick up sun on the solar panel. Because we will pick it up and it hits that panel there. They're not going to deploy these, because right now these panels are tucked away quite happily, and they are... well, they're fine right now. If we were to deploy them, we can't retract them. So I'd rather not deploy those until we need to. Now, Toby. Boop. Toby. Hi, Toby. Hi. You're curious, aren't you, about everything? Hey, Toby. We come over this side, we're going to walk back across. There we go. Come over there. Hi. What is it you and your mother doing that little tiny bit of table? You can stand the teeniest, tiniest bit of table. There we go. Put the camera back in its normal place for... There we go. Hi. You'll be right in the normal place, didn't you? Okay, you can have a treat as well. As much as I had loads of treats today, there's no reason why you can't have treats as well, is there? Oh, that tub was empty. And that tub's empty because we have two buddy cats. We have a Toby and a Polly. Polly is here. She just turned up, came off the camera angle. There we go. Toby says, "I'm here to clog up your computer filters." To be fair, they get clogged up quite a lot with cat fur. I have to clean them on a regular basis. There's a bit of lint in the there's a bit of lint on the kitten's left side. They have a habit of shedding a lot, and obviously the fans pull up the air, so yeah. By the way, that thing in between them, right into Toby's tail and right near Polly's head, that's a little block of cardboard, corrugated cardboard, that they climb on and scratch at and claw at. So they have a little cardboard scratching pad. Boop. Alright, put that back up there. I think that's about right. I can't get the angle any better, sadly. So that's good. I have 19-year-old carpet with dogs who shed. So yeah. Yep. And then anything disturbs it, it's in the air and it's on your clothes and yep. I have to clean everything once a month or listen to my computer pretend to be fully rolled up Merlin engine. Fair. Fair. That I can imagine. Alright, so this craft is prepped and ready to go for Mars. Doing it. Let's give it a rename. It's actually called doing a relay. It's fine. It's a relay though. There we go. Okay, that one's holding. So now we can go back to the tracking station. That actually flew a lot smoother than I thought it was going to fly. Although the amount of fuel we had left at the end was a little bit surprising how close we were. Might want to get the length off Toby before he ingests it. Toby. Oh, I see it. Look, come here. Thank you. Got it. Alrighty. All probes are done. Everything's working fine right now. We have a probe prepped in orbit to go. We have another probe ready in 7 days. We could fast forward to that one and get that one launched as well. You know, I feel we should fast forward to get that one launched as well. I'm just thinking if we have anything to build in the meantime. Any other missions that can grab our attention? Especially Duna-based missions. Because with the timer coming up for Duna. Rotate the crew is always a thing we should definitely look at doing. So I'm going to grab that one. It's not a big payout, but it gives us something to do with it as well. So grab the crew rotation mission. Moto, Ike, Elu, Tyloo, Leif. Relay satellites with lots of dishes around Kerbal. Lots of dishes. 900G. $900G. Our current craft is. We're thinking 2G is the maximum we can currently haul. So we need to get some science back so we can do more. Toby is thankful not to have to update. It's done later. He is. He's also a bit of a dustbin. He'll eat anything and they'll be fine. But never play safe. Never be too safe with them. Multiple antennas may be required to extend antennas and descending. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Minmus, the Mon, materials, no. Help a scientist perform experiments in the Mon holes, no. Rare science for water, plant a flag on Minmus. We did a flag on Minmus, didn't we? Plant a flag on the Mon. Do complex scan with a rover arm on the Olivian formation. No. This one we could do. This one we have a satellite out there. We're just not ready to scan yet, is it? It's not high enough up the. Is it? Been out there a while. Is it high enough to use it? Actually, haven't checked. How high is it in orbit? Probes. It's got a really high elliptical orbit, so it's got to go out and find the damn thing. You're the burnt marshmallow. You're the probe. You're the ScanSat. There, that'll be you most likely. There's two probes. It's either ScanSat or it's the one. The one's on a different orbit. It's a highly elliptical orbit. One was launched, misconfigured. So, right, you have. There it is. You have the scanner, so we can start tracking. It is now mapping asteroids and comets passing near Duna orbit. And we can log the observations. Hey, science! Transmit. We can deploy that scanner for no reason other than we can open it, right? Doesn't do anything because it's an orbital survey and we don't have a. We're not in an orbit, but we can have it open. I wish I'd blink or something when it was running. What's our battery situation here? Battery is charging. Sun is pretty much optimal. Engine is deactivated for safety reasons. Batteries are good. They are charging up. Antennas are open. These ones produce 5M combinable, so we could have put one of those on the other thing, but I want to go bigger. But apparently that's going to be a thing. And you are tracking, and I can log the observation data, and there's nothing to grab, but we can keep tracking. All right. So if I turn that off, go back to the science center, grab the science mission, and then come back. As long as it doesn't say we need to do a new one, of course. If it says new craft, then we can't do it that easily. Because it might say we require a new satellite. Because some do. Some say you do need a new satellite. Some day you just need to do the mission. But we'll find out in a second. Mission control. Right, so it was down near the bottom, wasn't it? It was down here. Oh. Map 10 asteroids endangering Kerbal with a sentinel infrared telescope. Have a sentinel on a vessel. We have a sentinel infrared telescope on the vessel, so don't give me the incomplete on that. Reach designated orbit around the sun. Ugh. They want a specified orbit. Specified orbits are a pain in the ass to do. We'll take it. We'll see how hard it is to get to the orbit with the current craft, and if it's too much, we cancel it, and it'll only hurt us a small, teeny amount. So. I think you can rotate 10 degrees clockwise. The craft itself is pretty good actually on that. Right, so your math CanSat. I don't even know what fuel you have for the alteration. That's why we're seeing if we can even do the mission. In theory, it shouldn't require much fuel to do it because our orbit is so big. Right, but map mode. We're in a higher orbit than Kerbal. Now we need to see the orbits. See, this one here is a periapse of 10 million. So we are quite high up now. We're going to require fuel to get down there, but I don't know what fuel we have. Not much is the answer. 90% in that one. Good. So let's give it a test. If I added a maneuver node here, and let's do a burn down to the to that. It would require to get down, just get down to that orbit, 694 meters per second of delta V, which is already telling me I don't have available. And then when we get there, bring the orbit down to there. 694 delta V total so far for the first one, and probably another bit after that one for the other one. And our current delta V available on this craft is 777. Ooh. So we can get down to that orbit. I just don't think we can circularize the orbit. So yeah, I don't think we can actually do this this mission. It's a very low orbit though for a scanner. I mean, it's scanning D's up here. Reach designated orbit. 10.1, 10.2. Yeah, so that's this one here. We could try it. Set us on retrograde. RCS active, even though we don't actually have any RCS on the craft. So it's going to be very difficult to do this maneuver. Especially when this ship doesn't have any control schemes. Yeah, even the... I can't control this craft anyway, ever, because the engines don't gimbal. So this craft will never move, basically. There's no... this is before I put the RCS mod on, so it was fine before. We used the reaction wheels to turn. I can't do that anymore. So this craft can't move, so what I'm going to do here is just start tracking from this orbit here. And we'll leave this one in its tracking position, and it's it can continue doing science for us, basically. And it says mapping Duna, so if we go to map, Duna's there. It should be mapping in this space here. So tracking station there. We'll give it that science mission. It wasn't a big money maker anyway. I just wanted we had a chance of completing it. It was just that required orbit was the issue. Right, so if I had to look up here, they can find me unknown objects. And get rid of the relay satellites. We're doing a relay probe. When I went that, I have to get rid of relays. Oh, it's still classed as a satellite, isn't it? There we go. Right, toggle off of waypoints. Active orbits. Debris. Ooh, that brought something up. Interesting. Comnet itself. Yeah, let's mob over that one. Turn it off for now. Active waypoints. Deployed science. Don't need those on this map. Turn that off again. There we go. Space object. We haven't found any space objects yet, but we'll find them over time, is the hope. And we can do an asteroid mission later on. That's what the whole point of that probe is anyway. Alright, bring up my probes. Space debris is a problem. Look at the space debris we have. Currently, our space debris consists of all of these. The orbit tester from craft number 3 is at 81 and 39. That actually should go down by itself. In that case, let's... Anything that has an orbit below 70k, we'll deem that it will naturally decay. And we will remove it. But this one's going to be so soon, I'm going to actually write it down. The game should remove them automatically when they hit below 50k, I think it is. Yeah. This is a craft that should have demised a long time ago. You hear the RCS engines just trying their best. Which is the one for RCS? There we go. That one, that one. That one? That one. I don't know what the button is for maximum RCS. K? No, not K. Not I. That's C with all the burns. It's been a long time since I've done that. That one, that one, that one, that one. That one? And that one. Yep, that one. Use as much of the monoprop we can to slow down. Oop, engine's off. Yep, craft is now dead in the water. It ran out of the charge. This is a booster stage anyway. It has parachutes on it. Must have been planning to recover these stages much earlier. Just never got around to doing them. I love it is done by me to destroy one of their houses to expand the rail network. the railroad network. Oh, buy a PR thing and then do it anyway. It's actually half solar panels. I don't think this is before solar panels, isn't it? I believe this has drug shoots. That are different from the main shoots. And even though there's no power, I think I can still control them. Let's minimize that. This is very, very stable craft considering that we have no power. Hold 4. I think you missed an F on that, didn't you? If I could get a little bit of authority back, I could throttle the engine up and get some power from the engine throttle. There are many cities in Kerbal. Officially in the game, there are no cities in Kerbal. The only buildings in the entire game are the Kerbal Space Center buildings. But the mod that I'm running, one of the mods I've got puts fake city lights on the ground at night so you can see what looks like cities down there. Well, it ain't gonna deploy. I can't deploy the satellite. I can't deploy them. No! Because the probe's dead, so the probe can't deploy them. Time to boom! Wait for it. Hang on. F2. Zoom out a little bit so we can see the explosion. All the glory that is Kerbal. Should have deployed them earlier actually, but I had no power to do so. To the underground race. Basically, yes. That's explained by the screen in green, right? Underground with all the radiations. Annoyingly, this craft would actually survive. If the parachutes are more than enough to handle it. And the fact that they went white to on the icons here, yeah, this craft could actually survive a landing. Whoop, wrong one. Here we go. Kerbal explosion time. If it helps, the ring survived. Hit random buttons. Yeah. Can you stop spinning? I'd love to. I'd love to be able to recover this little ring. Da, 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 da. Oh, there we go. Finally stopped at that angle. Because that makes logical sense, right? Ooh, prettiness. Recover the vessel. No more recovery. Spin me right round, baby, right round. I can hear them, but I can't see them. That's always a disconcerting thing. I'm sure it's fine. Watch it blow when it stops. I won't be faster this game. Hey, got 36 funds back for that. Alright, let's look at the other crafts we've got available. Any of us are below 70k will naturally decay and we'll get rid of them. Orbital test of debris. Your orbit is... Where's your orbit? Ah! You appear to be landed. Recover. You are also landed? Wait, you're in orbit. Okay, you are. You're at currently 89 with a periaps of 83 and an apoaps of 122. Sadly, you are staying in orbit. This one, oh, there we are. You have 160 to 80. You're also staying in orbit. You are way out here, and so nothing I can do about you. Same goes for you. Are you actually debris though? Why would I have debris out here? Well, that's an impact grid or a volcano. I don't remember leaving debris out here, but it must have left something out here, right? It's a solar panel. Literally nothing but a solar panel out here. What happened out here to leave a solar panel loose? I mean, it's still debris. But what happened to put it out there? Come on, I'm trying to tracking center so I can get the rest of the debris out here. Because a lot of debris is. Look, I've done a bunch of it already, so I'm hoping we get the debris all cleared up that we can. If the ones we can go and grab them and do nothing about most of them. They're not a danger right now, but if we're not careful with the debris, we will become a danger. So you're there, you're there. You are way out here. You are 44, so you'll be up here for quite a while. You're going to be 4 days before you arrive. You are a 44. Okay, so you're coming from up here, and you are also on your way up, and you're going to be at 44. So these three here, they need to be dealt with, and what I think's happened here is that they should have all deorbited, but they went through the orbit process and just carried going. So I'm going to terminate them because all of them got a pair of 44. So I'm going to manually terminate these ones. Right. So now we're just left with actual debris out there, and these two pieces of debris out here that we really need to look at getting rid of at some point, maybe. Put the probes back on, put the space station back on, and I'll leave the relays off because the relays are something we can grab when we need them. I wonder why my... Oh, it's going with a red tag on my space station, but it's because I had it focused. Can you... there we go. It's because it's focused and not because we're targeting to shoot it down or anything. God, getting cursor over is really difficult. Alright. Now we need a crew rotation flight soon. So what we should do is build one, really. Get one prepped and ready to fly, shouldn't we? Alright. A crew rotation vehicle needs to be able to get to the space station, get the crew and bring them back. Now we have one already, and I don't know how well it will fly, given that we've not used reaction wheels anymore. But it was designed to dock, so my docking craft usually have an RTS on them. What does the mission require, by the way, for crew rotation? Dock with the craft. Crew at least 2, have at least 1 engineer on board, and recover these 3 people. Okay. There are crater again. Every time I type, you move away from it. there is a massive crater on Kerbal. I'll bring it up for you. I know where you're on about. It's a biome in its own right, and it's a hint towards the asteroids that destroyed the dinosaurs and the Earth. Basically, that's roughly what happened with that one. With that particular one. That one there. That one there. It's an old impact crater. See, on the Earth millions of years ago, asteroids hit the land there on the coast. It caused a massive tidal wave to go one way and a massive tidal wave to go the other way, and left a massive hole in the ground in the process. There's evidence of it in the oceans around. I think it's on the border of part of China or something. I'm not 100% sure exactly where it is. It's in the Asian area, but it's a massive crater. It was bigger than anyone thought it was going to be. And at first they didn't believe it was there because it was so big. But what they found out was when they looked under the ocean with water penetrating radar, they could see the edge of the crater and a peak in the middle. Then there was like a bit of water here, still a bit of ocean, and then when they tracked it in and completed the circle with a map, they found a whole bunch of caves running in a circle that didn't make sense anyway. It's really interesting. You can pen exactly. It's where AJ fell into the bottom of the earth and then landed on the curve to make an impact crater. Maybe that's where all the surface buildings went. They saw AJ arrive and it was like, oh my god, the cannibals here, must go and run. By the way, Raven, there's no cities in the game, but as soon as you go to night mode, you can see the cities here. They're lit up with the mod that puts the fake cities on. That's just the mod, there's nothing there. If you fly to that location and the orbit on top of it, it's just dirt there. There are officially some landing sites though. Toggle sites, there we go. Over here we have the desert launch site and desert airfield. It's a runway and a launch pad that look just like the Kerbal Space Center ones, maybe a bit more run down. That you can land at for different reasons if you might want to. There's also the island airfield and the main Kerbal Space Center. There's another one, I can't remember which one it is. There's 5. There's 1, 2 there. There's 3, 4 there. There it is. And there's the Woomerang launch site, which I've never actually launched from. We give you an inclined launch site to use. Central America. Alrighty. I knew it was somewhere. Alright, back to the mission control. Let's cancel that science one we're not going to do. The space thing, that one. There we go. Quick check for new missions because of that one we got rid of. Investigate a malfunctioning satellite? No. Rendezvous with Triforce Radio Station 2. Wait for satellite uplink for 2 minutes. That's just a boring one. It's just flight up to a location, match orbit, and wait 2 minutes, and then deorbit whatever you took up there. Also, the scientists think that the impact set off the suburban volcano traps at once. Yeah, they think it was a massive tsunami caused by the impact. Plus, they also think that almost every volcano on the planet was triggered simultaneously because of the impact was so powerful. Well, at least every super volcano was set off anyway. That's one of the thinkings currently. Really, Moho, Ike, Elu. These are all just too far out, but we don't know if it's working currently yet. Kind of have to want to do this one. And then use it as a mechanism to get 2 things because of that one. Because these both require a new vessel. Right? And if we can get that one, we can also get that other one on the way. Both want 900G, you see. That's the thing. 900G on that one. And that one also wants 900G. We can build one satellite and get 2 payouts for it, potentially. We just have to do a parking orbit on the way to it. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so that one doesn't say you need multiples, but it doesn't say you can't, it's combined, so that's what's irritating there. That one, it says rating combined 900. That one's rating combined 900. Multiple antennas may be required. Yep. Multiple antennas may be required. Mostly orbit details are intentionally open, but inclined and orbit gives most things. Don't forget to extend antennas when extending. Yeah. I don't know why we can't complete this one. This one confuses me so much. But yeah, we can get a rocket able to go out of the Kerbal system and deliver a payload with a scansat. Well, not scansat, with some relays. 900 Gs. Now here's the problem. I have a calculator over here. We need to do 900 G. Our best satellite can do 2 G. Means we need 450 antennas on the satellite. It might be a bit unwieldy. So we're going to need to... We can hold on to those missions because they're long duration missions, but we're going to need to unlock better antennas first. Also, scientists love that they kill this. Aha. Rah. Or agrees or confirms as you're texting. Yeah, as you click on things, they'll make noises. But I was clicking on them by accident around the right time. So right, so we need better antennas. So they'll be down here. Not that one. Communotron gives us 15G. Okay. This one would give us 15G. That's the ground one. That's the ground one. Now 15G, 900 divided by 15 is 60. That's doable. Potentially doable. Although having access to the bigger dish, wherever it is. Where's the bigger dish? There. That one there can do 100G straight off the bat. Although that one is expensive and it'll be a while yet. Solar array, rechargeable batteries, fuel cells, and thermals. I would love to get the more science up and running soon, which is basically these things here. Alright. Let's get. We got a science craft ready to go. Well, we will be ready to go shortly. It's building. Actually, how much is left on the building? It's about 7 days. I kind of want to get launched into space. Pack reconditioning is in 2 hours. Submit. Well, let me see the other stuff. This one says 7 days before they're doing a science is ready to launch. So we want to build a. We really can't build the craft with that many antennas right now, so we have to hold on to those contracts for a short while. So in the meantime, what missions do we have available we can do? That one we can't do just yet. That one can't do just yet. That one we can't do. That one is annoying. That one is waiting. That one we can do. That one we could also look at doing. We haven't got it ready yet. Parts. Modular data transmitter. Count of at least 4 data transmitters, so 4 antennas. A docking node of at least 2 docking ports. A crew capacity of at least 50. Electric charge of at least 20,000 units. And an orbit above 350,000 meters. Space Hotel wouldn't be a bad one to build. We could start with lifting that kind of weight now. That one's already prepped. That one's going to be prepped soon. Eve. Flyby Eve. Situation escape trajectory. Flyby. Turn data from Eve. That one I think we've already on the way to do, right? I have to double check that one. And Eve is like 378 days away, so if the craft's not already en route, then we're not going to get there. But we need to build a crew rotation vehicle and start a new space station. Probes. Oh, look, Duna. Is that actually going to go to Duna? It is. Huh. Must have launched a little bit earlier. It's actually not bad off, not far off. Which means we could potentially launch now. I'm actually curious though, this probe here, is it usable? It's going to be a flyby. Because I don't think we've got any mechanism to... I don't think we have any mechanism designed around it. Just a reminder, if anyone would like to have a 12-hour stream, there is a mission. There's a thing available. Community challenge, top of the chat. Alright, yeah, I added these 2G antennas all over the place because I wanted to make sure we had the range. And this has a scan sat top, so I want to use this to scan Duna. So this one wants to get there and actually enter orbit and deploy the scanners and scan Duna. It has this engine, which we can't turn with. See? It has no RCS on board. This craft is basically on a flyby trajectory right now. So sadly, it can't do the thing it's supposed to do, which is basically enter orbit and then scan. So we need to send a new scanner mission out with one that can do it. Our only available option to recover this craft would be to fly out there with. It's to fly out there with a. What do you call it? Fly out there with a Kerbal and actually attached to the craft a new engine or some RCS tanks and probes. Not doing that because it'll take ridiculous amounts of effort to get there. Ooh. Saying that, Alt. I can't use the control, but I can use these. Prograde retrograde to control craft. Okay, the craft may not be entirely unusable now. This might be a recoverable craft. It'll be a very, very slow job, but we have to enter orbit, so retrograde and prograde is all we need, right? Alright, that is good to know. Good to know. Leave this craft alone for a while. And be good. Should we tell RJ that we have a another full packet or not? I had 2 packets, and when Nadia was on his bit dropping thing yesterday, and I told him we ran out because the one packet ran out, but the other one hasn't. So I didn't want him to spend any more money because he enjoys dropping the beans when he's been irritated, and I did irritate him that day. Hey, Smudgy, how you doing, beautiful? Save. Save. Game. Game save. Save game. I need a proper save command. I need an audio file for saving. I love the one that Blind's got. That thingy. I can't remember his name. But thingy did for Blind. That's great. He saved our ass, but good thing no one will clip that and irritate him with it. Oh, I entirely expect you to do so. I entirely expect you to do so. I don't do anything on this channel without expecting to be clipped at some point. Too semantic. Yeah, I love that one. It's great. But I want something like that for ourselves. It's mad. Some kind of audio for saving. And also for when I forget to put the camera onto the game and that kind of stuff. Okay. We were going to build a crew rotation vehicle. We have a crew rotation vehicle. I don't know how well it'll work, so we should actually go test it out. Being that we've been crew down, and but to do that, we need to launch a new crew up. So we need to see if we can dig out our existing crew rotation vehicle. There might be to build a couple of them actually. One thing I haven't got on this game, I haven't got crew life support, so I'm not sure if you guys would like to see life support added to it or not. Need a crew mission. Lunar launcher, lander, probe, comms, sample return. Lab module, crew transfer, version 4. Boom. Should we tell RJ we have? Alright, we have. What the hell is that? Anyone know what that's about? What the hell was that about? I get that it's a crew capsule, but damn, that's horrible. That's the Mach 2 command pod, which means it has 2 seats. I think we need to build a new one. What do you think? I think we need to build a new craft because I think our crew rotation craft needs a little bit of progress. Number 26, number 28, so 29 will be our new crew craft. Here we go. Smudgy, you're adorable and I do love you, but I am wanting to fly spaceships. I want to build these spaceships as well. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? So no, you should all the attention? Okay, we'll give you some more attention. Hi. There you go. Get all attention down now, aren't you? I know you won't, so... Brand new tub, never opened. Release the quality seal. Ah. You ate the other ones, you can't have more of the other ones. Oh. Where's my opener? There it is.
I heard a bean box rattle. I heard a bean box rattle.
Hey RJ, how you doing? Just a little bit busy right this second. We have a we have a hungry smudgy, or more accurately, a greedy smudgy. Alrighty. Now say that again, Maddie, but slower. Oh, he knows exactly what he said. He said it purposely that way. That wasn't a mistake. That was a joke. That was an intended joke. Down there. I need to move these weights upstairs. That's where they're more likely to use. Down here, I tend to be doing my own exercise upstairs. So, all right. RJ would like a bean. He knows what's up. I do. I know it was a joke and not a slip. Hey RJ. New box. Ooh. Same flavors though. Alright, yellowy one. What an egg or butter popcorn. I have to tell actually that one. It's like kind of half between the two. It's like it's a bit of an eggy taste to it, but it's also a bit of a popcorn taste to it. That's a bit weird, that one. 29. Thank you, Andy, for the bits. Much appreciated. 029. Station crew rotation. Oh, we have bigger craft now. What are the crew capacities of all these capsules? This one has a crew capacity of 1. Okay. This one has a crew capacity of 2. This has a crew capacity of 3. Don't want to do these ones because these are food modules, not really for landing. Two. And even these are 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. So that's with that one. So we're going to take this capsule up. Beep beep. Hey Pete, tell Addy about the thing. Which thing? What thing? There's a thing? Okay, back to new bedding hunting.
Back to new bedding hunting. I had an accident with old one. Nosebleed from hell.
Let me know when you've replaced the bedding. We can, and make sure you're eating, drinking a smoothie next to it when you call us back. We have a few things to tell you. 12. Oh, RJ, yeah. Top of the stream. It should be available on mobile as well. Top of the chat, there should be a 12-hour stream community challenge. If people want to see the community challenge of a 12-hour stream, they can donate points to it. And if we hit 64,000 points, we do a 12-hour stream. If we do a 12-hour stream because people want it, we will consider looking at a 24-hour stream at the next bank holiday. Saying that, we have in August we have the community the channel holiday coming up. The channel's birthday anniversary. So we could aim for doing it then if we get the votes in for it. So Twitch study. What? We're looking people. There's a thing at the top of the stream for community challenge for points to see if people want to see a 12-hour stream or not. If you're insane enough, you want to spend 12 hours with me, then you can take a look. Right, docking ports. Where's the docking ports on this thing? Campotron. There. I would much prefer a sealed one, but I don't actually have it actually still in there yet. Twitch studded. Ooh, no. Payload. What's the smallest payload we put? See, if this wasn't so big, I'd put that there.
All the beans.
Yeah, if that wasn't so bulky, I would definitely put like a fairing on that. But that's so big, it's just not. No. Addy! 5 beans. I'm going to cap you out at 5 beans, by the way. On a single bit thing anymore. Because it's okay, but it's not fun for everyone watching to just go like bean, 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 bean. 2, 3, 4. So 5 you can have, but no more than 5 per mission. Beans are escaping. Help! Do we go 5? There we go. For the 12-hour stream. It costs channel points? It does. Channel points. Alright, what do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Number 1.
Yeah, understandable. Was last bean donation anyway.
Yep. I mean, I have no problem doing more, but it just if you can empty a packet in one go, it's not really. It becomes desensitized pretty quickly. I mean, remember when you got blind to eat like 20 in a go and just shoved them all in there? That just no. That wasn't fun to watch because it wasn't. It wasn't disgusting. It was like, there was no anticipation. Bar for peach. Peach. Milk or coconut? Yeah, spoiled milk. Yeah. Give me a drink with it now because there's more to go in there. Great, he loved it. It wasn't as bad as it should have been because he should have all in one go and it just like merged the flavours. Raw egg or butter popcorn? That's definitely popcorn. I don't know, this one's really hard to tell. Yeah, that one I can't even tell what it is by eating it. And finally, it's dog food or chocolate pudding. Dog food, yeah. You can taste the beef. Okay. We probably don't need a heat shield, but I'm going to bring one anyway. I mean, we don't need 800. I'm going to bring it down. How much would that change our weight anyway? You know what? You never have too much heat protection for a crew, right? Shroud. Oh, me flavoured dog food. Coupling. So we need a decoupler here. And it'll be that one? No, that one. That goes there. There are crew on board. I'm going to have to get rid of that crew later on, but flag? Where'd the flag go? On the back? Yep. Mirror the flag. Alright, so that's the capsule. And then the capsule, we should put fairing around the capsule, or would the dog pot be okay, do you think? What we could do is, under aerodynamics, add a nose cone like that, and then just disconnect it from the docking port. Quick, I can't even do a quick test on the launch pad because it's, we have to build it. Put it on the window. Okay. Next is going to be a service module. I don't have an RTS tank big enough, do I? Not for this. These just get smaller and smaller. Oh, there we go. I'm going to bring a bigger tank than we actually need because I'll be able to offload some of the fuel to the space station to top up the tanks that are on the station. Then we want a fuel tank itself. Oh God, this actually requires a big tank to start with, doesn't it? God, I hate that one so much. Doesn't even look fun. I don't want orange though. Ugh. I wish you could have like a single colour scheme going down the craft, it would be nicer. Idea says he can't figure out how to add points to the thing. It's not coming up for him. Tried normal channel points, doesn't see the banner on channel either. That's weird. Definitely a thing that's available on mobile, but I'd have to bring up my Twitch mobile app to find out. If I get it so if someone on mobile with Android could assist. Alright, let me have a quick look myself really to help out. People send me WhatsApp messages. What's that? Right, Twitch. If it says log in, I'm going to just say no. Hey, actually remember me login. Apparently there's an update available for it though. So let it do the update. Can I view my channel? Can I actually see my channel? Clips, video, chat. There it is. Bring me up the chat. Channel points. Channel points. Tap the thing. Learn my channel points. No, it'll be in here somewhere. I just know where it is. I have to do it with my iPhone. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it on. I've never actually done it on a stream, so I'm just having a nosy. That's an emote panel. It's not that one. Maybe they don't. Maybe they haven't got it into mobile yet. But it's kind of stupid if they haven't, though, right? About. It would be an about. That makes no sense. See, I can't actually watch it on mine because I'm a streamer. It's just like you can't watch your own channel. That's not a thing you can do. Oh, actually, maybe loading. Loading. Reloading. Loading. Reloading. The lid's not bad actually, is it? Channel points, rewards, 2-time multipliers. Can't press the button that's clearly there. I don't think that's actually an option. $2,000 should be the maximum. Game challenge. Get the raid. Nope. I have no idea how you do it on mobile. It's literally not there. That is right. Well, that sucks. So much. Anyway, wow, I'm glad there was no feedback. Oh, headphones, so there's no chance of feedback. Right, so that's crash there. This one I want to make it a little bit different if we can. Make it powerful enough to get there and back, but also able to go to the bigger space station we're going to build up in air orbit. We'll add it if it's 2k short. Yeah, we can always add to it ourselves. Just because if it fails, it doesn't matter. Right, so that's the fuel tank there. We put the engine on that, and the engine is going to be a nice. I would like to not put a crappy engine on it. We could put a skipper on there. The skipper's not a bad engine. I would prefer a better engine for the job though. I like these dual engines, the Bobcats. So maybe the Poodle. Let's see, the efficiency is 350 versus 320. That would give us, out of Atmo, 1600 Delta V. And this one would give us 1900 Delta V. And honestly, we're not trying to do anything else other than get into orbit, right? And it also gives us the two engines I like on the crafts. We're going to need RCS thrusters. Standard large size, because this is a larger, heavier craft. Flip and 4 times. Go there, and they would go up here. Right, and the centre of mass is around there. I wish there was a way of seeing centre of thrust on this. And if we burn through, say, that much of our fuel, that's where we're going to be using our monoprop, so that's where we're going to put that there. Right, that should give us a decent thing. But you held the phone to the mic. I did hold the phone to the mic, but with stream delay, there was no chance of feedback from the phone, and no chance of it from my microphone, my headphone. So, if there wasn't stream delay, then yes, there would have been potential. That's all good. And that can do a 3 crew rotation to the space station very, very easily. Now just use a launch stage, a booster stage. So we're going to go coupling and go for a big coupling. And a single bell, double bell. Oh, that's the engine. Oh, I prefer the double. The single is big and bulky, but I like the double. Pretty to have the double. But I forgot to mention delay. Yeah, there's a slight delay on it, so it wouldn't cause a feedback loop. Right. Screw out. There we go. Right. So booster stage, fuel tank. Would be that bigger tank we've got. That's our biggest tank, but it's not the biggest tank in the game. I'll probably say we need 2 of those, and then just stick a Poodle engine on the bottom, a skipper. 1.4 off the pad, 2,000. Yeah, it's not going to be good enough. We're going to go for maybe mainsail. Ooh, a skiff maybe. Oh, a skiff's even worse. Okay, maybe not a skiff. Let's see, this is 310 and 305, and the thrust is 275 and 290. Oh, wrong ones. 265 and 280, and 58 and 240. So that is definitely a lot worse. This one's a very powerful engine. The mainsail is a very, very powerful engine. 2.5 off the pad with 2,200 meters per second delta V. Pushes up quite far, and then the craft takes over the rest of the way by itself. That would get us straight to orbit with a but again, it's the mainsail. I've never ever really been a fan of the mainsail. I don't know why. Even with the older mainsail, never really liked it. We have any with big engines, so the option is that. The option is the mainsail, 2.5 off the pad, which means we don't do a full acceleration, and 2,200 meters per second delta V, or we go with the tri launcher. Well, the quad launcher technically, I suppose. which is 1.39 off the pad, and 2.2. So 2.2. Right, 2.26 versus 2.2. So this is about the same delta V, just less lifting power. You know what? Let's just stick the mainsail on there, and we can get some stuff on here as well. Get me my parachutes, please. This stage will need parachutes. Ooh, 4 of them at the top, and I always like to have 4 at the bottom just to help the engine out. Those will trigger automatically onto that, but they will be an issue because we're going to be really high up with this one. This stage here will need parachutes, guaranteed, so we're going to give it parachutes times 2 on the capsule. We only need 2 parachutes. I would actually prefer them not to be so bulky, but you can't do much about that. Side on. See, there's the window. Technically, you don't really want to. I don't like having a single parachute, so I don't want to block the door. So you kind of have to have them here. Well, there they'll flip over the capsule. So the game basically says that what you really should be doing is having 1 parachute over here, and the capsule will tilt when it comes down, which I've seen happen, but I don't like it. I'm going to go with 2 parachutes, and they're going to go there, and they're going to block that window slightly because Screw needs to see outside, right? And we'll also push them inside a bit, and then up a bit, that way they can look like they're not blocking the window. And ever so slight rotation, there we go, just to stop them from looking weird. There we go, that parachute should be fine, he says, hopingly. Alright, this stage here will be dumped into Duke Mastery, and we should try to save this as well. This piece will have parachutes, 4 parachutes there, as well as a drogue chute system, which will go there. Drogue chute should go there. Okay. Engine fires. Parachutes will deploy late. These 2 will go there. These chutes will deploy upon that. There. Reconfigure these a little bit. Min pressure, yeah, altitude 1000. Min pressure. So the Kerbal is quite high, so I'll say these min pressure for these to activate will be 0.3, and the drogue chutes should activate at 0.2. That should give them a much better chance to not burn up, basically. Hey Pete, you're halfway there, uptime. I know. We always tend to get like a 6 or 7 hour stream as it is, and I'm not far off being ready to end the stream. So we have done like 10 hours occasionally, and we have done the occasional 12, but it's never been a mission to do so, you know. Right, so parachutes are all set up there, parachutes are set up there, parachutes are set up there. I would like to put some Separatrons up on these. We don't need them, but I think they're kind of fun to have, right? Separatrons, and you don't need 4. We can get away with 2. They can go right there before the parachute, and they don't have to push in a little bit because they always stick out way too much. Like that, and then we'll give them a rotation as well, so their flame doesn't blow up the fuel tank itself. And those will trigger on that, so they'll trigger when pulling that away. And on here, yeah, we should have Separatrons on here as well. Again, just 2. There. And they get pushed in and rotated, and they may blow up the RCS pod, thinking about it. So if we can just pull them down there a little bit into the engine bell, She doesn't look too bad like that, does it? I mean, I'm not a big fan of the things being visible. But that shouldn't. It might blow that up. But if it does, it's a nasty spot and it's cheap. There we go. It's not there to land the craft, it's there to just make it look cool. Alright, now we need power generation. I think on these I want to go with deployable solar panels. I know we don't bother with deployables, but I think on this one I'll go deployable. We'll go for the midpoint of the craft, or the bottom of the craft. At the bottom of the craft. Go there. Deploy them. And I'm going to actually put them on a small rotation as well. Oh, I was going to do a small rotation, but they sadly that wouldn't work. It would if they were the other way around. That'll do fine. Retract them. Alright. That's all good there. That craft is pretty much ready to go now. It's 3,900 meters per second delta V from the ground to space, and we need 3,300 and it gives us 100 spare. I would like a little bit more thrust on it actually. Fuel tanks. Now, the problem is this one won't give me a good colour scheme unless we go orange on the whole first stage. We could do orange on the whole first stage. It's not end of the world if it's orange on the first stage, is it? And then, what's this? This is those. Those would need to deploy there. Parachutes there, engine there, they ignite there. That should cover everything. 4,200 is more than enough to get to this station and also the biggest station we'll potentially going to. When considers mercy of it. I've never seen it happen in the game, but so I'm going to say no, but I don't see why not. Toad. Right, that should give us everything we need, though, right? Yeah, that should be perfect for everything we needed to do. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to pop that onto the build queue. And the build queue says that will take 9 days to build. And I'm going to build a spare one as well. Why not have two, right? There we go. The spare one basically is there for when we need to do a crew rotation, we have it ready to go. Although, cancel. Cancel. Let's be smart. Let's give it a ground holding. It's a crew vehicle, so we should be smarter about it, right? Where's the one that mounts things on the ground? Ooh, navigation lights. Lights. I forgot about lights. Right. First of all, lights there. They light up the whole craft that way. I need forward-facing lights for the thingy. Put them there. Now, ooh, wrong one. Ah. If I were to put a large object in front of it, like a space station, put that up here. This will help to pretend it's a space station. Would this light be able to light it up, or would it be blocked by anything? Okay, it can light it up. That's good. That means we can light the space station with those lights. Now I want to make sure these are blended so you can't see them. There we go. When it says blink on, does it mean they actually go or does it go blip 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 blip? Okay, they just blink constantly. That's no. If they went on, would be great. Alright, I think we're good there, and I might actually go as far as putting some more nav lights on the bottom of this right there. Just because it'd be nice to light the rocket up in during the launch sequence if it's nighttime. Alright, maneuvers, actions. Lights button, lights. Immediately turns on the cockpit lights, those lights, and those lights. Yep, they're all good. If we hit abort, the mainsail engine shuts down. The engine here shuts down. The decoupler here decouples, and the separatrons fire. And so in the event of a abort, basically we shut down this engine, we fire those separatrons, that pulls that away, we should activate that engine, not shut it down. Activate that engine. So we activate the poodle engine, we decouple the thing, we shut down the mainsail, we activate the things, and then we deploy all those parachutes in an attempt to pull that engine as far away as possible, as far away as possible from this craft. And this engine acts as our emergency lifeboat to get us away from this as fast as possible. Because honestly, if that engine's firing, there is no boat at that point. Alright, crew. Hi crew. Can you get out there please? Thank you. Right, save that. And yeah, we're good. But we need to put crew into here. Now I don't know if we need to put crew into here for the build. I shouldn't need to, right? Does the game simulate drag caused by reverse thrusters not having a ring above it deflecting the airflow? Not for like these things and the docking port. No, it does calculate drag based on things not in line. So that port would cause more drag than a rounded nose, just because it's a rounded nose. But if the rounded nose was upside down, no. It actually is a bit of a there's a glitch in the game. It's an exploit. Some people have found out if you take the engine off of the craft, hang on, I'm in crew mode. If you take off the engine, flip it over, mount it on the top of a fuel tank, then use the rotation tool to rotate the engine so it faces the right way, and then use the offset tool to pull it down from the top down to the bottom, the craft becomes really super easy to launch because the game says, well, there's no drag at the bottom of the rocket. So, because the engine's facing upwards and it's up here, so it's not an issue, it doesn't count it. It's to do with the way the game calculates drag. It's to do with nodes. So if I grab that little node at the bottom there, every exposed node on the craft is a drag point. So if you have an exposed point, like right now, right on top of this ship, I have an exposed node there. I have that as an exposed node. That's a high drag point, so I can solve that by putting something on top. Which is what I would do, is I put an aerodynamic nose cone on top, and that would solve the drag problem. Now in real life, that would cause a major issue, but with this craft, it wouldn't do. You just have to right click on that and do undock, and that will pop off and float away. It's a bit stupid, but it's just the way it is in the game. Right, we'll leave that on. I'll show you how that works later on. But build me a craft with it on and one with it off, shall we? But yeah, it's a simplified physics. In real life, for example, that would cause some major problems there. They'd have to blend that a bit better. These RCS pods would have to be covered in shrouds, so you wouldn't let them have it. They couldn't be exposed. So, sublime DJ, got it. All right, build me one of these. It's ready to go. It has no crew on board, so we can have the crew run at launch time. So add that one to the build system, and then add a second one to the build system. Now these take 9 days to build, but it says 15 days and 28 days because they are in a slower production queue. But I figured I'd get 2 of them on the pad so that we can rotate crew a bit easier next time around. We have a ship ready to go. So that's them done. That ship is more than capable of doing the mission, as long as it doesn't flip over during launch, but as long as we don't over throttle it, we should be good. Staging is all good. Double check the staging before we go too far down production queues. Yep, staging's all good. Actually, what I could do is add a action of number 1, which is for me number 0. Sorry, is deploy the solar panels. We'll do a toggle on those so we can retract them for partial re-entry. Because when we re-entry, we want this craft to survive. So if they get ripped off, then it's not survival. But action 1, docking port, will be decouple and undock. That should pop that nose cone off by pressing number 1 on the keyboard then. Alright. Do we have any cargo? We have 3 cargo spots, which the Kerbals can bring with them, but we don't have any of the cargo with us. We have no need to bring cargo with us. None of this stuff is EV fuel cylinders. Experiment kits, repair kits. Yeah, none of this stuff is needed for the Kerbals, so I'm just going to say no and save and build me 2 copies of that station. There we go. Right, so that's the crew rotation vehicles built. They're ready to go. They're now in construction phase. Do we have anything else to do on the missions? I think we're good on. I think we're basically done, aren't we? Let's swap to the reconditioning. That way, the next item on the list will be an actual build. I think we're pretty much covered. Science is at 59. We need to get more science. We haven't done any science this day. We would have had loads of science come back from that craft though. Sadly, it blew up. I think we're good on most other stuff though right now. Setting done now in stock settings. All things. Okay. I think yeah. I don't think we've got anything to build other than the ship we can't build yet. I mean, we could start looking at the new space station for the hotel, the space hotel. It needs to be in a higher orbit, 400 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers instead of the 80 kilometers we're normally at. And it needs to have a 40 crew capacity. It needs to have all the other stuff. So we could definitely look at building something there. Now, that'd be modular. And so we build it with probes. And this is where the flat probes will come really handy, but give me a probe. And the probe will be on top of the lifter. So on top of this probe here, we'd stick a coupler. Probably be a big coupler in reality. And then we have the station piece up here. So first stage would have to be a command module of some kind, and that's actually the probe itself would actually be on the command module. So if you're building the command module, how would you build your command section of a space station? Well, first of all, you're going to want to make sure that it has at least a cupola module there, right? So you'd have the cupola module, and you'd have your command point there. So what I'm going to do is bring this down. So from a visual point of view, that's the command point. You can't actually see the command pod, but both there. And this is the core piece. This will stay in the space station the entire time. And so this will be the key part. In fact, actually a better option here is get rid of that, bring a cupola module in, there we go, then put the probe on top of that. That's the key module. And then we can use that to push that in there. Alright, that gives us our main part. Now, below that we're going to have bits of stuff for the station. This is going to be the core of the station. It's a space hotel, so we want it to be looking pretty decent. So we're going to want to use fuselage pieces. We don't really have a bigger one enough, sadly. So we're probably not using fuel tanks that are not connected anymore. So fuel tanks, probably go with that type of fuel tank. Flip it over, drain it of all the fuel. That's the command center on top there. Then once the command center's there, do we want to extend the command center down? Probably would be a good idea, right? Drag that down. No fuel in this section at all, because this is the command center for the space station. At this point, this is where we're going to actually have our bits of station come out. So we're going to want some docking ports here. We're going to want the docking block, ideally. Now, our docking ports are this big. So we could couplings, payloads. I mean, a service module wouldn't be bad to have in here, so that we could put stuff in there for storage if we needed to, right? But not going to put it in there though. It would be nice to have it potentially. For here, we're going to go with more fuel tanks by the look of this. I don't think we have this piece big enough. Structural tube. That's not bad actually. That's better than putting the fuel tank there. There we go. And it does nothing but be a tube. So what we can do on this, we can put docking ports. Probably need to use the attachment points for them. But we can set here 3 docking ports down here. On those we'll stick the actual docking ports. Clampotron standards. Let's put these in the right place. They're off center right now. Let's put them there. And now they're quite far away from the command pod, so you don't have ships and stuff too close to the command pod. On the bottom of this thing here, you're going to want to narrow this down to a command point. We basically need to seal this off now. How are we going to seal it off? They should go maybe further up to about there then. And I want to seal this off. And this is not going to be the bottom of the ship station. There'll be more here. Actually, maybe they shouldn't be up there. Maybe they should be down here at the sealing point. Structural. Rockerbrand max thing. That sadly is way too big. Is there a smaller variant of that? Just paint job, okay. And adapter. That adapter is too small. That adapter's too big. What are these ones? This one's too big. That one's too small. Yeah, I think we're going to go down the fuel tank route again. They're useful to use, basically. That one can narrow it off pretty quickly there. And again, no fuel. This is just a holder. Then on the bottom, we're taking another docking port. Like that. So when it's launched into space, this piece will be floating there. 3 docking ports for the craft to dock out at different angles, and another docking port to extend the station further. Ideally, we'll put 6 port modules there. Do we actually have those unlocked yet? We may actually already have them. If we do, we can just use one of those on the bottom to begin with. Get things really, really progressing. It's like that, but much bigger. That's just a tiny one. Don't think we have it unlocked currently. Yeah, we don't have it unlocked right now. But there's a square that sits on there, and we put these on the side of it. Because what we wouldn't want to do here is we wouldn't want to put another ship side on here because it would clash with these ships. So where it goes here, we'll be pointing down, possibly bringing stuff down even further. Or we could move these a bit further north though, about there, trying to keep them away from the command pod itself. That makes sense. And the door's there. So actually, it would make sense to have that one right there under the door. So if you have to EVA out and come down, you can do. Ladder? Should we put a ladder there? Well, we don't know what's going to be here, so no. That'll do. Okay, so let's get some lights on here. Utility, get me some nav lights. And 3 nav lights. Pointing down onto whatever these docking ports will be like, bringing with them. Here we go. And they'll put everything on the docking ports here, and then we'll put 3 more nav lights on the bottom. Pointing up. Again, entirely just to light up whatever docks. Change their colour schemes so they blend with the craft. That one can stay black because it blends with the line. And then we want more nav lights here, pointing down, because there's a docking port there, and whatever docks with the docking port wants to lighten up as well. There we go. Now this has no power generation right now. Question is, do we want it to have power generation on here? It is to be the first module. It will need to have some kind of stability, right? It will need some manoeuvring stuff, so it's going to need some RCS, and it's going to need a little bit of some RCS, it's going to need some RCS ports. Now that's too big, and that one is way too small, and that one is also way too small, but we can sneak it in the bottom. There's no variant of that, but we can offset that into the rocket like that. So it's in there, but we don't see it. I think on this, the bulbous tanks on the side would be a bit. Yeah. We want RCS command ports. Probably for the station, we're going to want the bigger ones, and we're going to want 4 of them. That's not 4. Give it a try again. 4 of them. Quick center of mass check. Those should be higher up. So this won't change the center of mass. It's not going to. That's not going to change. So they're there, and they're a little bit lower. There we go. That should give us the ability to navigate this piece as needed. Although most of this craft navigation is going to be around the idea that it just has to hold its orientation. It won't actually be navigating because it's going to be the other things to dock to. All the power, 400 RTGs minimum. If we even had RTGs, that'd be kind of cool actually. Now we do have a docking port module on top, but I'm going to leave that alone. Exposed. That capsule's there, good. Next up is going to be, we do need to look at power generation. What I think I'll do is I'll put a small power generator on the bottom. That when we get ready to bring a craft up that can dock with and bring up, say, solar panels for a big power array, it can take this piece away with it. So with that, what we'll do is that'll be very, very small. Actually, can I grab the? was hoping to grab the thing. No, that. That there, put that there. That can go there on the bottom. And on that we'll have the solar panels. This will be a temporary solar panel array. Like that. And its job is basically to act as a supply of solar power. Right? During the early construction phase, but at the same time it can also hold the actual power. There we go, and then that part there is held onto the bottom, and then when we are ready to put proper power systems in place, a ship can come along, dock, and pull that piece off. So we have a way of detaching that RCS tank rather than just leave it on there permanently, and we have solar power generation in the meantime. There we go. So we have power generation in the meantime. A small amount of storage is in the cupola module anyway. We already start with 200. We have a small amount of monopop in there to begin with anyway. Fuel tank is empty, but we can use that to refuel spacecraft if we need to. I will actually lock that off for now though. I don't want it being used for anything. Same with this one down here. I don't want... If we're going to be refueling, I want to have dedicated modules for that. Right. And so that part there can be disconnected later on. I mean, I could have put that on top as well as a temporary measure, but then it's hard to disconnect the parts on the very top. So that goes down here. That's all prepped. This is 030 by the way. Space Station Command. Now we need a lifter for this thing. So lifter. Well, first thing is going to be a command module. The first thing is going to be a docking port with a command module underneath it. Then after that command module's there, we're going to the crew get out. Now we've got that, we're going to need a fuel tank, and we're going to start small, so this fuel tank is going to, maybe not that one though, right? Take that one. Yep, and we'll push that up. Can we not? There we go. Push that up so it takes up the docking port. Looks like it's supposed to be like that. Then we can build this out from there with a decent sized set of fuel tanks. So fuel tanks, big one. Ooh, too big. That means it'll be medium tanks, and that's the only medium tank I currently own, sadly. And then an engine on the bottom of that, and we'll probably go with the poodle. Ooh, no, we can't go with the poodle. We'll probably go with the skipper then. Oh, they're too big. Bobcat. There we go. Alright. So the Bobcat comes in, and I don't like where they're connected, so flip and flip. Right. So the Bobcat is that's 2.2 off the pad. I don't like this though, so that comes off there, and we need a fairing. This fairing is going to wrap around the entire capsule, so it's going to increase here, and it's going to climb. It's probably going to increase more actually. Look at this, because of those docking ports, isn't it? Yep, you have to go out for the docking ports. Now, what I don't want to do is this. I don't want that. That just looks wrong. So we have to widen out initially to the right size. There we go. Right, and this will have an ejection force of 30. We know that worked quite nice. And actually, you know what? We're going to take it to a 3-sided explosion. Can I change that to a different colour? I don't really want the entire rocket looking like that on the launch pad. I really just want to change the colour of that blue dotted line. Right, so that's 2.2 off the pad. It's 2.9. Thing we need to put just a bit more boost on it. But this stage here is the part that's going to be coming back. So hit this. May actually be smaller. May actually be just that big because it has got fuel here. Alright, so we need a decoupler here. Right, decoupler goes there. Again, horrible shroud colouring. And then we have a fuel tank. And we're going to go for a booster stage to get us into space, right? We should probably go and widen it out again. Then go with the big fuel tank. And then use that on our bigger engines. So we can go with the cluster, or we can take a mainsail on the bottom. Mainsail would give us 4,100. We can go with the cluster though. I still enjoy the cluster more. Visually, I like it better. So, aerodynamics, tails, 4 tail, flip them in that order. Hey Dr. Drones, how you doing? I'm doing very good, thanks. Just building the launch module for a new space station that requires, it's a space hotel and it requires, mission says we need 40 crew capacity. So it's going to be big. Currently, this is the command module for it. And there'll be modules going up to to build it out with the 40 crew. So we need the Reliant on the bottom. And the swivels on the edge. That gives me a 1.8 off the pad, a 4.1 full launch capability. Excellent. Nothing chips over. Thank you. I'm not a big fan of large fairings, but this kind of has to be a tall module because of what it is. In case you're wondering, this bit here is when we launch it to space. This part's going to be coming down and leaving the station in orbit. This is a temporary power and RCS supply for that module, and once we get a power module and RCS tanks on board the station for their own modules, this part can be removed from the station in a nice easy way to just detach it. I'm not sure about the lifter though, it might be a bit stubby for the launch, but we got the launch fuel for it. I just wish the fuel tanks didn't just look disgusting. Right, so that's the lifter. That potentially does the job. Right, get some chutes on this thing. Put that one there. And that lot there. This one requires chutes to go up here. First set of chutes can go there. And drogue chutes. Can get them on there, and they won't line up. They can go, drogue chutes can go right there. This section doesn't get deorbited, is not an issue. Right, stagings. 3.9 now, so I might want to just add a little bit more fuel. Also, add a bit of height, a bit nicer. Do you deorbit all your debris, or just let it float? I try to make as much as possible deorbit. I'm running a mod called a stage recovery. So any parts like this, what I do is any parts like the first stage, they're never making orbit. They're going to fall to the ground. So stage recovery mod will say if there's enough parachutes and enough fuel left in the tanks to get the speed of the craft down to below 12 meters per second, then the stage will be recovered at a small value. So you might get like 50-60% of the value back. It's not much, and it's not really worth it for the game from an economic point of view, but it encourages me to try to deorbit the pieces. It tells me if I do it successfully. I've learned with these bigger stages here, 2 sets of parachutes top and bottom are good enough. Then further up, my next stage up, with these ones I add a drogue chute set and a normal parachute set, and that'll deorbit that part quite happily most of the time. The parts that go into space, they don't bother getting deorbited. They crash into whatever they crash into usually. But yeah, it's very, very useful. It's got stage recovery, and see here, it calculates immediately what my chance of recovery is. So right now, with this craft, stage recovery, if the tanks are full, it can get its speed down to this. So this craft is not recoverable fully in its current configuration if it came down as is. The tanks are empty. There's enough to do it, but it says here straight out right. This stage, if I just toggle that off, toggle that one on, that stage there, 96.06% of that craft will be recovered if it's allowed to free fall to the ground with its fuel tanks empty. If its fuel tanks are full, it's 29%. That's actually a misnomer because it will actually use the engine to slow itself down. And the bottom one is 93%. That stays there. 93%. If we recalculate it, we add stuff into it. But yeah, 93% of that will be refunded to me. So it's really, really, really. It's a nice mod. And so what the way it works is, if the module you drop is outside of the game's load distance, and the game says any modules below, I think it's 60 or 60 kilometers, maybe 70 kilometers, get deleted from the game automatically. That's when this mod kicks in and goes, okay, that part got unloaded from the game. I will then calculate, based on fuel remaining in the tank, the engine power, and the parachutes, could that part have potentially landed, and then it does the calculation for you based on that. And then if the part is that's got to be changed colour because it looks weird being outside the fairing. If it's inside load distance, then the recommendation is, for example, with the first stage here, this won't get very high. The recommendation is have the parachutes deploy automatically, and then the parachutes will slow it down, and when it gets out of range, it'll do it itself. It's a good mod. It's really, really a good thing done. All right, let's have a look at these stages though. Engine fire, engine fire, engine fire, engine fire. They're good, but they're not all the engines. Where's my 5th engine? There. You should be along with those. So all the engines fire. Then upon stage completion, there, those parachutes deploy. Those parachutes deploy. Then we continue flying. Then at a certain point, now we're on the pusher stage, we're going to get out of the atmosphere, so we will deploy that. That goes in there with the thing. So we separate, deploy all the parachutes on the lower stage. Then we activate the engine and decouple. Then we fly, and the drogue chutes go on there. Now, and we're not going to be decoupling this. We actually have a docking port there, so we'll be undocking this when we get there. For stability wise, let's drop a little bit of space tape between these two crafts so they don't wiggle too much when we are ready to when we're flying. So from there to, we'd like it to be there if we can reach it, so it'll be less visible to the next craft coming in. So we'll do it from further down here to there, because what I'm trying to do here is basically make it so that we don't see these modules, these space tape modules. Damn it. Well, I suppose we could try and do it with 4 lots of tape, because this module here is temporary, isn't it? So, from there to there. That's fine. And then set a space tape from there to there. Damn it. Kinda hope it would just do it anyway. It could be actually on the node itself. It's a bit easy to place, I find. Docking port's getting in the way. I just don't want to. I don't want it to. The problem is these little blobs get in the way, and they're permanently on your stations, and you can't get rid of them. I'm just gonna have to. They're gonna have to be visible, aren't they? There we go. Well, they're not end of the world. They just look a bit nah. Struts are weird. Struts are weird. They're amazing, but they're weird. And this will be fine during launch because of the temporary visible struts that are inside the fairings. The truss structure they call it. But once you deploy this fairing off and you're being fine, any manoeuvres of this does could risk this wobbling. So I just didn't want to have this wobbling too much on its docking ports. Wait a minute, did I not put a docking port on there? I did not put a docking port on there, I want one. Coupling, docking port there. There. That's probably why I couldn't get it to connect properly, because there wasn't a docking port in the position. Damn it, stop being any awkward. There we go. Alright, that's all prepped and ready. Now that extra addition is going to mess with my fairing. No, actually looks like it's pretty good on the fairing. Alright, where is this going? LKO? Yeah, it's for a contract and it wants me to put it in. Let me find my contract again. Space Hotel, Space Hotel, Space Hotel, Space Hotel. 300 above 350,000 meters. So 350 kilometers up. Ish. So we're going to aim for 400. But now with all this extra bits, when the delta V is a bit lower than I'd like it to be, so we're going to have to extend the first stage module a little bit. Another fuel tank would do, maybe? 4,200. Not bad. A little higher than LKO, but not bad. Yeah, my main station is running at around 100. I tend to put my space stations around 90 to 100. But this one's a contract one, so it's where they want it to be. Right, so 1.63 off the pad is not bad. I usually go for 1.5, 1.6. That's good. I usually do 100 to 200 for my LKO fuel droppers. Yeah, exactly. I always go for 100. It's just as a nice round number, not for any other reason. But yeah, I usually go for 100 for my main space stations because I want to get to them easy when it's time to use them. Where the hell do they keep hiding this launch craft? There we go. I don't use it very often, but there are some rockets that I like to use them on. That close enough? Yeah. Alright. Save that one. Add it to the build list. It's going to take 9 days to build. So add that to the build list. And we'll push that up above the second one, because this second rotation, crew rotation vehicle is a backup one. So it's just one I want in stock when we can. That's all good. Alright, so that's the space station command module. Hopefully that can fly. I haven't even tried to fly it. 4,200 should be enough delta V to get where I want to go, though. I really hope it is, anyway. It's what, 3,300 for orbit? I usually allow 3,500, so that should be extra to get to 400k, right? Right, new craft is going to be required later. I'm not going to build it now because I want to make sure this gets into space before I build. And then once we know it's in space and that 4.2 is high enough, it's going to get this into the right orbit, we can build a new craft and start adding modules to this. Leave that. Dr. Jones, I have a question for you. If you can answer something that's confusing me about one of the missions on this game. And I need a Kerbal Space Program player to see if I've messed up. I probably have, but just need some help. Okay. We got to load my craft first. I have 2 crafts in a mission with the same problem, but I don't see what the problem is unless I've messed up on one of my bits of knowledge. Where's my relay satellites? Relays. Minimus relay sat. I use those stands with a lot. I tend to build right under 1.0 TWR and have to burn a couple of seconds before it goes in. I always try to have a 1.4 off the pad or higher. 1.4 to 1.6 is what I aim for. And what I do with all my crafts is I run 1.4 off the pad, and I like to, instead of putting like a mainsail engine on bottom, I'd like to put 4. I use the tail spikes and flip them over, so you get 5 mounting points on the bottom of the ship then. And then I run 4 swivels and a Reliant, and it's a little less powerful and a little less ISP than a mainsail, but it looks much nicer. And because of that, I can put all 4 engines on the ground and use those to stand most of my crafts. But when the craft get to a certain size, I just think it looks weird not to have the clamps. I don't know why, but I love to watch the slow launch where they just slowly give the pad. It looks really nice when you do that, but the 1.4 is still a nice slow liftoff, but it's more what you see like SpaceX do. They kind of lift off without being too fast. Okay, a craft. Right, this craft is in orbit. It's a relay satellite from a mission. It's got these relay communitrons on them. They are 2G combinable. There's 4 of them, so there's what 2, 4, 6, 8G in total of relay capacity through this probe. I massively overspec the probe purposely because I want to make sure it can handle other stuff. The mission, which minimize all the ones that aren't relevant. There we go. Launch the satellite to Mimas orbit. New vessel, yep. Orbit below 1 million, yep. Crew unmanned, yep, it's a probe. Relay antenna rating combined of at least 5M. I would have thought 8G would be above 5M. Because 8G is 8 giga and 8M is 8 million. Giga is bigger than a million. So why is it not letting me have the at least 5M? Unless I messed up and the G is smaller than the M. But I always thought that it was killer, mega, giga. I have 2 probes, one on the Mun orbit and one on the Mimas orbit for very similar contract, and it's refusing to give me this last little piece. And the note just says, "Don't forget to extend antennas that need extending." But so definitely have. I've got the standard communitron there with the 500K, and I got 4 of these 2G communitrons, and they're all deployed. If I retract them all, so it won't see them, and then redeploy them, it doesn't actually affect it. It doesn't like go, oh, they're now deployed. So right now I have 2 contracts that are done, but I can't complete them. So I have literally no idea what is wrong with craft. And the fact that you thought that Giga was bigger than Mega as well tells me it probably is, because it's how gigabytes, megabytes, and everything else that's metric works. So, right click your control module. Yeah, I saw that. It's not, unfortunately, it's not in there either, like a complete mission or anything like that, because there are some that have like tests or do tests or something. Kerbnet. KerbNet is a mapping system, so you can map the planets. This satellite doesn't have access to any scanners for KerbNet. And if I right click on these satellites and say transmit data, they just do it and they're done. They're happy. There's nothing, but don't complete the mission though. Thank you. I'm confused by it myself. So point the right way. They're omnidirectional. I mean, visually they're not, but in the game they are. Anyway, while we're waiting for that, we'll head back to tracking station. I'm thinking about rotating my desk around 90 degrees. If I do it, I might not be able to have the green screen. I might be able to, but I'm not sure if it'll fit with some of the layouts. So I'm kind of curious about doing that. What is that green orbit there? Active orbits? There's one that's off an orbit. It's one that's off. There we go. And I have an active orbit mission. 2 million. Oh yeah, I have that one. That one's a mission for. I can't do it just yet. I grabbed it because it'll be fun. It's a communication satellite in a 2 million kilometer orbit around Kerbal, with 900 Gs of relay capability. I only have 2G antennas. I'm not putting like 400 of those on board the ship. How far is it from this relay? Well, I mean the amount of range it's got. It's only Mimas orbit, so it's more than enough to talk straight to the Kerbal ground. And I have another one on Mun orbit as well. It's the same. So if we go to the Mun version. Yeah, KMG. Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe the science is a bit bugged. If you use a really high level giga one, it's like, well, it's got it's not bigger than M. You know, it's not calculating as units. I think it's calculating it as the wrong type, and it's just saying no. Okay, so this is the Mun version. The Mun is somewhere around here. There it is. Nope, that's Kevin. Mun, where are you hiding? There you are. So we're in the Mun orbit, so we're much closer now. The mission is Mun. There we are, Mun. So the Mun one, it's basically the same mission, but it put a satellite around Mun. All of the missions are complete, but the relay antenna is the same. Not doing it. Same. They're all 4 are deployed. And if we go to the map, you can see it's got its antenna ranges going out to satellites around my 1 million kilometer orbit around Kerbal. So it's got no problem with signals right now. I mean, sure, it can't see the KSC directly, but that's because it's on the far side of the planet right now. But it can get to it via relaying though. It's even got access to my other satellites, and it's actually able to relay off my Mimas relay if it needs to. Okay, I'm ready. Math is hard. Save reload. Worth a try actually. We haven't done that yet, have we? I will do a save game here just in case. So quick save number 10, and we'll reload the game. Take me to the Space Center. I don't think it's going to solve it, but I think it is a matter of, because I loaded the craft up as giga range, the mod's going, oh, you don't have a mega range, even though we're way beyond that. I think it's just a bug in the programming. If it is, I'll just abandon the contracts. Take a reputation hit for doing so, but it's only a minor reputation hit, like 2 or 3. Quit to the main menu. Then we'll reload it. Do 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 do. Ooh, the game crashed. Reload the game. Do 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 do. Hello, Polly. If you run camera 1, I think you can find the Toby asleep on the rug and Polly hanging around for treats. Do 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 do. Yeah, everything shows that you should have plenty for those missions. Yeah, I think it's just a bug with the way the mission is programmed. But we're trying to adjust right now to see if the if it maybe reloading the game helps. Let's go full camera. Boop. Hi. Hi there. This is Polly. She's the mother of the other cats around. You see Toby over there laying down on the rug. There's Smudge somewhere around at the moment, and there's Molly who's upstairs sleeping. So there are 4 in total. Would you like a treat? Okay. These are brand new. They were just opened today. There you go. So much like Mikey, just minds the patch on the chest. I see they trained you very well. I wouldn't say they trained me that well, except my gaming computer is here. And yes, there's a bear from Firefly and their plaque from the Firefly show. I'm a fan. My gaming computer is here. And then there's this little cabinet here. And we have... There's at least 5 tubs of cat treats on top. All unopened. In the drawer, there's the opened tub. There's packets of cat treat sticks. I buy in bulk, basically. And then there's refill bags for the treats that we don't have tubs for. And they're kind of aware that they exist because they do kind of, you know, queue up at this area. And interesting enough, they don't get a lot of treats, really. It's just that I tend to stock them up in bulk, and then, like, maybe 4 times a year, I order more. Do you know what cat seriously get ideas? Yeah. The cats have figured out, however, especially Smudge, who isn't here at the moment. Oh, he is actually. He's hiding in the Kerbal box. 1 second. Let me camera over this angle. You can just see him there in the white cat in the cat food box. He's the one that's figured out and how to manipulate the system. You see, he knows that if he turns up during a stream, he can convince me to give him a treat because the chat want him to have a treat. So he's found a way to weaponize the chat against me. All right, load the game, back into the mission, and see if we can. Get that mission to work for reload. So what he does is he'll come to the side of me, put his paws on my chair arm, and like with his little head popping up. I want his attention, and then cat will see him, and they'll want to have treats. And they'll, if I ignore one of them, they'll jump on the table side and they'll walk. And the camera will just see a tail go past. Tracking station. Ooh, there was a ding. There was a down. Won't reload that. Dr. Drones, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It's very much appreciated, and they will go towards a cat tree at some point. But yeah, thank you very much for the sub. It's very, very much appreciated. To be fair, I only asked you to pet them. That is true, but they they deserve treats as well. Mun. It's still there. Still, this doesn't have the keybind set up on the mission, but require complete nuts transmissions, transmit data. Retract that one and resubmit it, so it's out maybe. I have no idea on this one. You're welcome. Thank you. Turn it off and back on again. Tried it. This is what we just did. Somebody recommended rebooting the game. Hibernation mode. Control. Curvenet rename. It is confusing, whatever it is. I'm going to have to Google basically maybe a Reddit question to see if anyone knows the answer. But I have no idea. I'm going to actually screenshot that, so I've got the... open that one up. There we go. Screenshot that, and I've got screenshots to show the mission and the thing. Right, anyway, those two rockets can stay where they are for now, because they're kind of irritating. Dude, I wonder if it's a mod or something. Have you mods that mess with the network? Not with the network, but that mission is a mod mission, I believe. It's one of the community science packs. That's why I'm thinking it's maybe a badly written mission. That if I'd just placed a simple, I'm thinking if I'd just placed a single 5 million meter antenna on it, you know, one of the, if I just took one of those on it, which is a 5 million meter off the bat antenna, it would have been fine. Because I had said to go for the 2G version, I think it kind of went broke it. Right, I was in the middle of building something. Did I build it, or did I get distracted? Because I get distracted a lot. Space command is there. Crew rotation is there. I think we're good on that. We just need to have them build with it, don't we? Yeah, you're like me. That's you're like me. This is better. Why wouldn't I use it? Exactly. It's like if you're going to do it, overdo it. I needed an antenna that had 5 million meter. Why would I not stick 6 gigameters on it? Right? I'm suddenly going. It needs to be the signal from Minmus to the Kerbal. Why can't I relay a signal from low Kerbal in orbit? I can relay something from an asteroid belt. It's fine. It'll do the job just as good. 50 science. We need to get more science in. We are 6 days away from having doing a science mission ready to go. Let's warp to that. God, I hate the fact it flickers. That's 7 days. See how much it drops by. 7 days now, and boop, 5 days. So yes, decent speed. Begin rollout of that craft to the launch pad, and warp to completion of that one as well. I hate the fact it's going to be a nighttime launch. I just dislike nighttime launches in this game because it's so much prettier in daytime when you see everything around it. Nothing else to worry about right now. We're still 38 days away from a Duna launch window. In that case, give me sunrise. And I think a little bit more control now. It always sticks it too late in the day, I find. Alright, we're ready to launch. This is our doing a science mission. So this craft has never been tested again. Because we can't test any of the missions. We can't test any of the rockets now because we're using construction time. We can't do a quick launch, recover, make an alteration. Can't do that. So this is the first time it's ever been flown. This is a bit tight on Delta V, so we have to fight well. What the hell is that over there? Somebody painted my comms building yellow. Has that always been yellow? Has it always been that yellow? I don't remember being that yellow before. Tested. Kerbals don't test. That is also true. So this craft is... there are 2 science payloads on top. They're stacked on top of each other. Designed to go to... So the way it works is... First stage is to launch it into about a 10 kilometers is the hope. On the first stage with SRB support, which I don't like using SRBs at all. I just never liked them. But hopefully... ooh, science on the pad. What do we have? Atmo analysis. I'm not going to risk it since it's my science probe and I don't want to waste them. I can put a science thing on later. Anyway, so first stage will give us a boost up to about 10k hopefully. Second stage takes over, pushes into LKO. We're looking for around 90 kilometers ideally, but we'll set for anything above 70. When that's done, that'll detach and return down to the ground. And then the top stage will take over. This is the transfer stage. Can't get up there. Transfer stage will push this module all the way to Duna, and when at Duna it will basically deorbit itself into Duna, and these 2 payloads have enough delta V to put themselves into their appropriate orbits. That's the hope and that's the plan. I like using SRBs as unguided missiles. I may have carpet bombed the KC at one point. Oh, we've all done that. We've all tried to land stuff and hit stuff onto the KC with an SRB or 2. I just don't like them as a module. Usually, if I'm going to put the boosted modules on, I use liquid modules, especially with the stage recovery. It kind of really makes it worth doing. Vessel complete. Yep. Science deployed. 3.6. Nice. All right. Let's see if we can get this thing into space. Oh no, this was intentional. Oh, I'm saying they're always intentional when we're carpet bombing, when we're aiming stuff. All right. Let's see if this thing can get into space, shall we? Max throttle. Ready to go. Stop doing that. Switch over to maneuver mode. That would be here a bit more so we can see past those things. 1.4 off the pad. Oh, I don't like that. No, stop it. No, stop wobbling. Ooh, that's not good. That is not good. Stop wobbling. Nobody likes to wobble. Okay. Needed a lot more space tape. Needed more space tape. Fine controls. RCS, help out. Ooh, okay. Throttle down a bit because we're going way too fast right now. I'm going to burn through RCS sadly with this one. That's why I put more RCS on than we need though. I think we're stabilising a little bit here. SRB drop in a moment. Over to 45. Get your ass back up here. Get your ass back up here. 45 on the nose, please. Okay, this launch is not going optimal. Whew. I've never had a launch go that bad before. Not before, but not in this save anyway. Whew. Don't panic. It's fine. It's all good. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm going to rotate it though, because I don't like being off the rotational angle here. Stop it. Prograde. You are on fine maneuvers, okay. How about we slow down a little bit, okay? There we go. Okay, we lost a lot of okay. We lost a lot of Delta V in that launch. That craft would need a rework, guaranteed. Sadly, this craft is probably going to have trouble making it to its intent. Well, actually, no. Actually, we're doing pretty good. It's a bit lower than I'd like it to have been. I would have looked to have been up to 70 km a lot earlier. Why are we falling down? Don't fall down. Okay, so more struts needed. More struts. That's what we're learning here. 60k. We're going to aim for about 75k before we shut the engine down. $75k. And we're at fairing set height as well. Bye, fairings. Bye. Give me prograde. I think the stages are fine. Seems like the fairing section might need to what's doing. Yeah, it was wiggling at the top, and I get why these are not secure, but the fairing's supposed to secure them, so it's a bit annoying that the fairing didn't secure them properly. Right, RCS off. RCS tank's running a bit low there, but these all should be full still because it doesn't take from the higher stages. These will be near dry now. I would prefer to not have to sacrifice RCS from this stage, but they don't need it on that stage, so not too bad. We're heading towards the point. Switch away from there. I'm also running a mod that's turned off reaction wheels for anything other than stability assist. So I can't use reaction wheels to turn the ship, but they have to use the RCS for turning. Which basically means that I had no choice but to turn on the RCS then because the reaction wheel wasn't helping. RCS can do reaction wheels can do prograde, retrograde, and stability, but I can't turn the craft with them. 15 seconds to wrap up. So we're going to start the engine burn at around 2 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 3. Okay, we are climbing, so let's nose down a bit. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Get down the ball a little bit, please. Here, give me a bit of a prograde hold to make life easier. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Back to stability assist. 2 seconds. Wait to put the nose up a little bit in a second. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Okay, there we go. Hold. We are now in orbit. We are now successfully in orbit. 78 and 76 kilometers. Despite the wiggly launch, it managed to make it to space. So now you can see the crafts. These there's two science modules here. Each have 2 solar panels, one each side. 4 little rockets with their own fuel tank. A science junior on the dark side. There's a science goo, a Preshbat. On the side there's an Atmo analyzer, which I don't think we can even use in space. Yep, so they're pretty much useless, but we have them anyway. And on this side we have a thermometer. So we have a whole bunch of science up here. They all have one antenna, one 2G capable antenna for doing a mission. There's going to be there's a relay satellite already in LKO waiting for the time slot. So what we'll do is, right now we've got quite a bit of fuel, so I don't want to waste this fuel. So what we'll do is when it comes to the burn time for the actual big burn, we're going to use this engine to push ourselves part of the way there. Then when it's nearly completely out of fuel, when it's down to the last few notches of fuel on the bar, we'll disconnect it, flip it around, deorbit burn it, and the other stage will continue on by itself. So for safety reasons, we'll shut the engine down for now. And this craft can continue its orbit. Put it on the prograde hold so that it will at least try to maintain a bit of prograde. Turn it off of fine controls so it has a bit more chance of doing anything. And the craft is ready to go. We won't be needing much of the RCS left in here other than to do a turn, but I would like to transfer some RCS back up to these top tanks. So transfer that up. I'm actually surprised it even took from that tank, given there's a separator here. But it's not a normal separator, is it? It's a it's an engine fairing, engine bell thing. Can I grab that tank? There we go. Here we go, and then that one is a bit low. That one and that one. So we'll just balance these out a little bit. Just for weight reasons more than anything else. Boop, there we go. Fine. Alright. The craft is prepped and ready. It will need to go to a maneuver node when time comes. But for now, it's going to be sat there because the actual window for doing it is 38 days away. So back to the tracking station. Probably should have no, that's got a good name. I don't think I should have renamed it, but actually the right name. The name is right. We've got a date before we can launch from that pad now, because that rocket was so much bigger than the others. It's a full day to recover the pad, to recondition the pad for launch. But we don't have to worry about that right now. We haven't got anything. The crew rotation craft is still 3 days away anyway. The space station command is to be in 10 days. Space station rotation will be. It says 26, but it'll be faster because of the completions. But we don't have. We got Duna in 38 days, so we got quite a bit of leeway now. We've got the 2 craft that are going to go to Duna, and now in LKO, waiting for the launch window. They'll push off at the same time. The comsat will go first, and then which with its massive amount of comms. Why did you not secure then? Trust is on. Interesting. Maybe just needed more securing at this point. Anyway, that won't get launched again anyway. So because we're within more science, if it's in more science to do it, it'll be a new rocket with more science equipment attached to it. I think we're good. What time are we at? We are at 2:37 AM. I think it's time to end the stream. But we have made a lot of progress today. We've tested out the new mods. They've been working really well. So the new mods, for people who don't know, the build list, the Kerbal construction time, which is working really nicely. The Kerbal arm clock is behaving itself again after we had to reinstall it. And the reaction wheel mod, although the installation of the mod did kill a sole Kerbal that was in space due to introducing some differences, other than that, everything else has gone really well with it. So I think we are good. We're in a good position right now. For those that haven't want to see it, my mods are. I'm going to open my C can up because it's easier that way. That's my list of mods that I'm running right now. So if you want to play with any of the mods, that's what I'm running. The draft Twitch viewer one sadly isn't currently working. It's an older version. I had to. It's from version 1.2, so it's not surprising it's not working. But everything else seems to work fine. And most of them are visual and contract packs. I highly recommend contract packs. They're so much more beneficial. It's like you get a mission to launch a space station, not a satellite. In the base game, it's launch a satellite into orbit. Okay, there you go. Boom, done. And launch a Kerbal into orbit. Okay, done. With the enhanced ones, it's like launch a satellite into orbit and wait 11 hours. It has to work for 11 hours. Launch a Kerbal into space who wants to do tourism, and they want to be there for 27 days. So you've got missions going on longer duration. You don't touch them, but you go back to them, you deal with them later. You don't just up and down again. Really good. Anyway, so thank you all for coming out. I hope you've had fun with the stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. And where is my? There it is. I got really confused by my stream manager. Anybody streaming right now that's playing KSP or anything that's we know? Not currently, no. I don't think you want to see a Escape from Tarkov or a Monster Hunter Rise or Elite Dangerous, so we'll leave it that for now. So, thank you all for coming out. Save. Thank you, Toad. I will do saving, it's auto saving. We save 11. Thank you all for coming out. I hope you've had fun with Kerbal Space Program. We will be back tomorrow with another stream, and it's going to be a community game of some kind. It'll either be Tarkov, Apex, hunt if depending on if the people that like playing shooter games are around. But I'm also, if we can get enough players, I'm going to ping some people in with a message in a bit. But maybe it'll be if we can get enough players, we can do a large multiplayer run of Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Because I think having a save go of that game, it's open source free game, so everyone can have it. It's on Steam now as well, which makes it even easier. But if we can get up and running with maybe say between 5 and 10 players, that would be awesome to play that game with that many players. So if you have the game and want to play along with us, pop around tomorrow for a stream. But anyway, either way, thank you for coming out. I hope you had fun, and I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody, and goodbye. Bye. Is there any cats around for the last moment? There is. There's a Toby on a mat. Have a Toby on a mat. Hey, Toby. Hello. The head spin. Absolutely, you're welcome, and thank you for being here, and thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, and I will see you all next time. Bye, everybody.